Insiste en yet unusual seat. Economy. Perhaps it's need to call it something else.
Stand here, Rob.
Day 10 at the 2025 Australian Open, and we're here on Rod Laver Arena for the first women's singles quarterfinal match between the number 3 seed and last year's semi-finalist Coco Gauff and the number 11 seed from Spain, Paula Badoza. Both players making their 6th appearance here at the Australian Open, and this will be their 7th meeting overall, 2 of which were played last season, so we're certainly in for an entertaining match. My name is Boyana Babusic, and alongside me, it's a pleasure to welcome Chanda Rubin and courtside Laura Robson. Chanda, good morning.
Good morning. I'm excited for this one. This is obviously quarterfinals. Things heat up even more, but these are 2 players that have been playing terrific tennis, really the second half of last season for Paula Badoza specifically, and Coco Gauff. She has just been rising to the occasion since the US Open, and it's been a fantastic start to this new season. And this has always been a tough matchup, and so I expect a lot of the same here today.
As touched on, they have played on 6 previous occasions, 2 of which came last season, and Coco Gauff getting the win both times, but in 3 tough sets. So both players very familiar with one another. Coco Gauff just 20 years of age, a little bit more experience from Paula Badoza at the age of 27, but looking to progress here to the semi-finals at the Australian Open. Perfect playing conditions. It's toasty out there, Chanda.
It's gotten warmer the last few days, and so players have been having to deal with hot conditions, and that's normally what you expect here in Australia. But it was a little bit humid yesterday, and I still think there's a little bit of that still in the air, so that's a different element that is certainly going to potentially come into play.
Hasn't she done well?
Paula Badoza goes through to the Australian Open quarterfinal for the first time.
Coco Gauff gets the win.
Gauff moves into quarterfinals.
A lovely way to clinch an Australian Open quarterfinal place for Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. Absolutely dominant performance from Sabalenka.
The defending champion simply a class apart.
Women's singles quarterfinals action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from Spain, Paula Badoza. And their opponent this morning, please welcome from the USA, Coco Gauff.
What a great start Coco Gauff has so far in 2025. Has only dropped one set since her season began at the United Cup. She's looking exceptionally well, but up against a tough opponent in Paula Badoza. Is really happy with the way she's performed in her last few matches, and we both called Paula's match against Marta Kostyuk, and those were tough conditions, and for Paula it was mentally being tough on court, wasn't it?
It was, and that day it was windy and swirly, and it added to the difficulty, and there was some frustration with Badoza, but she was able to work it out. And you look at a tournament like this, you have to win 7 matches over a 2-week period. Every day is going to be a little bit different. You're going to work through different challenges, whether it's your opponent or conditions, and I think that has helped Paula Badoza really settle into her game as she has gotten to this quarterfinal match.
both players spending similar amount of time on court. For Paula Badosa, it's been 6 hours and 7 minutes, and Coco Gauff 6 hours and 31 minutes. I was listening to Coco Gauff's post-match interview, and she was just saying physically and mentally she is ready. Excited for this match.
Okay. So just quickly about the conditions. Live ELC, the close calls will be made automatically on the big screens. 25 seconds on the clock. You have it in each corner. As a receiver, obviously you follow the reasonable pace of the server. For the towel boxes, how about you take the red ones, the blue boxes for you. We have VR, video review. If there's any situations you'd like to challenge, just make that clear to me and we make that happen. Apart from that, after the coin toss, we'll take a photo facing that way. Any questions? No? Well, over to you. Who would you like to ask?
AO or UCO?
AO has been called. Nice, and AO it is. Serve. Okay, photo please, if you turn around. Yeah, you can get that, and photo that way. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you, have a good match. Well done.
So Coco Gauff winning the toss and electing to serve, and no surprise there, Chandler, it is one of her biggest weapons.
It has been, and as Gauff's serve goes, a lot of times so does her game, and she's been winning a high percentage of games behind her serve. She's also been getting it done on returns, and you mentioned not having dropped many sets, just the one set that Gauff dropped. That was against Belinda Bencic. Paula Badosa also has just dropped one set this tournament so far, and it was that match against Marta Kostyuk where she had to work through some frustrations, but she has looked terrific really this entire fortnight.
Well, she has beaten Jinyu Wang, Talia Gibson, Marta Kostyuk and Olga Danilovic so far this week. Paula Badosa, as you touched on, Chanda, had a fantastic second half of 2024 where she won in Washington, made the semi-finals in Cincinnati, the quarterfinals at the US Open, and then 2 semi-final appearances in China and Ningbo. And she's a type of player that thrives when she's won a number of matches on her belt. So far in this quarterfinal match, she will be competitive.
As she made her return, Badosa, last year to the tour after a series of injuries, and it has been straight up the rankings. Coco Gauff, a little bit different. She has been at the top of the game and so much expectations, but she's also matched it, Gauff, with all of the winning that she's been able to do. And that semi-final appearance last year, her best result here at the Australian Open.
Currently ranked 3 in the world, Coco Gauff has won 9 career singles titles. Her biggest winning the US Open back in 2023. And as touched on, what a start to 2025, winning the United Cup for USA. She said she found it mentally exhausting, that tournament, more so than being here in Melbourne because of the late night finishes and then the travel from Perth to Sydney.
It's different. Those team events, it's a different kind of energy expenditure and a different kind of pressure. Mentioned the head-to-head, tied 3 apiece, although Gauff won the last 2 meetings between these two. And both of them in 3 sets. So again, it's going to be important how good of a start both players get off to. It's going to be perfect today.
Oh, 28 degrees. Feels a lot hotter though out there.
It's going to get warmer for sure, but it is barely a cloud in the sky. And you know, you enjoy days like this until it heats up. We'll see how that affects play out there, but you certainly expect conditions to be pretty quick.
Someone who is courtside and possibly enjoying this heat, Laura Robson. Firstly, good morning and happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, it's certainly hot. I would say hotter courtside than 28. You know, conditions, as Chanda mentioned, are going to be playing pretty quick, you imagine. That's what we saw yesterday. I'd say humidities. It's pretty tough, but that was what impressed us so much with Coco's last match, that she just wasn't affected at all. She's a South Florida gal, and this is nothing for her. So, yeah, I'm sure both players will have prepared as well as they possibly could. And I'm looking forward to a really great match here.
Coco just mentioning after her last win, she's excited for this match and she loves competing. And as Laura touched on, She trusts in her body both physically and mentally because she trained so hard in the off-season in Florida where the conditions are so warm. As we have a look at the wind predictor,
Ladies and gentlemen, this
64% in favour of Coco Gauff.
I think that's about right. I would give Gauff the edge, certainly, in this match. Badosa does have a good record and should certainly have the belief that if she gets some opportunities, she can take them. But the way Gauff has looked, the movement, I think that check is in her column, the athleticism around the court, and she did start playing more aggressively in her last round against Belinda Bencic. So I think some of that will carry over into this matchup as well.
Paola's best result here at the Australian Open is making the 4th round. That was back in 2022. Has struggled with some injuries, in particular the back, but when asked about how that's feeling, she said it's been responding really well, and she's the type of player that typically plays for 2 hours anyway, so her body's used to it.
Yeah, she struggled throughout that 2023 season, pulling out of events, retiring. So to be able to stay on court consistently in 2024, especially the second half of the season, she had a terrific hard court swing, Badosa, and that confidence has carried.
First set.
It will be Coco Gauff to start things here in this women's singles quarterfinal match.
Coco Gauff to serve. Ready? Play. Ah. 15 left. Out. 15 over.
The adjustment that Coco Gauff made wasn't against Belinda Bencic. She said she was playing a little bit too passive in that first set, and what she needed to do is be more aggressive. So a perfect example there of hugging that baseline.
A terrific second serve. That may be an area Gauff looks to go for just a little bit more. That second serve a bit stiffer. Struggled behind her second serve a few times this past week. She's been able to work it out, but doesn't want to be on the back foot too often.
Comfortable hold for Coco Gauff. On the board, 1-1.
Well, it's both for both players. It's jumping off their racket so much. So whoever gets the first strike in is going to be in a great position. And you wonder if Coco's going to continue what we saw in that matchup against Bencic, trying to be a little bit more aggressive on her second serve return position. The serve definitely not an issue today, though. Striking it incredibly well.
Yeah, she was really pressed against Bencic, who stands closer to the baseline and takes the ball early, can redirect. She may have or feel like she has a little more time against Badosa where she can stay in rallies a little bit longer. But when Gauff is aggressive, that adds another element, especially getting inside up to the net. Badosa does have the ability to match the service games in terms of ability to hold, getting free points. She has a big enough serve. She can occasionally get that unreturnable.
Too big first serve there for Badosa. Needs to get a couple of free points early on.
It's so interesting to watch Paula's ball toss from the side of the court, though, because it really does get super far in front compared to most of the players. And you just see more variety on the ball toss. Every time she steps up to the line, it seems to be slightly different. One's a little higher, and then the one further in front, but she just commits to it regardless.
Game, Badosa.
Flawless game there for Paula Badosa. Holds to love.
One game more.
And sometimes it seems like you can read Badosa's serve a little bit more because she'll vary her toss, and especially if she's trying to go out wide, she'll kind of cheat with the toss a little further over. But she hits it big enough, and she hits her targets well enough that sometimes it doesn't matter.
Law 15.
And both these players are in the top 10 in terms of service games won coming into this match. They're both at above 80%, able to back their serves and make it tough for opponents to break.
Unforced errors
15-13.
on that forehand side for Coco Gauff. That be one particular side you'd see Badosa attacking a bit more today.
That's the strategy against Gauff for most players. It's not necessarily going to create the miss to go to the forehand, but she can't hurt opponents as much as she can off the backhand side.
Rips that backhand cross-court, Badosa.
15-14.
The key for Gauff on that forehand side is to lean into it and keep the racket head speed up through the contact point, but Badosa able to get something a bit more hittable there, leaned into it.
Break point saved for Gauff.
Now she gets her fair share of unreturned serves, Gauff. We talk about the double faults, but she matches it in aces just about. And then you have those serves that don't come back. They're just as good as an ace.
Deuce.
And the other intangible for Gauff is just her will, the ability to dig in the tough moments in matches, and that's part of what gets her out of these kinds of situations.
totally with you, Chanda. The biggest difference for me with Coco's serve this season is that she trusts it in the key points. The pressure moments when, you know, it's juice or she's down break point, that's when you see her biggest serve. And compared to 6 months ago, it's just been a massive change in her game, but also in her mentality out here.
And there's the double fault he touched on, Chanda.
Yeah, every now and then her serve can get just a little too far out in front, and that is why the majority of those misses will go into the net. Just kind of collapses on the serve.
She had the right idea, Badoza. Looking just to capitalise a little bit when that ball does land short.
I think another reason that Badoza is comfortable, a little more comfortable against Gauff, is she can go toe-to-toe on the backhand side. Has a terrific backhand. Just missing that one slightly.
Fault.
Fantastic return from Badoza. Standing well inside the court off that second serve return.
And that's the forehand Gauff got going in her last match. So we see Gauff's team there. Added Matt Daly to her team the latter part of last year. He was on the far left.
So she fights off 2 break points. Coco Gauff and we're on serve here in this first set. 2-1.
Gauff leads 2 games to 1, first set.
So from 15-40, Coco Gauff uses her big serve. 3 big serves in a row.
And now you figure she's settled in nicely. You go through that first little bit of adversity, defending break points, come through it, still on serve. Now maybe Gauff can swing away a little more freely. In the last couple of forehands, those were the type of free-wheeling forehands that started coming a bit more often for Gauff. It's part of the mindset shift that she's had, where she's attacking that shot more, and so she's able to do a bit more damage.
Time.
So we're on serve here in this women's singles quarterfinal match between Coco Gauff and Paula Badoza. Paula Badoza held her serve to love in her previous service game, served exceptionally well. Looking to do the same right here.
If you follow Badosa's toss, that last one, you kind of tell she was going out to the forehand because it was a little further out in front and to her right, to Goff's left. And so Goff able to read it and get out on the front foot.
Let's pursue. Love 13.
Now it's a pretty big swing for Badosa, going from having had a double break point in the last game to now being down the start of her service game. So Goff with a love 30 opening.
Bit of a missed opportunity there. Second serve at love 30 for Coco Gauff. Looking to keep that ball deep, but just missing long. And those two last points for me for Coco Gauff, standing again too far back behind the baseline. First off that second serve return, and then in that rally where just got a little bit stuck with the feet.
Goff stayed home, guessed correctly, but still couldn't control the pace from Badosa. It started with a terrific wide serve.
She's made that shot look too easy when it's anything but. Bounce smash from just inside the baseline. Plus you've got so much sun above your head right now. It's tough conditions.
It was the right idea from Goff. She tried to guide that last forehand. Badosa doing a good job of picking on that side, just making Goff have to prove that she can keep that ball coming back. One of the more extended rallies as it is heating up.
Oh, gets it. Gee, she's so good when she's on the move, isn't she, Goff?
It's almost better for Goff at times when she knows that it's going to keep coming to her forehand. She's able on that shot to just get a little more flick of the wrist, a little more speed through the contact, and that little extra flick to get the spin. Yeah, her team has to like that.
Advantage, Badosa.
So another long service game. This one almost hitting 6 minutes.
Game,
So a
Badosa.
gutsy hold there for Paula Badosa. Still on serve. 2-all.
Both players having to
games
fight
for
for their
set.
last service games. And just showing you why it's been some tight matchups between them in the past. Why that head-to-head is locked even.
Well, in their previous 2 meetings, Badosa has won the first set. And those first sets were extremely close
150.
in Rome. Badosa won the first 7-5, and then in Beijing, Badosa won the first set 6-4. Both matches lasting almost 2.5 hours as well.
Yeah, against a lot of players, that first set would be a much bigger advantage, but because Gauff competes so well, because she can have another layer to go to in terms of her speed and athleticism, she can put on the running shoes and just decide not to miss, and that's come into play a few times in this matchup. We heard Gauff talk about just being more aggressive in that last match against Bencic, and it's not a lot of players that can play a couple of different ways, that could decide to just make balls and hang in rallies, or can step in and be more aggressive, get into the net, but Gauff can do both.
Set up again nicely with that big first serve for Gauff.
I'd love to see her run around that and play an inside-out forehand there. You don't see that too often through the middle of the court for Coco. She actually prefers to play an inside-out backhand. So just to have a little more confidence today in that shot from what we've seen earlier on in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that inside out, the willingness to hit the inside out forehand or take forehands from that side of the court for Gauff is important. Although her backhand, she can do so much with it, it's just not the same as the forehand when you can disguise it, when you can go inside out or inside in. It's a more aggressive minded shot.
Good hold for Gauff. On serve, 3-2.
Gauff leads 3 games to 2 for set.
So we've seen a couple of long service games and neither player really giving away too much. It's been a real battle so far in this women's singles quarterfinal match. 2 of the toughest competitors you could get out on court as well.
They both have tremendous backhands. That's the favorite side for each of these players. They can each win their fair share of unreturned points on serve. And there's a lot of similarities in terms of how they look to play, although Gauff has that advantage in terms of the mobility and her willingness to track those extra balls down, and that may come into play a little more often if we continue to see things nip and tucks as we have so far.
So a beautiful day here at Melbourne Park for this women's singles quarterfinal match between Coco Gauff and Paula Badosa, and it's been a high level of tennis. We're on serve, and Badosa to serve now at 2-3. Badosa, having spent a lot of time working on her mental side, has been working with a psychologist just to add that one extra tool. Certainly came into play against Marta Kostyuk the other day where the conditions were so tough.
I think we see both players trying to adjust their tendencies a little bit, but Badosa trying to get her first top 10 win at a Grand Slam. Her 4th time of asking. They both made some adjustments in terms of trying to go to each other's forehand. So we're seeing, you know, a little more focus on changing direction, down the line backhand for each of them. That's going to perhaps be a valuable shot over the course of this match. She's just standing up a little too high, Gauff. And some of Badosa's shots, she's getting good shape on it, so it's bouncing up a little bit more on Gauff, you know, more than it would have done against Bencic, who hits the ball so flat. So she's having to make this adjustment right now on the forehand side.
Yeah, I totally agree. Paula's forehand is just jumping up that much more, and so Coco's caught in this position of not knowing quite whether to go back half a step, let it drop further, or try and cut the angle off and take it on the rise.
Good aggressive play there from Badosa. 3-all, first set.
3 games all, first set.
I feel because of how lively the court is playing today, on the second serve return, you can afford to actually stay back if that's what your plan is. But then you need to get the shape over to Badosa's forehand side, get it above her shoulder slightly.
That is a terrific serve on these courts. especially. Get a little more side spin where the ball stays a bit lower and through the court, combined with the angle.
The last two serves going to the forehand of Badosa, so clearly a tactic that Goff is looking to use.
You look at the strategy both are trying to employ, and it's like a mirror image of the other. They do it in slightly different ways, the ways they produce their shots, but they're trying essentially to play a similar style.
Let's pursue.
Comfortable hold for Goff. She's in the lead here, 4-3.
Goff leads 4-3 for sets.
Well, if I'm Coco Gauff, I'm just mentally banking that game for later on in this set, just to know, actually, I can slow down the first serve pace a little if I'm going for the slice to the forehand. It doesn't have to be the biggest serve of the match. As long as it's consistent and it's moving off the court, there's a very good chance you're going to come out on top.
So much of this match will be about playing the right shots from the right position and just trying to maximize what either player can do behind those early rally balls. You know, we're seeing a couple more extended rallies, but so far we're not seeing very many. It's still so much about first strike tennis and rallies between 1 and 4 shots.
So we're on serve here in this women's singles quarterfinal match. 30 minutes of play. Coco Gauff leading 4-3. Both players looking to attack off the forehand sides. The exact same serve Coco Gauff used in her last service game on that due side. Slice out wide. Got the error. Badosa doing the same.
And that time Gauff stepping in and taking that return just a little earlier. It's not naturally what she looks to do as often, but why not add this element to her game? Gauff just took a little step over to the right, but still hasn't quite gotten the timing on that cross court as consistently.
Yeah, we saw the lean, but it still seems like she's a little in no man's land at the moment. I think if you're going to stay back, then you've got to stay all the way back or commit fully like we saw in the previous point.
And it's exactly the point, you know, that you make, Laura, on that forehand especially. You've got to commit to it. You've got to commit to swinging through the contact point, leaning into it, and a few times it's been a little hesitation, body weight just going sideways or going backwards.
Well, she committed to a forehand return, Goff, but the longer that rally went, the further back behind the baseline she got. And a couple of slice forehands from Goff, and it just seems the forehand's landing a little too short.
Yeah, and Badosa able to lean into hers a little bit more and keep some consistent depth, and that was a big point for her to win.
Fighting on, Badosa. We're going the distance in this first set.
4 games sold, first set.
Oh, Paolo can be a little guilty of the same kind of thing. I mean, we've been talking about the fact that the tactics are almost mirrored, but the play from the baseline as well. Paolo can sometimes drop too far back behind the baseline, especially on that forehand side. And when you look at how big she can hit the ball, you wonder why she doesn't force herself to stay up the court a bit more.
Smart serving from Goff, and again, using a shorter serve that's going a bit wider. Badosa's not one who's going to step in and take returns on the rise. So there's some space for Goff to work with.
So some better depth created there from Goff and getting the error from Badosa. So you might not think it makes a big difference, but that 2 extra feet, 3 extra feet makes a huge difference with the added pace from Goff.
And it's just another way to steal time from the opponent on the other side.
Impressive stat there for both players, winning such a high percentage of points when that first serve does go in.
Halt.
$40-50.
There's some good serving there from Coco Gauff. Holds her nerve and leads 5-4.
Gauff leads 5-4, first set.
We've been talking about how similar the strategies are between these two players, the tactics. They're both looking to play the other's forehand more often. And when you look at rally placement for both players over the course of this first set, for Badosa, 39% of the time, she's going to the Gauff forehand, middle of the court. She's also testing that part as well, 38% of the time. And for Gauff, it's pretty similar. I mean, you hardly ever see numbers this close, but Gauff 40% into Badosa's forehand and down the middle, trying to cut off, give Badosa no angle 36% of the time. And then the thrown in backhand just to keep the other honest. So seeing numbers this close, figure something's got to give. Who can add that additional element? But so far, it's been a battle of who can hold up on the forehand side.
Well, it's a hot day here at Melbourne Park, 29 degrees. Certainly feels a lot hotter on court in this women's quarterfinal match. No breaks of serve thus far as we near towards the end of this first set. Badosa serving to try and level things here. Smart from Badosa, those last two serves going to the backhand of Gauff.
They've got to mix it up just enough to keep the other honest and to create some open space to the forehand. That's an opportunity for Gauff when she does see a second serve, where she has a little more time to lean on it.
So some pressure applied for Badosa, and we're tied here in this first set. 5-all, 41 minutes of play.
Now, this was a terrific play from Badosa, a more difficult forehand than it appeared, and she got nice spin and control on it and then moved forward. Maybe isn't the place where Badosa's the most comfortable up at the net, but that was a terrific move.
Big point there from Badosa. So crucial to win those first 2 points of the game. What a great job she did there.
And she's got to be bold, Badosa, especially in some of the extended rallies. Who can pull the trigger first and execute? She's able to do both.
Standing quite far behind that baseline of that last forehand, Gauff, and with that error. She's love 30 now.
Halt. Halt.
A couple of missed forehands from Badosa as the pressure ramps up just a bit more. She's had the only break points of the match so far, Badosa. A couple that she had in Goff's second service game. No break points for either since then.
From Badosa. What an effort, especially off that last backhand volley.
The pick up beforehand, though, had to play it as almost a half volley, a topspin half volley.
And she's been looking to use that forehand to be aggressive. Gets that shorter response and just to create that little drop shot there. Beautiful. And she gets the break, Badosa, for the first time in this set. She'll come out to serve for it, 6-5.
Badosa leads 6 games to 5. First set.
Badosa able to just get the upper hand on Goff with the forehand side. And we've talked about how it's been a forehand battle. You know, who can hold up on that side, who can create a few more opportunities. And Badosa playing disciplined tennis, using the backhand to open up the court. And she hasn't been afraid, though, to go for the forehand, and that's been so far the slight difference between these two players.
Yeah, it's just a little more weight of shot from down court side, especially in those last few rallies. And you think back to early on in the point, she had the love 30, then missed 2 forehands, but she missed them in a really positive way. She was going for the shot. And then just relied on it when it mattered.
So it's been a battle in this women's singles quarterfinal match. Badosa getting the break of serve at 5-all. And will now be coming out to serve for this first set.
Coco out of that changeover, going over to her coaching box, asking for some clear advice.
J.C. Farrell in the middle there, a long time part of her coaching team, now alongside Matt Daly.
15 all.
Certainly not easy serving for a set. So for Paula Badosa, the mindset has to be to stay aggressive. Just like in that previous game where she broke the serve.
Now she's got the aggressive positioning, and you can tell she's trying to go after the forehand, but just still not timing it the same way. And that's the frustration for Gauff right now. How does she continue to commit to going after the forehand with some of these misses? I think she should.
She absolutely should. You're not going to find the timing and the rhythm by going further back and then playing it off the outside leg as a defensive shot. It comes back from having that momentum coming through the swing, making sure you're in the right position.
Big point at 30 all. Yeah, now the backhand miss and clear frustration from Gauff.
So set point opportunity now for Paula Badosa. She gets the first set, Badosa. It's been a battle, but she ends up on top, 7 games to 5.
It's been pretty even throughout this first set with both these players, but it was Paula Badosa just able to step up, able to drive through her forehand a bit more often. She made a couple moves into the net as well last 2-3 games, and that was the only difference as we take a look at some of the numbers. First serve percentage good for both players in terms of points won behind that first serve, although Badosa's a little lower on her overall percentage. She's doing a pretty good job behind the second serve as well, and that was something we were looking at in this match. The winners to unforced errors. Badosa, not quite as many winners, but it's been the big points that she's been able to step up, and her forehand has held up. She's also taken on the challenge of changing direction, opening up the court a little bit sooner than Gauff has. And right now, just playing a slightly more confident brand of tennis from the ground. It's been a pretty one-dimensional match with both players trying to do similar things strategically, but it's been Badosa who's just done them a little bit better, especially in those critical moments. This was a big point, that little flick half volley to close it out at the net. That was huge.
Paula Badosa, the fighter, and she certainly fought her way through that first set. There were no breaks of serve until that game at 5-all when Badosa was able to break, playing some aggressive tennis and then serve it out after 50 minutes of play. Coco Gauff has taken a toilet break. And for Badosa, having some time to chat to her coach, Paul Toledo.
Yeah, I'm not surprised she's gone off the court. It is so hot down here, very humid as well for both players. So a few minutes in the shade for Badosa will feel quite nice at this point.
Sometimes just to bring the body temperature down slightly can make a huge difference.
Just thinking back to that last game, there was a forehand that Coco played with a bit more shape down the line. And I think that's a really good play given how lively the court is. Just to maybe look to use it as a stepping stone to get back into her backhand corner. But so little in that.
I'd love to see Gauff try to get inside the court a bit more, and even up at the net. We've actually seen Badosa a few more times, some critical moments getting up there. Gauff has been tremendous with the overhead, but just in terms of giving Badosa a little something extra to think about.
Coco Gauff is in a similar situation. She lost her first set against Belinda Bencic. She said she played too passive in that first set and then was able to turn it around by playing more aggressive, and certainly feel it's a similar scenario this afternoon as we hit just after 12:30 local time.
And there are different ways to be aggressive. You can go and try to hit bigger. You can try to be more aggressive with your court positioning closer to the baseline inside the court. You can try to get up to the net a few more times. So we'll see what Gauff looks to employ here.
So as in their previous two occasions last year, Paula Badosa won that first set. It's a battle. And Gauff got across the line in 3 sets. So Gauff certainly knows how to play under pressure. Can she turn things around right now?
And there it is, Gauff moving forward. We talked about Badosa stepping up at the end of that first set in the last 2 games of the set. Overall today, 118 kilometers per hour on the forehand. The last couple of games of the set, 8 kilometers per hour quicker off that side.
Out of interest, do you have Coco's average forehand speed up there?
We don't have it up here, no. We can get it though.
I'm sure now that I've said it, someone's working on it.
And it's funny you ask, Laura, because Gauff, her average forehand speeds are exactly the same as Badosa's were until the last 2 games of the set, 118 kilometers per hour. So they were even in terms of those numbers, and then Badosa just upped the ante. Gauff now meeting power for power.
I know she missed the last 2 forehands, Gauff, but I felt like she was in a better position. She was using her left leg more to step inside the shot and hit through the court. Team happy with that one.
Sometimes when you're so focused on one side, the other side can suffer, and that missed backhand from Gauff, not quite as free-flowing as her usual.
Yeah, and she's telling her box she should have hit that one cross court.
So a breakpoint opportunity now for Badosa to get ahead in this second set. Making nowhere of that backhand. Oh, it's an interesting start. Both players winning every point, every time they do get to that net as well.
And if Badosa could have heard Goff's last comment to her team, maybe she would have moved to the cross court on that backhand. Figure it was going there.
Advantage, go. Deuce. Advantage, go.
Certainly looking to keep being aggressive, and I think that's the right play for Badosa.
Yeah, she's able to lean on the backhand, obviously. That is a shot she doesn't hesitate on, but she's been doing similarly on the forehand, and that's part of the challenge here for Goff right now.
Advantage, go.
Maybe she can get it going with the serve a little more often. It's been Badosa and a few more unreturned serves. That number has dropped for Goff. A lot of her serves are now coming back, and that's adding to the pressure. That one beautifully placed.
Deuce.
So another long service game for Coco Gauff. A double fault for the match as well. You'd have to think, how huge is this first game for both players?
The ability for Badosa to just grab more of the momentum if she can get an early break. Gauff trying to reset here. After losing the first set, she's come out a little more aggressive-minded up at the net, and maybe that helps her.
And just to lean on that slice serve on the juice side again. She's just not going to get as much pressure on that +1 shot when she goes to that serve.
Oh dear. Another double fault with an when she's had that opportunity to get ahead in this second set.
And it's really the timing of the double fault. It's just the second one, fourth double fault of the match, but 2 now in this game. And that is one of the worst times for it. Not the worst, but close.
Fault.
And that is
Advantage
tentative.
Badosa.
It just doesn't seem to be enough body weight going forward. She's just waiting for the ball, isn't she, Goff? And then the further back she gets, the shorter that forehand gets. And Badosa just capitalises on it. So a second breakpoint opportunity for Badosa.
It's better start to that point. But you look at the options that Goff has when the ball is coming to her forehand. She can either change the direction going down the line, which we saw her trying to do, but she wasn't comfortable doing it. So that shot was tentative, she missed it. Or she can take on the challenge and keep going cross court with that shot. That's been the struggle so far today.
I was just about to say, maybe you can see it courtside, Laura, but the first 2 forehands there from Goff, it looked like she was ripping through it. She was in a better position, and then just out of nowhere, that forehand just lands in the middle of the net.
Yeah, I actually think on the previous forehand, the one that she went line, it wasn't a clean ball strike anyway. You almost see that she's trying too hard to do something with it at this point and almost trying to muscle through the shot. And it's so hard when you're under pressure to keep the arm relaxed, to keep the footwork up. And the footwork for me is there. It's just with the upper body, it's looking almost stiff as she's following through with the motion.
Advantage Badosa.
So Badosa getting a look on a number of second serves in this service game from Goff.
You almost feel like Badosa has got to break here. If she does not, it becomes a disadvantage that she had all these opportunities and good looks.
Good pressure there from Goff.
Advantage Badosa.
So the 18th unforced error off that forehand side for Goff in this match thus far. Breakpoint number 5 for Badosa. time lucky for Badosa. So she breaks early on in this second set. She's a set and 1-love.
First game, second set.
Yeah, she's just lost all confidence on that forehand side, and even the occasional nice hit she's getting, Goff, it's still not enough to hold up against Badosa continuing to test that side. And smart in the end from Badosa to just go up the middle, take some of the risk out of it, and force Goff to have to come up with something more, whether it be an angle or a deep shot, and Goff not able to do it. So we have really flip-flopped in terms of the win predictor, as you would expect with Badosa winning that first set.
31% swing in the favor of Badosa.
And now Badosa with a break in hand, but this match far from over. How does Goff respond now?
Thank you. Players are ready.
Well, the way that Badosa won the last point of the previous game, just by playing almost a little bit more defensive, more height and shape to Coco's forehand, that's just given her a bit of breathing room, I think, to know that actually she can go to the plan B if the nerves do start to kick in.
And this is almost a time of the match where Badosa should not be missing balls. Make Goff, especially if you're going to the forehand, make Goff have to hit a shot off that side.
Yep, just like that.
And she's made some good adjustments, Badosa. I mean, there's been some nervy shots from her as well, but she's been able to get back to exactly what has worked, what the strategy is, and the strategy has worked perfectly for the Spaniard.
That ball just landing too far out in front for Badosa. A couple of free points off her racket in this game.
That's a well-done point. Things were getting a little tight, a little tricky. And Badosa holding her nerve. That forehand down the line. That is not an easy shot at this time in the match, and especially off that side. And Badosa handled it beautifully.
Oh, she's really backing herself, isn't she? Badosa. Great effort.
Game, Badosa.
And consolidates the break, Badosa. Gutsy effort from the Spaniard.
Badosa leads 2-0, second set.
I've often looked at this matchup between Goff and Badosa and thought from Goff's standpoint that she could play a less one-dimensional match. And this match overall has been pretty one-dimensional. We've seen the occasional player come in, one or two changes of spin and pace. But I think for the most part, it's just been from the ground, and it's been very much east and west. And you know, Gauff has another layer, another level she can bring. She has additional skill sets. And this would be the time for her to test it, test those skill sets against Badosa.
Crushing that return,
15.
Badosa.
I mean, at this point, Gauff has more foot speed, more athleticism than Paula. Though Paula Badosa is a terrific athlete, Gauff has another level. And she could actually just get down and refuse to miss, even if she has to get more spin and hit more up the middle.
Trying to fire herself up, Gauff.
30-15.
Using the legs, getting out to that one, and not panicking on the pass.
It's an opportunity now for Gauff to get on the board in this second set. Take that.
40-13.
Gauff trying to go out wide again, but Badosa reading it. Slapping that one down the line. Well, she's on the board, Gauff. Badosa still with a break. 2-1, second set.
2 games to 1 second set, and by 1 set.
And that hold got Gauff's team on their feet because it was an important game for Gauff to just dig into this second set. Keeps it to just the 1 break of serve, and with some of the tense games we've seen, Gauff has yet to have break opportunities, but she's been close, and the holding there was pivotal for her.
And you'd have to think for Badosa, she'd be very well aware of how their previous meetings have gone, and knowing that Gauff will continue to fight for every point. So mentally, it's as much as a battle as it is physically.
It is, and Badosa would know that this match is not over. Even a set and a break, you know, Gauff has come back from those kinds of deficits. Even winning the US Open, she was able to do it on the biggest stages, so you do not take that part for granted, and Badosa's got to stay plugged in here.
Women's singles quarterfinals here on Rod Laver Arena. And it's the 11th seed, Paula Badosa, finding her way through. Took the first set 7-5, and she's up a break in this second set.
Look.
I think on some of those forehands, if Gauff had it in mind that she was going to hit it and come in, it wouldn't be such an all or nothing shot that she has to hit to a certain spot. It's not easy to come in nowadays. Players able to get the ball dipping, to get it down. But I think it would add to something that Badosa has to think about, and that's right now what would be useful for Coco Gauff. Yeah, just like that.
15,
Ended up being a winner, but the ball was inside the court and Gauff was looking to move forward.
And capitalising also on that shorter response from Badosa. So maybe a slight opening now for Gauff.
And she just has to keep this close enough to let the nerves creep in, because this would be a huge, huge moment and win for Paula Badosa. And the closer you get to the finish line, the harder it gets, and we're a long way from that just yet.
So Gauff gets the break
Ball
back.
change,
Wins 2 straight games, and we're 2-all in this second
please. 2
set.
games all, second set.
Yeah, Paula Badosa looking for her first top 10 win at a major. This would be a huge moment for her. In that service game, for the most part, she broke herself. A couple of good shots from Gauff, but all of a sudden now, big shift in the momentum.
And I'm sure Coco can feel this, because all of a sudden she can sense that her opponent's not taking the ball as early as she was and not ripping the forehand quite as much. And you just need an inch to work with.
Love 15.
So we're with new balls here. Trying to find some control now off that forehand, Gauff.
So much good happens behind the first serve of Gauff, especially when she's placing it well.
Two great serves there from Gauff. Allowing herself to step inside that court and attack. It's an opportunity to take a lead now in this second set.
(40-30). Deuce.
Those are another one of those shots that she could give herself, Gauff, a bit more margin and just get in behind it. I mean, that was short enough to just put herself in better position, not try to make the forehand more of the finishing shot. Terrific from Badosa. Finding that little sliver of down the line that she needed.
Advantage, Badosa.
Well, Coco Gauff looking to get inside that court and did so off that last backhand to get to the net, but you have to give credit to Badosa on the stretch.
Well, it wasn't a great approach, though. Gauff tried to do the jump hop, and she lost actually some pace and solidness behind it.
So another break of serve for Badosa. Gets back out in front. 3-2 second set.
Badosa leads 3 games to 2 second set and by 1 set.
From 40-15 up, Coco Gauff, she has been broken yet again in this second set.
Badosa able to step up and reassert her authority. Got a little bit of help from Gauff, though. Gauff did some good things in that game, but just, I think, a slight change in the mindset. The purpose behind getting in and putting yourself in that position is to make your opponent come up with these tough shots. And if they do, too good. Badosa able to do it on one of those points, but I think if Gauff can do a little more of that, it'll help steady her a bit. Because right now, missing from the ground, you just want to do something different. You don't want to lose the same way.
Time.
Three breaks of serve in this second set thus far. Paula Badosa has been fighting her way to just stay on top in this match. Won the first 7-5. Was up 2-love in this second set. Gauff broke back, and now Badosa looking to consolidate the break here.
$15.
And this is where Badosa has to be careful. Lost her serve the last service game, just throwing in a few additional misses. She just has to give herself a bit more margin here.
That always helps, doesn't it?
30-15.
Big first serve. Yep, get some free points. I mean, the average rally length of each point is about, though, 4 shots.
The right kind of mistake from Coco, though, to go big with the return down onto the feet. Get Badosa uncomfortable out here.
Game, Badosa.
Good hold there from Badosa.
Still
leads
very
4 games to 2,
surprising how
second
many
set.
forehands we've seen Gauff miss, just in similar ways. And, you know that forehand side is tricky for her, but just tough to understand the full mindset. You kind of understand going for it, but she's sort of in between still.
And it's the sort of conditions that aren't helping either, when you feel like it's flying off your racket and you don't quite know whether to go for more pace, and then you miss one because the court is so lively at the moment, and then you just start overthinking.
Badosa there went for the trickiest shot she could have hit instead of going to the open court. I mean, the tension comes into play for everyone.
Let Fusu.
That's 15 unforced errors off the forehand side for Coco Gauff in this second set, 27 overall.
Love that play. We've been waiting for her. Been waiting for her to make a few more of these kinds of calculated moves. Doesn't mean you're going to win every point, but this adds some weight to Gauff's game without adding to the risk. Gauff just not feeling that forehand today, and it's another break point for Badosa.
Badosa gets the break yet again. Only a game away from a place in the semi-final. She's a set and 5-2.
And by 1 set.
Well, it must be quite demoralising for Coco Gauff, because not only is the forehand side not working, but she's thrown in the unforced errors off the backhand and the serve.
Yeah, this was always a tough matchup, and we've seen it in the matches they've had in the past, though Gauff has found a way last couple of times they've played, but the ball is bouncing up a little bit here. It's getting up in an area Gauff is not as comfortable with. She's also not feeling it. And then you look at Badosa, and she's doing just enough in some of these situations. Certainly she's been able to step in more on the forehand side, and that was the big question for both of them. Who could take control, who could play more confident from that side of the court? And so far, it's been Paula Badosa.
Well, what a moment now for Paula Badosa. She is serving for a place in the semi-final here at the Australian Open. little bit of venom behind it.
Love 15.
Yeah, she's been rock solid, Goff has, above the shoulders on some difficult overheads.
And just coming out of the changeover, the crowd was starting to get really loud for Coco. They can sense that she needs something to work with here.
How's that for turning defense to offense?
And Podolska was in full control at the start of that point. But something that Coco Gauff does so well, you touched on it, Chanda, is just turning that point around.
Love 40.
Podolska would have liked to have played this service game so far.
Fifteen, 14.
Gauff continues to fight.
And that was better on the forehand. That was a tricky shot, but she didn't panic. She didn't overplay it. She hit it as an approach to get in position at the net. Gauff still in it, saves one break.
There from Podolska. Had won the point. Coco Gauff got back into play, and then they had to restart the point. What a fight.
There's been some critical moments in this match where it could have shifted dramatically for Paula Podolska in a negative way, and she has found a way to dig in. It's another one of those moments.
The difference in body weight going through the shot all of a sudden is just ridiculous to see from the side of the court. Finishing the shot, using the legs through the body.
Oh, she's finding that forehand, Gauff.
30-15.
Gauff she has to come up with it, and so she does. And that is the mark of a special kind of player. Back against the wall, and she's coming up with some of her best forehands of the match.
Out.
And out of nowhere, you sense a bit more stress and frustration down Badosa's end.
Now she's got a sense, I mean, Gauff is clearly playing better. And then now it's a whole shift in energy that she's contending with.
Smart play there from Badosa, just sensing Gauff a little bit far back behind that baseline.
What a time for one of the first drop shots that we've seen in this match. But Badosa was in terrific position just in front of the baseline. Gauff never saw it coming.
Continues to fight Coco Gauff. 2 straight games.
Badosa leads
5-4.
5 games to 4 second sets, and by 1 set to love.
Oh, wow. This is where it gets interesting.
Now we're going to test the nerve of Paula Badosa. She served for it once, and it was a quick game. Gauff got off to a terrific start, and Badosa blinked. This is the real test now. Another chance to serve for this match, serving for her first top 10 win at a major. First semifinal at a major.
Semifinal in her career. So much to be played for.
Time.
Well, what a moment this is now for Paula Badosa. The second opportunity now to serve it out for a place in the semi-finals here at the Australian Open. Positive start. She's done so well today, Badosa, to win those free points off that first serve, especially when under pressure. And with that ace, Paula Badosa gives herself 2 match points. And she gets the win. Paula Badosa takes out the number 3 seed, Coco Gauff, and is through to her first semi-final here at the Australian Open in 1 hour and 43 minutes, 7-5, 6-4. Wow, what a performance. She can't quite believe it. Badosa has become only the 4th Spanish player in the Open era to reach a women's singles semi-final at a Grand Slam event.
What a close to that match for Paula Badosa. If there were any uncertainty about her being ready for the moment, she just closed the door on it. 2 aces and a service winner. Appreciation for golf and her efforts. It was not her best day of tennis. She struggled in some key areas, especially on the forehand side, but it's been a terrific start to the season for Coco Gauff, and hopefully she can reset and continue to build. She has been a dynamic global superstar, and she's just got to do a hard reset here, because Paula Badosa, she found a little bit of magic when she needed it, and she had the clarity in terms of the strategy and what she was trying to do out there. Pick on the golf forehand, use her forehand, and step in fearlessly. And then the serving, going toe for toe constantly throughout this match, and then in the end, that last game was impressive.
I mean, she came to serve out for the match at a set in 5-2, played a passive game, and then had the opportunity to serve it out again at 5-4. And what a way to turn that around. Big serving, big pressure moments, and she got the job done. And now we get to hear what she has to say with Alicia Molik.
Well, Paula, what a mind-blowing performance. Your first Grand Slam semi-final. How does it feel?
Emotional. I'm a bit emotional. As you know, I'm a very emotional person, and overcoming something like this, the last slam, the quarterfinals were very tough. So today I came in, I wanted to play my best game. I think I did it. Coco at the beginning, she was playing insane tennis, but I'm super proud of the level I gave today.
I think from our perspective, we see that you're back to your best, if not better than your best. Is that where you feel you are at?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've been through a lot. I was, in the past, one of the best players in the world, but I think now I'm a better player, more mature. I think I manage the emotions a little bit better. Not always, but sometimes. And I mean, it was great to play in front of you guys. The atmosphere was amazing, and for me, this is a dream come true.
We really admire your resilience over the years to overcome so much and injury and get yourself back to this point. It must be an unbelievable feeling.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, a year ago I was here with my back that I didn't know if I had to retire from this sport, and now I'm here playing against the best in the world. I won today. I'm in semifinals, so I would never think that a year after I would be here.
Well, Paula, it's a real privilege for us to see you do that here in Australia, your first Grand Slam semi-final. Ladies and gentlemen, Paula Badosa.
She said she played her best game today and is proud of her level, and it is a dream come true. And why not enjoy this moment for Paula Badosa? Exceptional.
It really was. And remember, she made the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open, alluded to that tough match that she lost to Emma Navarro, that this was her third major quarterfinal. So to finally get over the line and to get to that next step, and against such a tough opponent, it is certainly very gratifying. And Paula Badosa played some terrific tennis to do it.
Well, she's into her first Grand Slam semi-final, but she's also claimed her first WTA Top 10 win at a Grand Slam event. And just the way that she came out to serve for it at a set in 5-4, that will give her so much confidence.
I'd love to know what she was thinking about in that last service game. The couple of aces she came up with, some of her best serves when she needed it most, and You know, these numbers, we're going to throw them out the window because this match was phenomenal, and it came down to some of the big points where Badosa was able to just maintain her poise, maintain her nerves and her belief. And you look at this draw and how it has shaped up. We've got some terrific quarterfinals still in store, but Paula Badosa, the first to move through to the semis.
Absolutely. She will face the winner of Aryna Sabalenka or Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. Match to be played tomorrow, so some extra recovery for Badosa, especially in these tough, humid conditions. And just signing off a few autographs. What a performance from the 27-year-old through to her first Grand Slam semi-final. Played some exceptional tennis and just enjoying this moment. So it will be Paula Badosa through to the semi-final in 2 tough sets, 1 hour and 43 minutes, 7-5, 6-4.
You ready? And just smiling and waving is all we need. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Yeah. And go for it.
Yeah, hi! No, not yet. Oh. You gotta wave. Yay! I'll see.
You ready? And just smiling and waving is all we need. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Yeah.
Welcome backstage at the Rod Laver Arena, as a man that is well accustomed to these kind of big occasions is waiting in the wings to step out once again onto the Rod Laver Arena court. Tommy Paul, as ever, cool, calm and collected. The American, who's been to the semi-finals here once before at the Australian Open, looking to try and keep his perfect record against the German intact. Twice they've played. Twice Tommy Paul has won. Zverev looking for his 9th Grand Slam semi-final. Certainly has a lot more experience in that department. 3rd one overall here in Melbourne, and he has been playing some lights out tennis, has the German. Big test ahead for Tommy Paul, but he'll be buoyed up by the fact that he is going to crack the world's top 10 for the very first time in his career next week when the rankings come out. And what a singular achievement that is by the American at 27 years of age. Been a successful partnership with our colleague Brad Stein since 2019. What a great job Brad has done with Tommy. They are a great team together, along with all the backroom staff that has helped Tommy get to that particular stage. As for Sasha, once before at the US Open, of course, served for a major title, couldn't quite get across the line, is looking to try and become a world #1. Currently sitting at world #2. Much on the line here in Melbourne, so much to play for, so many massive matches coming up. Big success for American men in recent times, starting to go deep in the majors. Francis Tiafoe with a couple of semi-finals. Ben Shelton with one at New York, looking to potentially get one here, Ben, in Melbourne as well. Sasha will be first as they make their way down the Champions Corridor.
Sasha Zverev books his ticket to a 4th quarter-final.
A dominant display. Tommy Paul through to the quarterfinals of the Australian Open.
Djokovic reminding us that he is one of the best movers this sport has ever seen.
What a talent, what a breath of fresh air.
It's Alcaraz that advances in Melbourne.
Men's singles quarterfinals action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena from the USA, Tommy Paul. And their opponent this afternoon, please welcome from Germany, Alexander Zverev.
Both players walking out to bright sunshine. It's another beautiful warm day here in Melbourne. That may potentially be a factor. You just never know as this match goes on. This man trains in the heat and humidity of South Florida. He'll be well acquainted with it. We've been well acquainted with John Fitzgerald throughout the course of this tournament. Welcome, Fitzy. Big match.
Thank you, Pitch. Enormous. These types of matches don't come along always in your career, especially for someone like Tommy Paul. He's made the top 10 now, but an opportunity to go deep into a major. He's been to a semi here before. Sasha, on the other hand, has had more opportunities, but he still hasn't tasted ultimate success in a Grand Slam. So it's a huge moment for both of them.
And welcome Josh Eagle, I believe he's courtside. Josh, are you there? Are you on headphones yet?
I'm Tommy. Let me introduce you, Evie. Okay, gentlemen, so just standard conditions. I'm calling the net. 25 seconds between points, starting when I announce the score, and the serve clocks are placed on every corner. We have live electronic line calling, making all line callings plus footfalls. And in Discord, we also have video review. If you want a video review, you can video review most of the judgment calls. Just make it clearly and immediately after the call happens. 4 towels, blue color, red color. Any question? Who do we ask? Tommy? So we have AO or John Newcomb? I'll do AO. AO, Tommy? Receive. One picture please facing there. You in the middle. Have a good one. Thank you. Well done.
That's what we're all hoping for, to have a good one. Big differential, even though the same age between these two in terms of their accomplishments. 23 titles for Sasha, 4 for Tommy Paul, couple in Stockholm as well. Career Grand Slam record, 105 match wins for Zverev, 37 for the American here solely at the Australian Open. 15 match wins for Tommy Paul, 29 for Zverev, almost double the number. But given the head-to-head record, there's something about Tommy's game, Fitzy, that has bothered Sasha in the past.
Well, sometimes it comes down to matchups. It really does. It's a strange thing, this sport of ours. You can have one player that, in general terms, is acknowledged as being better, ranked higher, has had more success. But when you match up against other certain styles, you come out second best. And this is probably one of those occasions. So there's a lot to play for Sasha Zverev today. And there's a lot to be confident about if you're Tommy Paul.
Tommy had a big shoulder problem against Chris O'Connell in the opening round. He actually did well to dig that out. Had to go off for an MRI. Thankfully, nothing wrong with it, but he had to manage it throughout the tournament. Then took care of Kei Nishikori after dropping the opening set in 0-3-1 after dropping it on a tiebreaker. Then Cabellas Baena played beautifully, 6-2-0. And then, of course, Davidovich Fokina ran out of gas, and Tommy Paul ran through the tape in that one, 1-1. Tape for this man in recent times. He has been a semi-finalist here last year, was also that back in 2020. His route through to this particular stage has been a win over Lucas Pouille in the opening round, 4-4-4. Pedro Martinez, 1-4-1. Jacob Fernie, who's made such big strides up the rankings from Britain, was his third round opponent, 3-4-4. Dropped a set against Ugo Humbert, but I believe he's on a 24 match winning streak against lefties. If you're lefty and you see Zverev in the draw, you're not going to be happy. Confirmation of the head-to-head between these two players, and as we said, it's a couple of wins for Tommy Paul. Acapulco back in 2020 was when the Gremlins were still surrounding the Sasha second serve. He dropped in 9 double faults in a 3-4 loss. And then a very tight match in Indian Wells in 2022 that Tommy Paul got the better of Zverev, 7-6 in the final set. 27 degrees, the mercury has dropped a little bit, but it will get past 30 as we go through this particular match, and then it is going to cool off as we get to the back end of this tournament. But it has been a bit of a challenge for certain players. We certainly saw that yesterday with Jannik Sinner. But two of the fittest guys out there hopefully won't have too much of a problem from that perspective.
I think it will be relatively draining, though. You know, on this centre court, on Rod Laver Arena, it's a big stadium. It's open to the elements, but the roof does keep in, I would say, and keep in a bit of the temperature at times. And they'll suffer a little bit today. Not badly, though, I don't believe. It's not going to feel like it's a 38-degree day. It's
1 minute.
But best of 5 in these conditions will get their attention.
Just bottom right there, you can see there Tommy Paul playing a fair bit longer out there. Hopefully, that again, that won't probably be too much of an issue. In fact, he's been managing his time in between matches by not practicing at all. Part of that was because of the shoulder problem he picked up in the opening round, lost to Chris O'Connell. and then has decided as the tournament's gone on that it's been working out for him, so why change a routine that is working?
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will be the best of 5 tiebreak sets. Tommy Paul won the toss and elected to receive.
Well, the win predictor there not taking into consideration anything that Tommy Paul has done against Sasha Zverev previously there. 70% win rate over 5 sets, and the fact that Tommy Paul has never beaten a top 5 player at a Grand Slam, perhaps you can argue that that's not far from the truth.
Yeah, I think you can argue that. Maybe a bit closer together for me. But I think Zverev has to, on paper, start favourite, even though he's 2-0 down against Tommy Paul head-to-head. Look, he's due, Mark. He is due. If he doesn't do it soon, he may never. He's too good a player, in my book, not to win a major. He doesn't remain favourite here for now, but he's one of the few that can win this whole thing, in my mind. He has to start favourite here.
Josh, before we go underway, you there?
Absolutely, boys, and I just checked the temperature just in the officials' room before I walked out. It's 33 degrees, so Fitzy and Mark, I actually disagree. It will come into play. It's so hot out here, it's brutal, and these guys will grind against each other, and it'll be a potentially long match, so I suspect the conditions will come into play. I'm tipping Zverev. I like that he's changed rackets. He's got more power. Smart move. I just think he's going to just have a little bit too much firepower when it matters against the roadrunner Tommy Paul.
Yeah, Josh talking about the fact that during the Asian swing, Sasha changed rackets. He is playing with a racket that, in essence, is a little wider, about 2 millimeters wider the beam, so that's where he's getting the extra pace from.
So not just the beam is slightly thicker, Mark, as you've alluded to, but also the actual composition of the frame is slightly softer. So what they've found in the data when the testing is that they're able to create a little more angle as well, which is, of course, we know he's very linear. He can hit through the court, but also create more angles. So he's getting the best of both worlds, and I just love that he opened his mind to making a change.
Well, he's achieved a lot of things in this sport, hasn't he? Just not the ultimate. And if he is prepared to experiment and attempt to get better, then he's got a better chance. So all power to him.
Forty, 15.
Interesting how often Zverev goes into the Paul body with his second serve at 180 rather than just giving him a little bit of width there. Tommy's backhand is just so secure, uses pace unbelievably well. If you do give him a little bit of width, as he has done on his last couple, it's going to come back just as fast as you sent it to him. His natural habitat is up inside the baseline for that second serve return. That is not something that he needs to make an adjustment for.
Let's Fessel. Yes.
An example of just the extra pace that he's been getting because of the new racket that Josh has been talking about.
And I think he just had to. I mean, you've got Carlos Alcaraz, of course, who are just absolutely smashing the ball. We know that Jannik Sinner, the game's evolving. I really feel in the last 12 months we've seen so much evolution with the power. It's just gone up that next level, and Zverev just felt if he is to win a slam, he just had to make a change.
Again, Zverev.
Nearly tucked it onto the baseline. Sphere, Sasha's girlfriend there, clapping the opening holder serve for the German as he'll take his customary just straight walk round, as all players are supposed to, but very few do.
Well, he gets a couple of bonus points from me for that.
Should be an instant break.
Yeah. Well, love 15 anyway.
Oh, you're getting soft in your old age, Fitzy.
Yeah,
getting soft.
Well, softer.
Yeah,
I think.
Became a grandfather for a second time. You're going to be even more soft by the time I see you in 12 months.
Yeah, no, I'm turning into a total softie now with 2 grandsons. See what a joy that is. I don't know if my daughter Lizzie is watching, but well done. Well done, daughter. You know, it is a bit scary for me from Zverev's point of view to have Tommy Paul returning so far inside that baseline, as you said. He's a big man, big arms, big limbs, obviously, and to recover after the serve takes a tiny bit of time. And that ball is back on him very quickly. That might cause him some problems.
Pop quiz. And because I'm asking you, you're going to know the answer. Who's hit the fastest serve out of these two in this tournament?
Oh, don't tell me it's Tommy. I mean, it's a 2-horse race, so it's some form of trick question. Logic would say Zverev.
Got to back your first answer there, Fitzy. Got to back your first answer. Yeah, it was Tommy. He dropped one in at 2:21. Sasha's fastest is 2:20, but that is, in essence, what makes Tommy Paul such a great player, is the fact that he will toggle his speeds on his serve far more than somebody like Sasha.
Yeah. You don't get the same ball twice, do you? I love his off-speed kicker to the second court as a first serve as well. He uses that consistently. Or I should say consistently as a change-up. Well, you can see the variety already from Tommy Paul. He's clever. And he's giving Zverev a lot of different balls to look at already in this match. So what that does is take away some rhythm from some players. They like the same type of ball a lot. Bit of a missing art form in this modern game sometimes. Variety of shot selection.
Quick nudge down the line. Very quick to redirect. He's talked about it often, has Paul, that Brad Stein on the right of your picture there, Sebastian Kother and his physio on the left, that he wants him to play a bit like Picasso. He doesn't want him to be patterned and too disciplined. He wants that creativity.
Four.
Sharp hold. One apiece.
And for those that
one game on,
struggling to remember Brad Stein, he was the man that guided Jim Courier all those years ago. to 2 Australian Opens.
And he's guided Paul, who is a medium-sized hitter, into the world's top 10, and I think that speaks volumes, not just for their partnership, for Brad Snaus in terms of this game. Look at that. Look at the 9Ks that Zverev has on the forehand and 5 on the backhand. That is what Tommy Paul is going to have to try and use to deflect back up the court, because he doesn't generate necessarily that much pace. And that's what he's done on that return.
Well, 15.
Early days, isn't it? But he's got Zverev a little bit on the back foot.
Ah. 15 on.
Again, how quick he is to try and get out of that pattern. He doesn't want to go backhand to backhand with Sasha. It was interesting how hard he tried to hit his forehand return back on the second point, almost trying to perhaps force Sasha to serve to the backhand. If he can crack a couple of those, it's going to make Zverev think twice about going to the pull forehand, which is the obvious choice.
Certainly not having any trouble so far
14,
picking
15.
Zverev's serve. He's returning it easily so far.
Yeah, he's going after it, isn't he? It's going to be very interesting, that little battle. Plenty of purpose from Paul on the return. Sasha, though, hanging on, 2-1. Josh, you talked about the heat. You know, how many games do you think, even in this early part, do you think if you're 30 love down, the guys are going to really want to invest? I mean, it's a long haul, best of 5.
Yeah, it really is, and of course Sasha going straight to the ice towel as he sits down. It's so warm out here, so I think there's going to have to be a little bit of strategy, and I must say I'm really impressed with Tommy Paul's start. He's come out with great clarity about what he's trying to do. We're seeing that he's trying to keep the point short, get out of those rallies that you're alluding to, Mark, and he just sort of caught Sasha off guard. But the good thing for Sasha is that he hasn't lost serve. It's still on serve early, but I think winning the first set in these conditions really counts for a lot. So I think it'll be a sprint to try and win this first set in these really, really warm conditions.
Time.
Josh, do you think it's not in Zverev's DNA really to take a lot off that second serve or even off the first serve? He
No.
goes for the outright winner. But if Paul is taking his ball inside the baseline and hurting him with a return, if he hits it flat in there, it's coming back even quicker. So maybe he needs to take a bit off and mix it up a bit, a slower kick serve a bit more.
Well, he's very stubborn, we know, Sasha, with his patterns of play and on how he knows how to win. He's right up there with the most stubborn of players. So, and that's what's made him so great. Look, I just think that if he can handle it and get through and keep holding serve, he'll keep backing himself to do that. But yeah, but if Tommy he's seeing it well, isn't he? It's coming out of the middle of the racket. He's standing up to return. He might just need to make a slight adjustment with his speed on serve.
Well, we saw the missed forehand from Tommy Paul, and that's why. Look at this. I mean, he's just come out here and gone absolutely nuclear. You don't really see that too often in terms of somebody's sort of changes, but he's clearly trying to send a message of intent to the German here with that. 141 It's not going to stay there.
30-15.
There's the hammer that he can drop. But he'll sit comfortably around the 185 Ks to 190 on average as the match goes through. One of the other advantages that Zverev has today, of course, is to take that kicker on because he's tall. We talk about it, about being tall being such an advantage, obviously off the serve, but on the return as well. It's going to aid him to be able to drive that return back cross court. Not everybody can.
That's the serve. T30.
Couple of pressure points, both first serves directed, not surprisingly, into the forehand of the German. And both points go Paul's way, 2 apiece.
And as you see, the serve speed on that one, 187 kilometres an hour. So there's a good almost 30 kilometre an hour variation between his top end, and that just doesn't give Zverev any rhythm at all.
His last 14 out of 15 matches has Zverev, including that Paris Masters indoor title at the back end of last year. One loss coming to Taylor Fritz in Turin at the ATP finals. And that was 7-6 in the third.
Gee, that early return is causing havoc.
18-all.
Big man like this doesn't have time to recover. I'm sure he's not used to as many coming back either, let alone that deep and effectively. So this is forcing Zverev to play a game that he's not so au fait with. Shorter points, less rhythm than normal. And he's a man that hits a high percentage of first serves, so you've got to, I think, be conscious of how well Tommy Paul does return. I mean, a lot of these are off first serves.
Well, the acid test is for Sasha as he goes through the back end of a major on that forehand side.
14.
And he did not accelerate on that one like he has been.
Well, he's out of his comfort zone right now, isn't he?
Let the serve.
Saved 18 out of 22 break points.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
that was close.
Well, he had the perfect setup, didn't he? It's a big opportunity missed, though. What a return, again. Looking a bit like Robert Mitchum today, Tommy Paul. Movie star, good looks.
Smart serve. Stays lower with the slice. Rushes into that forehand side.
Yeah, well, that was a big one, wasn't it? Second serve. And that just caught Tommy a little late.
Let the serve.
And he keeps his swings short, I think, on these returns, which is really smart and skillful.
Beautifully done, one of his best forehands in these opening 5 games from the German. And that's 3-2.
Zverev leads by 3 games, 2-2.
Sasha just asking the umpire there for something, not entirely sure what it was. But a nice little save from the German. Only been broken 4 times in the tournament through to this stage. Being told that it's a string change. There obviously must be a couple of Sasha's rackets in at the stringers that I guess he was waiting to see how he felt out here on the court, Josh, and he's just told the umpire to phone through his order.
I could guarantee he'd be wanting him a fraction tighter, just due to how lively the conditions are, how much heat there is in the court, and of course once that gets into the rubberized ball, it's flying out here.
Tommy Paul came down, decided to go down to South Australia, Fitzy's hometown, and picked up a couple of wins before coming up short against Felix Auger-Aliassime in the semi-finals, a match that would have put him firmly into the world's top 10 in the rankings when they came out on Monday, but it was a little delayed, but he's there now. Next week on Monday, Tommy Paul will be the newest member of the top 10.
Well, that has a golden note to it. I think we all, as tennis players, aspire to that top 10 is a real barrier, and it's a rare, well, not rare, but it's not a common thing for players to reach that. It's a real feather in his cap. Congratulations. certainly eluded the three of us, Mark.
15 all.
By some distance for me. 70 spots. Interesting how deep Sasha was willing to play there. Just looking at his numbers on his form, we're talking about how big Tommy Paul's going on that forehand side for Zverev. He's sitting about 9K slower than he has done so far on average. Whether that's because he doesn't feel he's got control of the ball in these lively conditions. We saw him sending an order in for some new rackets with a tighter tension probably, as we see the first serve and volley from Tommy Paul won't be his last, but he hasn't been able to find the purchase on that forehand that he has done in his previous 4 matches.
And to be clear, the tighter strings gives you a little more control. Like if they're a little looser in these conditions, the ball feels a bit, or the strings feel a bit more like a trampoline. They'll fly off the strings more. You lose some control. So the tighter restring should give him a little more control.
Josh, he's creating threat on that forehand side, the American, isn't he?
He is, and that's what's pushing Zverev deep in the court, because he's trying to find time or buy time by standing deeper. However, I feel that's his Achilles heel, Zverev. If he's to win a slam, he needs to get up onto that baseline a lot closer. He needs to hold the baseline. So again, I just think tactically it's clever play from Tommy Paul. He's using all the strengths in his game. And guys, we just you know it, but the difference in playing a night match compared to a day match, the conditions change so dramatically, and that's why it's so hard to win a Grand Slam, because you have to be able to hit through the court at night when it's much slower. Where here it's super lively, and Zverev's played quite a few night matches, so this will feel very different, these types of conditions for him.
I think we saw it with Alex de Minaur 2 matches ago. In his third round, he really struggled for the first set to control the ball in the heat of the day.
Yeah, you're right. I was speaking to his team today, and they were just saying last night against Alex Mickelson, they found it that he was finding it so hard to hit through the court, where Mickelson, given his strength and power and size, could do that. So he'd be much happier playing in the day. Not sure it's going to happen when you're playing world #1 and Jannik Sinner.
No, it makes sense to me that match is tomorrow night. Yeah. But I haven't heard anything. Josh, have you?
No, of course not. But you know, it's all about, you know, television, and for the crowds, it's entertainment business. So you got to play when they schedule you.
Yeah. Well, they're the type of conditions that suit Sinner, because he's got the power.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be able to hit winners or hit through the court. You've got to have enormous power pretty much every part of the court. And again, like, it's not just a game of tennis where you think, oh, it's 7 matches to win a slam. The conditions here at the Australian Open just play havoc with it, good or bad, depending on your style. So you just have to be able to adapt, and you've got to think pretty quickly in a match.
$30-15. $40-15.
That's his first ace.
Okay, it's better. New balls, please.
Make that the quickest serve that he's hit in the tournament from Sasha at 2-2-2, and we're at 4-3. They're just asking where his rackets are. Here comes one now, and obviously a pretty important time for him as we're changing balls, Josh. They're going to get even livelier.
Yeah. And I'm not surprised to see him crack a 222 serve. I think he can serve even bigger than that, we know, but that's just how fast these conditions are. And there's nothing worse, you guys know as tennis players, if your rackets are a fraction too loose and you can't trust your swing, you can't go for the shot, and the ball's flying on you out here. So good move just to already. I like the fact that he had them already waiting in the stringer's office, given that he was anticipating that it might be quick. So covering his bases, there's no doubt about it.
So 222 would be his fastest serve this tournament, by the way. And so that has to do with the conditions. Yeah, speed through the air.
Been lots to enjoy in the opening 7 games between these two, as Sasha has had a racket returned to him and he is just testing it against his hand. We're all assuming that it's a slightly tighter one to give him a little bit more control, particularly as the American has the new balls in his hands. Ball serving at 3-4.
Love. Love. Love.
Aren't matchups in this sport fascinating? They really are. This, like on paper, you look at this, you look at the rankings, results,
4 games all.
careers, you go with Zverev. But there is something about Tommy's game that appears to give him trouble, and so far in this match, it's played out that way.
Tommy also nailing a lot of first serves in, over 71% of his first serves going in. He's won 12 out of 15, and even against the second serve at the moment, Zverev struggling, picking up just a couple against the 6 that the Americans dropped in.
That's the type of rally that Zverev would prefer.
Interesting, it was the type of rally that Paul wanted to play right then, because that hasn't been the way that he's wanted to play. But maybe at 4-all and he's in a rally and there's a bit of pressure on Zverev, but that was a lot further back. Tommy going right back into the shade here for this second serve return.
30 love. Let's verset. Thirty, 15.
He's not getting any free points off his serve, and this time on a second serve, he goes really big. He does that occasionally, but is that a sign that he's a little frustrated here? And it's quite an awkward moment now for Sasha.
To me, guys, he just looks a little tight, doesn't he? He looks a little anxious, uncertain of what he wants to do. He's looking around, he's talking to his team quite frequently. Just, you know, of course, that just shows you how much he cares. He's so desperate to try and win a slam, we know that. But this really is an important first set for Sasha, I think.
Paul desperate to try and steal that point, couldn't. Zverev hangs on, 5-4.
Zverev leads by 5 games, 2-4.
A lot of thought there from Paul in that particular game in terms of how he wanted to suddenly construct the points. We saw him absolutely inside the baseline, trying to return the second serve, went deep, tried to extend the rallies. Didn't quite work out for him. And of course, we do know that when you go deep against the second serve of Zverev, he tends to serve a little slower at times, drops it from the 170s down to the 140s. That didn't happen in the last game, so it'll be interesting to see whether Paul continues to kind of drop deep or whether he goes back to his more sort of aggressive stance. But there was a lot out there, and there has been. Misha, his brother on the right, also part of the coaching team these days. His dad, right front and centre. Jez Green, physical trainer since August once again for a second time last year. Paul certainly giving off a very energetic look to Zverev on this very warm, sweltering day here in Melbourne, making sure the German is well aware that he's feeling good. These conditions are not affecting him at all.
The nuances of mind games. It can be intimidating though in the heat like this when you know you've got 5 sets. If you think too much about 5,
15 love.
It can become a little negative, so you've got to think about the moment.
He's done
a lot right, hasn't he, Tommy Paul, in this first set?
Just picked up his 40th ace of the championships. That's his 41st. And a high percentage of first serves going in, and when you consider that by my calculations he's averaging about 10 kilometers an hour faster on his first serve today than he has been in the tournament, that is what's proving to be a big problem for Zverev down the other end. Quantity and quality coming at the German. I don't know how much you guys have watched Zverev play, but that is a rarity.
Yeah, he didn't even go for that. And I was wondering whether that was heat related or whether he was just saving himself at 40 love down. But yet normally you'd expect him to go after this.
No, I think a lot of players, not necessarily a lot, but there are certain players that it worries them when they're playing in hot conditions because they don't know what their body's going to do. The response could be different, and possibly, you know, Zverev does fit into that category. We know how fit he is and how hard he works, but the heat is what you can't control, but there's no doubt he didn't run. So
worried about maybe cramping late in a five-setter.
Conserving on things that he feels that he shouldn't chase.
Bit dangerous though, isn't it? Start going down that track.
Zverev distracted from somebody in the crowd calling out in the middle of that rally.
To the players, please do not talk during the point. Thank you.
But again, Paul making adjustments, giving Zverev a different look on the return that time, crowding the baseline again.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot, and what a good time to do it.
Long 30.
Zverev trying to create more angle here to get Paul off the court, but it was to no avail. This is too good. And it opens the door. There is a slither of daylight now for Tommy Paul. He's playing well here. I mean, Zverev was gallant there. He defended beautifully on that first big forehand of Tommy Paul's, but he's outplaying him right now. He's showing more variety. He's got some confidence oozing now. What a shot.
Don't throw the word versatility around casually with Paul. Great example of it. Triple break point. Credit to Zverev there, because the quality of the backhand return from the American has got him worried, and he had to change direction.
Thank you.
If that ball lands in, he probably wins the point, because it's so deep. It's gone back so quickly. Zverev on a nice edge here.
Well deserved. Awesome from the American, and he takes the first break in the opening set, 6-5. And if we're being honest, the first acid test of this new racket for Zverev in a big, crucial moment against a quality player, and he didn't pass it.
No, he's not happy. You can see he's gesturing about the racket, waving the tension. He's got the umpire to ask for whether it's the trainer, I'm not sure, but he is so tense and so tight. You wouldn't see this at a regular tournament. That's what Grand Slam tennis does, doesn't it? It brings a different environment, a different emotion for Zverev. He hasn't been able to win one, and he's just showing us that he is incredibly tight out here at the moment.
Well, he hasn't won one, Josh, has he? And you know, I'm sure, I guess none of us will ever know, but the first one must be the hardest to win, and he would have felt years ago that he would have won one by now. So it becomes difficult. The longer it goes, the worse it is.
Bright sunshine, but so much to savor in that last game from this man. What bright, intelligent tennis. Great plan put together alongside Brad Stein in terms of how he wants to play. There is part of this matchup that you do get why it suits Paul, because Sasha is somebody that loves to take his forehand line more often than cross-court, which goes into Tommy's backhand, which means he can make some good work happen from that wing. So Zverev, the onus on him to try and change the patterns up. The American with the opportunity to take a 1-set-to-love lead.
Long, 15.
Too short. I mean, that fade down the line off the backhand slice is fine if it's deep, but that just allowed Zverev to attack, and that opening point miss from Tommy Paul might come back to haunt him. It was an easy forehand approach that he overplayed. Now he faces a love 30 deficit. No such mistake. That's what he was looking for on the opening point of this game.
15-30.
What an important point, Mark. In the context of this match, let alone the set.
30-all.
Great scrambling here from Paul. Kept himself alive.
Well, in many ways, that went against the grain, didn't it? Most would have gone out wide to the forehand side of Zverev. Paul drills one down the tee, picks up his fourth ace and his first set point.
Yes. Advantage, Zverev.
Can Zverev take advantage of these mistakes from the American? Opportune time for the first break point to come for Zverev. And that is the price of not being perfect, particularly against the world number two.
Gee, I can't help thinking it's an easy thing to think about in retrospect, but the opening point there, serving for the set, he had an easy forehand, and it just put him in a negative deficit early in the game. Toss of the coin again.
Given the opportunity to resurrect his challenge in this opening set, Paul is going to have to be at his very best right now. which unfortunately for him, he can't be. Zverev outlasting him.
2-0. Zverev.
It's not the dynamic tennis that we've seen carry Zverev swiftly into the quarterfinals at this year's Australian Open. This is much more the default setting now for the German.
Two, one. Zverev.
Fifth ace halves the lead in this opening set breaker. Well, he has picked up the pace. Not always easy to see it on the TV screen, but it's back up to where it has been in the tournament, around the 127, 128 mark for Sasha. And that one just caught Tommy Paul.
Just at the end, coming down the court from behind Zverev is the wind. It's just picked up a little bit, so he's just getting a little bit of help as well. So certainly this has settled in this last 5 or 10 minutes. He's looking a lot more comfortable.
One, Zverev.
No matter how good your backhand is, it is that shot there that is going to do the majority of the heavy lifting in contests like that. And a couple of loose ones in recent times for the American. And Zverev running away with this breaker, as there's a little bit of doubt, I think, about a net cord.
It might be someone yelling out during the point. Josh, did you hear anything from the stands?
I didn't. He's obviously
What?
just looking at the net, I think. I think you're right. He might have thought it was a net, a let.
You're in charge of the left. How are you going to be in charge of the lets, dude? If you don't hear that one or see that one, you're not going to see any. Dude, get somebody out here to tell us.
The gap widens. Coolly done in the heat of Melbourne by Zverev.
Well, he's mentally become strong, hasn't he, at the end of this set? He's really applied himself. He was a little fragile earlier, but has turned it around when it mattered most.
set, Zverev.
Zverev salvages the opening set. Paul served for it, couldn't convert. The German does, and that is a dagger for the American.
We used to have people in the 70s. I know.
It is wild that Tommy Paul is going back to the 70s, saying in the 70s we used to have somebody sitting there as we roll through the credits in terms of winners to unforced errors. It was a tough set because of the weather, everybody trying to kind of feel themselves out in terms of these conditions, and also just obviously the magnitude of the moment, Fitzy.
Yeah, I think deep down he's probably thinking, well, I had a chance to serve it out. I missed an easy ball on the opening point and sort of gave it away a little bit, but he dropped off a little bit, and Zverev really did gain some momentum, get his mental strength back together, I think, at the end of that set. It was pretty even, could have gone either way. I thought Tommy Paul played a great set in so many respects, but he just wasn't able to get over the line. And he's a very reasonable competitor too, isn't he? He doesn't complain about a lot, Tommy. Alex Zverev, as they changed ends at the end, was apologising about the let court. It's not his to call. It's not his problem. He has to play the ball. Can't stop at midpoint, but he obviously heard the let as well.
Second set.
Somehow Tommy Paul's going to have to regroup here very quickly. Can he do so?
Why do you think they actually don't have let machines anymore? What's the rationale behind that?
Love.
Super start to the second set. Honestly, don't know, Josh.
I'm actually trying to think of a reason why they wouldn't.
Super again. Very promising start. Seems as though he's managed to sit there at the end of the opening set and just get his focus back. This is very promising.
Worked it up. First game, second
Fast
set.
start. Where was that at 6-5? He'll be thinking in the opening set when he had the opportunity, but that is what going deep in majors was all about, trying to navigate the pressure-filled moments that come your way. Zverev has done it more often than Paul, who has, of course, been through to the semis here back in 2023. And decent pace on that. Erases the heartache of the opening set.
Long 15.
Take your hat off to him. He's been very positive, hasn't he? First game and a half of the second set, and he still looks fresh. He's a lithe mover, isn't he?
Be a day for Nacho to be pretty lenient on the shot clock, I would imagine. You could see there, even though that was just one serve, he allowed Sasha to get back to the baseline and then hit the shot clock.
Great smash. Don't underestimate how tough that was. Good high defensive lob. Maybe could have been a fraction deeper, but...
And looking straight into the sun, Fitzy. Brutal. That was great timing for the big man.
I was waiting for one to come off the throat there, but...
Don't judge everyone by your standards, Fitzy.
Well, I do sometimes. Aren't you allowed to do that? We only had squash-sized heads back in those days, Pets, that's why.
Write down all the excuses. I'll read them later over a coffee.
Sound like Byron Black. Giving me a hard time. Well, I've got to say, I do love the play of Tommy Paul using his forehand down the line and coming in. He's got the skills to volley behind it. It gives him more strings in his bow. Especially if Zverev is really deep behind the baseline.
9 points played in this second set. 4 of them have seen Paul appear at the net. Lots of advancing from the American.
Yes.
But a man that makes almost 3/4 of his first serves is going to save a lot of break points because of that. And another one finds its target.
Lätt för serve.
Josh, it must be the speed of foot of
it is
Tommy Paul.
It is. It's a weapon, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't allow Zverev to hit as many winners against him as he would against most opposition.
It's the intimidation factor, because Zverev's so used to getting so many free points, he wants to be able to get up there and swing big, but these balls are coming back that he's not used to, and then it's forcing him to go for even more, which he doesn't want to do. Such a weapon, speed.
Got him. Didn't chase into the space, stayed home, and he slots one past Zverev for a second break.
Or leads by 2 games to love.
That is such an impressive reaction to the loss of the opening set, having served for it. Could have dwelt on it for some time, but he was determined to right a wrong. He's done so.
Love.
And the good news keeps coming for Paul now that he's gained that break. Almost 90% of the time after an early break, he goes on to win the set.
Halt. On. Dirty 15.
He's not losing too many of those points on that play.
Oh, he's just done a great job as well, hasn't he, of shortening the court. Usually 78 feet between the two players, but at the moment, Tommy inside that baseline, and suddenly Zverev had not as much time on the ball, having to be very acutely aware of where his opponent is.
40, 15.
And when you hit the target like that, things get extremely simple.
Let's visit. Let's visit. Game Paul.
Fuller start to the second set for Paul. His girlfriend Paige there, third along. Applauds him. That was a terrific effort from the 27-year-old American. We just talked a little bit about his greater court position. Let's just take a look at what's going on out here at the moment between the two players. Real estate is pretty valuable here in Melbourne, and Zverev has decided to park himself just a little bit deeper, as you can see, 38% of that time behind the 2-meter line. Here, Paul has been shifting gears and getting himself inside that baseline. He's been a little bit more proactive. It will take Fitzy a little bit more out of him because he's got to move his feet a little sharper.
I think you've also got to consider that he's taking the return of serve earlier. And I think that's what's actually doing its fair share of damage against Zverev as well. It's not giving him time to recover after his serve. So he's doing a lot right. I mean, he could be up a set and 3-love, but he's not. But he's certainly in this match, Tommy Paul.
A couple of his 23 career titles came last year for Sasha in Rome, the Masters 1000, and then the back end of the season, the Paris 1000 for Tommy. It was a career year in terms of picking up silverware. 3 tour level titles. He won in Dallas, biggest title of his career, coming up in Queens, and then the second time he's won the title in Sweden in Stockholm. Beat Dimitrov in the final of that. Also a semi-finalist in Indian Wells. Terrific match against Medvedev there, of course, who knocked Zverev out of the semis here last year. With Sasha leading by 2 sets to love. And Tommy on the red clay, loves the clay. And he grew up on the green clay of North Carolina. And he went down in the semis there to Nicolas Jarry. Zverev chasing the score here in the second set. Love 3.
Beauty love.
That's an impressive start to this game. A couple of wonderful points from Zverev.
Love. Zverev. Hold it by 3 games to 1.
First step accomplished by Zverev in this second set to try and get himself back involved. It's not that the top players don't have valleys in matches, they just have fewer and they're less severe.
Beauty love.
Use it sparingly but effectively.
30 love.
Got to say, he looks very relaxed, doesn't he, Tommy? In this scenario, he's been here before a few times, so it's not foreign to him, but he's certainly not overawed by the number 2 player in the world here.
Still been some fluctuating form on that forehand of Zverev's as Paul continues to dominate this second set, 4-1. Perhaps not entirely still happy with the conditions out here, still got a little bit of doubt in his mind. That's another racket that's just been sent back to the stringers by Zverev. Beautiful, the tan. Where you can go and have a little stroll for about 40 minutes to go 1 loop round. Fitzy does at least 4 of those a day, I'm sure. We'll drop over from the Botanical Gardens over the Yarra back into Melbourne Park once again, as you can see all the entertainment that is lined up on the riverbanks. City comes alive at this time of year, and all eyes on the Rod Laver Arena as Zverev trails in this second set.
Let's visit.
Once again, we talk often about the ability of this man to toggle his speeds on serve, but we shouldn't underestimate the incredible ability he has off the wings of forehand and backhand. He has absolutely drilled that second backhand of that rally. And Zverev has to be ultra aware consistently.
$30-15. 40-15.
Almost caught that too far out in front of him.
He almost lost his balance, didn't he?
Yeah, Zverev. Leads by 4 games to 2.
So for you, stealth just to stalk Paul through this second set.
He's played a lot of 5-set matches, hasn't he, Sasha? There's a lot of miles in those legs. He's used to the grind of these big, long, hard-fought battles. Lost a few here at Melbourne Park. Won a few, but lost some big ones. Logic says he's due one day.
Long 15.
What makes you think that, Fitzy?
Well, because he's ranked 2 in the world and he's been in a couple of Grand Slam finals. I think he's too good a player not to win one. That's how I feel. He's not the favourite.
Yeah, but how's he going to do it? He's got to change something. It's not going to happen doing what he's doing.
Well, it nearly has. He's served for
But
a
it
match.
hasn't, Fitzy.
No, it hasn't. But he's close. There's no guarantees, is there? I actually think that, and it seems basic from someone like me,
13.
but I think his net game is not quite good enough, and I think he could, like Tommy Paul is showing what you can do if you're a little bit more competent at the net and you come in, and so you have variety then. You have different ways to, so if he can't beat one of these big names at the top of the game, you know, Djokovic or Sinner or Alcaraz now, by beating them by using his game, then I think he needs to transition a bit more. Maybe that's the way, Josh. I'm not sure.
Do you think he's willing to make that change and try that in the big moments of matches?
Well, I don't know him personally enough, but I would say he's trying to make a change with his racket. He's looking for extra nuances to change, and I can't imagine why he wouldn't if he thought it might help him. It's a tough school, isn't it? Ranked 2 in the world. So there's not many guys in the draw that you think can go the whole way. You have to be a special player to win a major. There's very few that win, and if you look at the list,
he's in there for sure.
Well, I think he's in there.
That very small list. You're right.
Yeah.
And of course, we all want him to win one. We definitely do. He's knocked on the door. He's been so close. So don't think for one second none of us want him to win one. We would love him to win one. It's just how is he going to do that?
13-14.
Well, he was close to getting to the final last year, and I think in the end he lost a grinding match where he played it on his terms, and his game was just pipped at the post in that style of game last year. So if he's got a bit more variety, as Tommy Paul does, doesn't mean Tommy's going to be as good as him day in and day out and beat the players that Zverev can beat, but a bit of variety doesn't hurt. Something to fall back on. I thought that was wide. And for sure the technology will have it touching the line.
No, but this is unbelievable though. That's unbelievable. I'm break.
Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players, please do not shout out during the point. Thank you.
So Josh, was he complaining? I thought he was complaining about the call.
Yeah, he thought that it was out because he heard the crowd call out, and he thought that may have been the umpire making that call. So that was the confusion. So yeah, it's just a little loud down there, some of the patrons. Big game to get out of, though, wouldn't it be? Down 15-40. Tommy Paul, if he can hold serve here.
Well, he did let go with an obscenity there, so it has to be a warning. But you can understand the frustration of someone's yelling out on break point right behind him.
What a big game this has become.
Yes. Let's repeat a point.
A feather has come onto the court.
Honey, it's a feather. There's millions of them on the court. There's one there, there's one there, there's one there.
Yes.
Then if it bothers you, then you're going to claim after the match.
And that's where Nacho's in an absolutely impossible situation there, because he can see it, and if Zverev misses that shot, he's going to be also saying that distracted me. So you've got to feel for the umpire there.
Caught between a rock and a feather.
Yes. It's never a place you want to be.
A rock and a feather.
Advantage ball.
He's talked in the last sort of 12 months about how he's managed to control himself and he doesn't break rackets anymore. That was close.
I think so. At some stage it might go. I'm glad I'm not that frame right now sitting in his hand.
Thank you.
Because it could disintegrate. But he's got to control this, because he's down a break in the second, but he's up a set. You can't lose the mind games and win these big matches usually.
Oh, that must have just kissed the line, but briefly on the way through. Zverev having a look down. Frustrating game for him. And a formidable task in front. 2-5, he trails. Is he going to... yeah. Stay quiet, or is he going to try and get himself in the right frame of mind, which he's going to need to somehow turn this second set around? But it was a big frustration for him, of course, with break points, feathers. But it is one of the awkward things a little bit with the ELC, isn't it? With the if there is somebody that calls out, you tend to get to know the lines people's audio, the umpire's audio, and also you don't get obviously an arm out or a hand from the umpire's chair to check whether a call came, which is obviously what we did used to get with lines people. So that is one of the downsides. There's the offending feather. And there was an awful lot in that game.
He could have done some dusting with that. But I think any noise is a bad noise.
How would you know?
I know.
How would you know about dusting?
Don't worry about that.
Shall we get Jenny on the phone now and see how often that's actually happened?
Don't call her. I'm just take my word for it.
Yeah, I think not.
Gee, it's a tough school here.
Yeah, feathers went out dusting in the 80s as well, so that's how I know you're not quite telling the truth.
I've got Eagle giving it to me from the sideline. I've got Petchy giving it to me out of the tournament box here.
Well, Eagle's where the feather came from.
It was one of mine.
Any noise is a bad noise, though, isn't it? Like if you're about to make contact with the ball, it's not great to have an abrupt, loud noise in your ear.
Judging by his reaction, he felt that forehand. He was on it, and he was very disappointed with the outcome. It's always an interesting game, this. How much is this setting the table for further down the road in the third, fourth set if Tommy does wrap up this second set the way that he's played this game, or how much of this game is about trying not to give his opponent any rhythm as we head towards a crucial ninth game?
I think the bottom line from here is he has to play a good game here, Tommy Paul. He had the opportunity in the first set and he didn't grab it.
He's been the best player for 99% of this match, really, and yet he's not even in a set all. So it's about winning the right moments, the right points, and he needs to win early points on this service game. He didn't do that when he tried to serve for the first, so this is a huge moment here for Tommy Paul, because overall I think he'd really like how he's playing and how the score is progressing.
Interesting first serve out wide. We talk about the variety and the speed, but 155 out wide into that forehand is not going to trouble Zverev. That was a very much start the rally serve from Tommy Paul at a crucial stage of this second set. Is that nerves?
Can you believe it?
You sort of can with Zverev when you've seen his career. The amount of times he's able to kind of chisel into return games at big moments.
14.
He's a difficult man to dislodge from that trench he digs in those moments. A couple of meters behind the baseline with a big wingspan. It's impossible to go through the middle quick enough to tuck him up. And he was going to outlast the American if he could, and he did. And here appears another route back into this second set for the German. Too simplistic to say that Tommy lost it on the first point of the game, but it certainly gave Zverev a boost. And we're back on serve.
World is by 5 games to 4.
Got to give Zverev a lot of credit for his mental application in that little sequence after not breaking at 4-2 to come back out there. Got a little bit of a help. It was a bit of an erratic game from Paul. He never really got involved in the return game, and then it was a slightly subdued start to the next one, and that kind of opened the door. But if you're not in the right place mentally to take advantage of it, it's not going to happen. AO 25 with attendance records tumbling day in, day out.
Time.
Sport that will continuously make you an understudy to perfection, and that has been the case for both of these two players. But this man rises from the changeover with an opportunity to still take a 2-sets-to-love lead against Paul, who's had the opportunity twice now to serve out for the first set and just more recently the second. Somewhat squandered those chances. How costly will it be?
No, 15.
Goodness, I thought for all money that was going long.
15-0.
Whew. Shot there. I didn't know where he was going to go with that forehand. It was so short and low that I didn't think he could hurt Zverev with anything really here. This one here, and he has to look how far forward he has to come, and that control is very impressive. Was forced to go really down the line to the forehand wing.
30 all. لا تتفسر.
Hanging it back a little bit here, Paul. Does he move forward? Does he try and bluff Zverev to some degree that he may jump back?
I guess in the old school DNA, really, that forehand down the line to a right-hander and come in. But on the big points, look how deep Zverev is, and that has to be a good play. If he gets the approach deep, he's favourite to win the point. It took him an overhead and a volley to do it.
What a return off a 212k second serve. Second fastest of the tournament for Zverev, couldn't save him. That does. Quality strike on the two-hander, back to deuce.
Yes. Advantage, Zverev. Yes.
Tommy, you are kidding me.
Advantage, Zverev.
Gee, did everything right.
Last time he missed one of those, he had a Wilson racket in his hand a few years ago. Does not miss those normally.
Thank you.
What a reprieve for Zverev. And he pulls up alongside Tommy Paul, finally.
Tommy might start wondering whether it's not meant to be here. He's had a lot of opportunities. Served for 2 sets now. He's just mishit a few of the returns, hasn't he, in recent times? He was hitting the ball out of the middle so well for the first set and a half on the first and second serves of Zverev, but just mishitting a few now and dropping them short and giving the advantage over to Sasha.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's absolutely vintage, Zverev. That was a great serve from Tommy Paul. Was a little bit quicker, but it was perfectly placed in that first point when he was trying to serve out the set. Zverev with a great lunge out wide. And that's what he does so efficiently, is turn around points like that in his favor when he's returning. Oh, he feathered that.
He did.
15 on.
It's like a bald eagle, wasn't it? Not like Josh Eagle. He's got like a...
I don't know where you're going.
Well, he's got a pelt.
I want to stop you there.
He's got a...
Settle down up there, please.
Good, I'm just going to turn his mic off.
I tried it again, no good. Gee, it's dangerous here. He's getting a little bit loose the way he's playing these points here, Tommy. And at Brad Stein at the after he just failed to break through again in that last, he was showing the tension, Brad. He's normally so cool, just pursing his lips and sort of looking to the sky. He knows how many chances his man's had here.
Yeah, he's rattled. He's rattled that he hasn't put this set away.
Control of his nerves there, though. This is tense here.
Let's go.
Match is really in the balance.
That serve felt so comfortable, and it was at 175. I'll go back to that serve that he hit at 5-3 at 155. It just didn't have enough pace on it to trouble Zverev, and he got off to a bad start in the game. That feels as though it's the perfect delivery. Classy finish to a very complicated situation for Paul. 6-5, second set.
Paul leads by 6 games to 5.
Well, he's done extremely well there. That felt as though it was just slipping through his fingers. And he was confident enough to keep coming in, despite the sort of suboptimal third point of that particular game. It's where he loves to play his tennis. One of those players that is absolutely determined to get up there, knows it's part of his great repertoire, and it is a forte of his. And that finishing forehand volley secures the 11th game of this opening, as the second set, sorry. Tommy, the first to 6 in this second set. Josh, a bit of a connoisseur's match this. You always kind of get it with Paul, but you don't always get it with Zverev because of the way that he plays.
No, you just got to expect the unexpected at times with Zverev, but in these big moments, that's when he tends to step it up, particularly against the lower ranked players or players he should beat, and that's what he has done well so often in his career. He's going to have to play well here, I feel, for the next sort of 5 or 10 minutes, and he would know just how important a 2 sets to love lead would be, particularly on a really hot day here at Melbourne Park. So I think he's going to push very hard over this next sort of 10 minutes to try and get that lead, because if it goes to a set all, then you got to figure it's got 5 sets written all over it.
Drifting love. Dirty love. Dirty love.
Couple of sets that are going to take more than a couple of hours. That is not a problem that you or I have, Fitzy.
Yeah, I'd rather not comment on that. You amuse yourself at times, don't you, Mark?
I threw myself under the bus there. That wasn't just throwing you.
You've got a layer of hair, like that's thick.
Just delayed the inevitable.
6 games old, second set.
I'm not sure what you guys think about it, but I feel Tommy Paul has to win this set if he's to win. Oh yeah, you just have to win this set if he's to stay in the match, surely.
I think so. But you know what? If he wins it, Josh, it probably, the match is poised where it probably should be poised. He'd be unlucky not to have a set on the board. He just hasn't played well enough just at the crucial moments, has he?
Yeah, I just feel he's just got to really keep believing. He's done so much good work. It's just that last little bit of execution and self-belief. It's so hard to get, isn't it? It's so hard to believe in these big moments against the world's #2 on the biggest of stages.
Gee. And you got to believe he needs a good start, and that's not one of them. Got to admire his level-headedness, though.
2-0. Zverev.
Two big ones at the right time.
It's just awesome, isn't it? He's hit that from another city, and yet somehow he's landed it right on Paul's baseline. And the tall man getting down and living with the ball. Paul unable to live with Zverev in this second set breaker so far.
Goodness me.
5-0.
Well, what a frustrating, disappointing 2 hours at the end of 2 hours it is for Tommy Paul if he goes down here. Well, it's a shame, really, to me. I mean, hey, nothing against Sasha. He deserves every bit he's worked for here. But the match has been really even, I think. And just feel like from Tommy Paul's point of view, he's probably in some ways a bit unlucky not to be a set-all. But that's the nature of the beast, of this game of tennis of ours.
Couple of sets where he had soaring dreams of being back in a semi-final of a major once again. Fading hopes, though, as he's about to drop behind by 2 sets to love.
Second set.
7 straight points, brings up 7th heaven for Zverev as he does scramble to a 2 sets to love lead. And that is a gut punch for the American. Get what you deserve in this sport, and unfortunately for him he didn't get what he wanted, which was at least one of those opening 2 sets. Zverev started to chisel into that second set, point 1, and it was a solid second set from Zverev. Once again it was Tommy Paul who was doing a little bit more with the ball, certainly early on when he got himself that break up with a slotted backhand pass, but he'd made some moves into the net, taken Zverev's time away. But he just stayed close enough, the German, in that second set. If there was any brittleness from the American like there was in the opener, he was good enough to take advantage of it. We had Feathergate.
we had Fitzigate.
We avoided Fitzigate, thankfully.
Josh, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Still got another set.
Just mentally, Mark.
Yeah.
Tough, isn't it, for Tommy now?
Yeah, it is, and I like this. This is obviously the innovation that Tennis Australia brought in. You know, there was this whole sort of like awkwardness at the start of the whole coaching experiment, where if there was rain or if there was a player off the court, you still had to sit on your bench, even though coaching was allowed. And it's like, okay, you know, this is great. I mean, the evolution, obviously, for all of us, would be great to get the mics in there and everyone feel comfortable about us being able to hear what they say, although we'd probably all three of us fail here because this is probably a bit of rushing going on between them, so that wouldn't be easy. But it is a nice little sort of cold comfort here for Zverev that he's able to go there and just try and get reconfirmation, reaffirmation that what he's doing out there is the right thing. But it's been nip and tuck.
Look, I was one of the minority, I think, that...
Yeah, you're a traditionalist.
I didn't really want coaching.
So when it comes to your clothing?
Well, why would you take that left-hand turn? Let's get back to the subject at hand. No, the coaching, the coaching for me, you know, took away the one-on-one contested sport to a degree, but I think I was in the minority, and I'm not against the coaching now at all, and I think now that it's in, I think this pod is a good thing.
Yeah, and also, you know, there's this argument that the wealthier players have got the better coaches. I don't know how you feel about this, Josh, but I do feel like that it's a much flatter tour. You know, the majors have come to the party, they've pumped money in galore. There's much more down the pipeline, and just because you've got a high-named coach doesn't necessarily mean they're that much better on all the strategic side of things. Yes, you may be able to afford a data analysis as well, but apart from that, I kind of feel that, you know, it's a pretty fair outcome for everyone.
No, I couldn't agree more. And in those pods, you've got a lot of data analysis anyway that you can decipher. And if you can back yourself as a coach, you'll work your way through those numbers. So, yeah, I agree. I think, you know, the bottom end of the tour, which you mean around the 100, the 150, the cash injection from the tours and from the Grand Slams has been fantastic. So I like the initiative, and I think it's been interesting to see how coaches and the players have really embraced it at this year's Australian Open. The first couple of rounds, maybe 50-50, but now every single coach pretty much you're seeing for every match is sitting down there.
Feels like we've never not had it almost, doesn't it? It's happened so quickly. It seems normal now.
Just want to ask you guys, just before this set starts, is Sasha Zverev the best player not to have won a Grand Slam since the Open era?
Since the Open era?
Yep.
Wow, that's a big shout. I'm going to put Nalbandian in that conversation.
Okay. Well,
Rios.
23 titles, a lot of those Masters 1000s, a gold medalist at the Olympics for Sasha Zverev. 2 Grand Slam finals. Did he have match point against Dominic Thiem, or he was 2 points away, I think, from winning that US Open?
I think he served for the match.
He served, he didn't have championship point.
Yeah. And just lastly, he has played in a very, very tough generation. So I'll be interested in your thoughts.
I mean, he's unfortunately and fortunately part of that conversation, because if you're in that conversation, that means you are one hell of a player, because you don't get to be in that conversation unless you are. So there's a lot of good news that he is part of that group.
I just feel his consistency, you know, he's always up there. Where sometimes Rios would go in and out of matches, and at times, and he's had a long career, Sasha, already. Now Nalbandian, yes, we know he was incredible as well. So it's an interesting debate.
Oh, what a get. A little lucky he wrapped it around the frame, but he deliberately tried to hit that squash forehand because it was the only way he was going to get the ball back. And this becomes a really, because of this complicated spin on the ball, it becomes a difficult ball for Paul to handle.
Once again targeting the forehand where he can, and terrific effort once again, like the second set from Paul after dropping the opener that he probably should have won, that he's come out here, he doesn't have a corrosive attitude. He's not diluting his chances of success here by coming out and being negative. And he's earned his chance to break early.
Let Fessel.
Got it.
Again, Paul. Nibbles, please. First game, third set.
Whatever conversation he had at the end of that second set while Paul was off the court did not come to fruition in the way that he wanted. You could see the frustration. Once again, just staying with that kind of style of play. It is real stadium court style for Zverev in those moments, isn't it? When he's that deep, he's not going to be playing that deep on an outside court. I don't know, you could throw so many names out there. What do you think, just to put a pin in that? Ferrer, does he come into that? Burdick, he's in that particular. Guillermo Correa had championship points, of course, at the French Open in 2004 against Gaston Gaudio. He was 3 in the world.
Yeah, a lot of great names.
Peak. Tom Ocker, that was somebody that Fitzy finished his career with just as Tom was starting.
I said in the open era.
You should do stand-up. You really should.
15 off.
Well, that was in the open era. It was the 68, the last US Open. He lost to Arthur Ashe in 5. Yeah, and that was just the time Fitzy was finishing up.
Was retiring.
That's harsh. If Tommy Ocker's listening, g'day, mate.
15 on.
What a doubles player he was.
Oh. Yeah, 35, wasn't it? 35 singles titles as well.
I think he won 70 odd off the top of my head. 75 doubles titles.
Yeah.
What a player. The Flying Dutchman. I think Josh is onto something, as much as it pains me to admit it. I think he's got to be well and truly in the mix, if not off the top of our heads, right at the top of that pyramid. But to his credit, I've heard him say, how can you deserve to be ranked number 1 in the world if you haven't won a major?
I don't think too many people are going to disagree with that. That is a nice 4 out of 5 on the serve and volley department for Paul.
Rios didn't win a major and he was number 1. lost in the final here. Peter Korda.
40-30.
Would you rather win a major or be ranked #1 if you could only have one? Josh?
Win a major for sure.
Yep.
It has to be. That's a stupid question, Fitzy.
He's got a few more of those coming.
It's starting to get personal. You might put in a complaint, I think.
Well, the foundations around that forehand that we've been eulogizing about this tournament just fragmenting a little bit here for Zverev at the start of the third, when you feel as though he would be putting his foot down and have the confidence to get after it. It's been completely the opposite. And despite his well-known losses from 2 sets to love up, he is obviously somebody that tends to finish off opponents when he finds himself in this stage. 66 match wins for him, just the 3 losses. The big one against Thiem in the final of the US Open. Here last year to Medvedev when he led by 2 sets to love. Sets 3 and 4, of course, went to the breaker but never got to match point.
He does return a lot of balls, doesn't he? That was a heck of a get on that first serve.
15 love.
He must read the ball really well, or particularly on Zverev's serve, because there's a lot of players that wouldn't have got that first serve back.
And Fritz the other, let's come back from 2 sets to love down against Zverev, that time at Wimbledon last year.
Lätt för serve.
I find his touch and feel a bit of an enigma, Zverev. Sometimes he can do that, and that's pretty special. But then I'll see him come in and volley sometimes, and he'll be really bricky. So if he could get the consistency of the feel when he moves forward, it would add to his game. More feathers.
It's 1 and 2 on that particular play. We saw a beautiful one earlier in the match where he sort of knocked it just inside the service line and then sort of skipped through. He actually uses that shot a lot against Medvedev, does Paul. Not so often against somebody like Zverev because he's got the heavy spin rate that can get it up and down. Oh, he snapped that off.
40-15.
Josh was Zverev just asked about the lights there.
14.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's high in the stadium. I don't think they're on. I just can't quite
No, they don't
see
look
it.
on to me. No,
I think he's just spotted a single light somewhere in the stadium about 300 metres away.
Yeah, Zverev.
I think it's the light bulb gone off in Fitzy's head for his next question. A
Well,
game on the
it's by 2
board
games
for
to 1.
Zverev at the start of the third, 2-1 to Paul. And that's what he does so well, isn't it? He kind of just rolls through a service game. He may have started a bit sluggishly.
Yeah, point for him. Point four. No, not more. It's just point four. Yeah.
It's great to get a little look for the proximity from Melbourne Town Centre out to where we are, Melbourne Park. Railway station that just backs onto Melbourne Park. MCG on the left. That was pretty interesting, Josh. I know you love your stringing. I think Sasha, if I was right, was saying that he wanted his string tension at something 0.4.
Well, that's extraordinary. I didn't quite hear that, but yeah. He's also experimenting with just as in the mains you start a little looser and you tighten as you go wider in the mains as well. So looser in the mains, and then as each 2 or 4 as you go out, you get a little tighter, because that's where you play off the main strings that go up and down the racket. So yeah, he's obviously he's done a lot of work in the off season to try and get this racket feel 100%.
He went to the headquarters, didn't he, to go and kind of get very down in the reeds.
Yeah, in fact, it was in the last week of the season in Asia where he called up and said, look, I've just got to make change. So he just jumped all over the opportunity, literally flew in overnight from Asia and went straight to work the next day.
Must have been that loss to David Goffin in straight sets in Shanghai that sent him on his way there. Dimitrov is another one that I know
13,
strings
15.
by decimal points. It's extraordinary.
How do you have that much feel?
Yeah, can't say I've ever heard that. That's new.
Both mains and crosses for Grigor in the decimal points.
And I guess it's such a personal thing, and you must remember that a lot of these players do have their own personalised stringer. Each tournament provides stringing service for the players, but a lot of the players, particularly the top players, are actually travelling with their own individual stringer. I mean, that individual stringer may service 4 or 5 players where it's fully customised, and that's from the grip to the weight to the balance, swing weight. And yeah, it's a big business. It's a lot of science to it.
That was some electrifying attack from the American. That wasn't a bad ball through the middle of the court from Zverev, but Paul saw an opportunity that not many would have done.
It's by 3 games to 1.
Pretty impressive control here too. Excellent approach, but this became awkward. It's floating. Had to control the racket face just at the right angle here. Make contact just when the angle of the racket was facing in the right direction. He got a bit of air time too.
That is great camera work.
Air Paul.
Really nice visual. That is a sumptuous backhand from down low. I don't know how he got so much pace on that.
Sumptuous.
Again, that's what I say, he tracks you all the way through the set, even though he's behind. Just never lets you get that far away. His record last year where he sort of lost an easy set like 6-1 just 3 times.
(14-15).
Good peripheral vision. Good little panoramic view of the court there from Zverev as Paul tried to close the gap down and the space. The German sends it into the gap, and the gap gets reduced to 1 again. This set's starting to feel like it's got the same DNA as the others. Paul playing better, gaining an advantage.
Yeah.
Just hasn't been able to put them away. But
it does a bit.
We'll be hoping for a different outcome. And once again, very credible effort from the 27-year-old American that he has managed to put what would have been deep disappointment behind him, particularly second time around, and jump out to a nice quick lead.
Sometimes, though, if you're down 2 sets and you can win a close one in the third, the fourth might be quick. Happens in invariably, and then you're 2 sets all with some momentum.
Paul fighting for his life inside the Rod Laver Arena. Just once in his career as he managed to come back from a couple of sets down. It's been a situation that he has found himself in 12 times previously, and it was Roman Safulin at the US Open back in 2023. Safulin 60 in the world, slightly different proposition today.
Love. On.
It's a different sort of forehand, isn't it? Looks so good at times, but it's a bit of a strange technique, and he does spray a few.
Thirty, 15.
Like a chess match, as the longer it goes on, the less your sort of moves are going to surprise your opponent. Zverev saw him coming, just couldn't land the backhand down the line. Never gets over-invested in a strategy. Always changing.
2-2.
Always rolling through the options available to him is Paul.
Back to the first set.
15.
Well, sometimes it takes, a lot of the time, it takes something very special to get the back end of a major. Is this the day for Tommy Paul? Coming back from 2 sets to love is no mean feat, is it? And to happen in a big moment, it's even more special. They're the memorable days of these careers.
Sergio.
He's still moving well, isn't he? Quick as a flash.
And he's had a great attitude, even though he's lost the 2 sets in the way that he's done that. I'm just really impressed with the attitude. There's been no obvious sign of frustration or racket throwing or carrying on. He's just sort of kept that great demeanor all throughout.
Lethal, deadly. That was a clean kill off the return there from Paul, and surely he's put this third set to bed with that 5-2. Just saying about chess matches, and you don't have as many moves left. He was sitting on that return, Josh, wasn't he? He knew it was coming.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Fitzy, and I don't like to agree with him too often, but he might be just right that he's reading the ball.
He's a bit sore at the moment, so you should actually do a little bit of softening up.
Okay. But he's reading the ball toss, I believe, of Sasha Zverev, or certainly his patterns and where and how he's hitting them. So he was sitting on that, really absolutely waiting on it. And this match deserves to go into a fourth set. I just feel like he's played well enough, absolutely played well enough, Tommy Paul, and he's not going down without a fight, and that's what I'm really happy to see here.
And sometimes, Josh, you do see are they the culprits for the feathers we just saw? Sometimes you see a player come back from 2 sets to love it, and it ends up being a memorable moment in their career.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's got to happen at some stage. If you're going to get to the back end of these majors, you need to be able to fight back from situations like this. It doesn't happen a lot in players' careers, but it happens, and sometimes it's something that really distinguishes moments in their career.
A couple of luminous bits of skill in that last returning game from Paul has put him in this very commanding position at 5-2. You need a tolerance for suffering, particularly against Zverev. And he's shown that he's got an abundance of that. Shot of the day. Kekiner, former player, head of US men's performance at the moment in the front row. And he had a front row seat for this. Look at this. Paul darts to his right, and absolute scorcher. Fans thought he'd missed an open goal. What a miracle of a performance Paul has put on in the last 10 minutes or so. that infuses him with belief that he could still turn this around. The American takes it 6-2.
Zverev leads by 2 sets to 1.
That was a really important 10 minutes, I felt, as well, because not only does he get a set in the bag that he should have had already, he actually played a sort of style that it felt as though Zverev couldn't even stay with.
Well, he certainly deserved a set at the very least here, and now he'll have some momentum, you would think, going into the fourth. So,
I mean, what's the total points won each? It's got to be. He's got to.
Well, I know after the end of the second set, Josh, apart from the 15-1 points won in the breakers, it was dead even, 70-70.
Right. Yeah. So it's 98 Paul, 101 Zverev.
Okay.
Little compilation from the third set, and that was beautiful, wasn't it? We see him come in and just knife that one away. Back to the boutique collection that he's just delivered, and the Stars and Stripes fly high in Melbourne for the time being. Out of the shadow of Zverev, Paul pulls one set back. Fitzy, we're fortunate enough to have Brad working for us here on the World Feed. Not just an awesome coach, of course, one of the best out there, but also a fabulous commentator. We obviously know because of that, there he is on the right of the picture there, that Tommy has been putting in the hard yards back in South Florida. We know that he is been working extremely hard. Of course, that whole narrative about him as a teenager and being a little wayward, well, who wasn't? But his has obviously been well documented because he's lived his life in the public eye. But these days, he is one of the fittest players out there. It is extremely hot. It is going to be a long journey from here, but I do believe he's got it in the legs to be able to get there.
He looks fresh in mind and body, doesn't he?
Which is so important, isn't it? That physical capability allows you to have that mental clarity in those big moments, is not to stress, not to go for shots that aren't even on. And Josh, you've been sitting there now, is it stayed as hot, or do you feel as though it's got a little warmer?
No, I got to say, I just checked the temperature. The good news is it's cooled down. It's just 1 degree. It's now 32 degrees, but it is brutal out here, and yeah, very, very warm conditions. So I'm sure Tommy Paul enjoying a little bit of the shade. The key is just to get out of the sun, isn't it? When you're playing and you're in that direct sun the whole time, this court absorbs so much heat, and of course with a 15,000 capacity stadium wrapped around it, it probably feels close to high 30s. But Sasha making his way back on court here. There's always been a little bit of a question mark, I feel, sometimes with Sasha over 5-set tennis. Maybe a little harsh. In fact, the talk that he's a diabetic as well, whether that has ever impacted on him physically. But he's in a dogfight at the moment, the German, and he needs to come out of the gates really quick with good body language, a lot of energy, and try and respond, because Tommy Paul was brilliant right at the end of that third set.
Four sets. Zverev to serve.
Still smiling, still striving. Will he be successful? something a little unexpected there from the American, and it was a joy to watch. I mean, one of the big issues here for Paul is that he's just got no room for error. He has to land everything virtually perfectly for about a couple of hours. It's not easy to do.
He doesn't have to play any better than he's already played, though, really, does he? It would help, but his level's good enough. I mean, a few points here and there. You know, there was 3 points different in those first 3 sets. So as long as he doesn't drop off, I think. And Zverev's got to be careful. If he drops off a bit, he can lose this now.
Ortila. Orti, 15. Game Zverev.
Strong serving, strong start for Zverev at the beginning of the fourth.
First game, fourth set.
How many games on the wall?
Again, Zverev with the quick change around, waiting for his opponent to grab the balls and set himself up for this second game of this fourth set. A much more accomplished opening hold here for Zverev compared to sets 2 and 3.
Oh, 15.
Plenty of substance to that rally from Zverev.
15-all.
He has tended to get home and dry, as we said. Hasn't quite got the box set yet because he hasn't lost from 2 sets to love up at Roland Garros. But as much as it's an advantage for the top-ranked players to play on these major courts, and the other players have to kind of gain their entrance to come and meet them here, there's also some downside, isn't there, for guys like Zverev who have lost on this court from 2 sets to love up. Semi-finals here last year to Medvedev, little scar tissue.
Well, that is sometimes they're your best memories and your worst memories all mixed into one, aren't they? But you'd much rather have the experience of playing out here, I think, time and time again, even if you've lost some heartbreakers, and he has. He's won some big matches here too. In this instance, Tommy's played here a bit, but just not the same number of matches or hours.
Yeah.
Trouble now.
You saw it from the first point, didn't you? He dug in, he played one of his kind of traditional style rallies, got himself ahead.
Yeah, right from the start of the set, he just sort of came out with purpose and meaning, and he's carried it through, and this is really danger time for Tommy Paul. He needs to find a first serve. I suspect he might go wide.
He went wide, all right, Josh.
I told you he'd go wide.
New balls, please.
Bit of a loose game, wasn't it? Unfortunately for Tommy.
But that is what Zverev is so good at, and that is the advantage, of course, of being 2 sets to love up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you can't
make a mistake if you're 2 sets to love down. Sorry, mate.
No. And then also,
45 minutes to string one.
he can have that kind of period, which he just did, where Tommy played great, but he didn't have to stress. He could kind of take his foot off. He could give himself a little bit of a mental holiday in the middle of the match and come out there at the start of the 4th and just make a big impact.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. I mean, you're not under as much consistent stress. 2 sets to love down's the great Neil Fraser used to say. We're celebrating him here tomorrow night, by the way, the Hall of Fame night here on centre court. But he used to say 2 sets to love down, or if you're 2 sets to love up, it's a long way back for that other guy. Even if he wins those next 2 sets, to keep that level up for 3 straight sets, very difficult.
$15.
Then just went back the point, won the backing of the crowd.
15-all.
He's in good shape. That's a big physical effort to cover that much court in this heat. Can it lift him?
$15.30.
backhand. He has absolutely flushed that, and that was a real opportunity. Paul mistimed the approach shot. Zverev didn't. You were saying, Josh, he does seem to be getting a decent read on it. He moved before it came.
Yeah, I think the great returners, of course, that the first thing they're looking for is the ball toss, just the subtleties of if it's going left or right and picking up their serving pattern. So I think he's got a really good read. Plus, I'm sure he's done his homework on where he serves on the big points as well.
Looking for that shot right at the start of the match, wasn't it? There was so much intent from Paul.
Isn't it impressive, though? Like, that's a big serve. What is it, 205, and he's almost got the racket back as the ball's coming, and so clean. So he really does have a very good read on the returns. There's no doubt about it.
Short swings, too. Helps, doesn't it, with serve this big?
Advantage Zverev.
Fabulous +1. Had to organise his feet so quickly.
Zverev leads by 3 games to love.
And Paul can't recapture the break quickly enough. 3-love. That's not often you see Zverev just sitting at sort of 5 aces after 4 sets. Just looking back at some of his some matches on a hard court in a best-of-5. Murray kept him to that number, but that was all the way back down in 2016. Alcaraz most recently at the US Open in 3 sets managed to keep the German to just 6. But, you know, this is a low total, a low tally for Zverev. Slow glide in from the MCG to this wonderful sporting precinct. Might be a fairly quick sprint to the finishing line here for Zverev. Dicey moments here for Paul as he steps up to serve. Zverev will be hunting down a second break to put this match well beyond the reach of the American. Has had a win over world #1. That was Alcaraz in Canada back in 2023. Paul, he also beat world #2. That was Nadal in the Paris indoors in 2022. Just looking at his best result ranking-wise against somebody over the best of 5, not when it's gone to 5, but just a potential best of 5 match, and that's Dimitrov at the Australian Open back in 2020, who was ranked 20 in the world. He got through that in an epic 7-6 in the final set. Huge leap to beat somebody who is world number 2 over this format.
Well, best of 5 is exponentially so much harder. It's a serious, real win if you beat these guys at a major, which is always best of 5 sets. You can shock them in best of 3.
Found the GPS on that backhand pass.
He hasn't used the drop shot much, has he? That's maybe one other way, but I like the approach down there. He was made to play a tough volley there, though, and he's in a bit of dangerous territory now. Brad Stein offering his pearls of wisdom from about 5 meters away. He's up the ante, hasn't he? Well, the match is right in the balance now for Tommy Paul.
15-14.
Zverev, one of the best out there on tour, holding on to his breaks. If he gets a second one here, almost an impossible task for Paul.
Zverev.
And his hopes evaporate in the Melbourne sun.
Zverev leads by 4 games to love.
And he knew the opening couple of sets were going to be expensive. Couldn't serve out either of them.
Thank you.
And despite maintaining an excellent attitude, he cannot maintain touch with Zverev.
love. Love.
And the problems mount as he uses his feet well to give himself the space. And he has the luxury of the lead to hit shots like that now.
Love.
Marcelo Melo on the left, good friend of Sasha Zverev.
Oh. 14-15. Zverev.
5-love. Zverev loves it. Just a matter of time now before he's back in the semi-finals once again in Melbourne.
Zverev leads by 5 games to love.
Now thanks to Josh Eagle, who I know has to make his way somewhere else for the last 3 hours of insights from him. Wonderful to have him along, but the next 5 or 10 minutes probably will see this man exit the Australian Open at the quarter-final stage this time around.
I think so. It's been a great fight from Tommy, and you know what? It could have easily been. Sport is full of could-haves, would-haves, should-haves, but hasn't. But it could have been a set-all very easily, and things may have been different because he's been competitive for a long period of time today.
Warm day down there on the rectangle, and it could have been so different for Paul, who played so wonderfully well in the opening couple of sets, bar the 2 tiebreakers. But the margins in tennis are vanishingly small at times.
Enough.
Goes to show, doesn't it, that pace doesn't necessarily always get you the result that you want. Everyone talks about it and gets seduced by it, but Tommy serving the fastest that he has done consistently in this particular set, 200 Ks on average. The others have been around 188, yet to hold his serve.
Thirty, 15. There's your.
Drop the guardrails, nowhere else to go for Paul as he tries to rip through the defences of this man.
I think Sasha thought that ball was going out. He stopped.
40-30.
He was there. I think if he kept accelerating here, he would have had a regular backhand pass. May not have been that easy, but he just stopped before he gets into the picture. I think he thought the ball was going over the sideline, surely.
Yes. Advantage Paul. Yes. Advantage Paul.
First ace of the set, 9th overall.
Well, he's certainly showing his prowess, isn't he, from both wings here, Zverev. Still not convinced fully with the volley, though. I mean, he hit it in the open court. The technique was okay. But you've got to be able to put it away from there, I think. He gave his opponent a running chance at a forehand. Back to deuce. He's still only 2 points away, Zverev.
Well, he caught him unawares a few times in the match, but not now. Zverev knew it was coming. Razor sharp. And of course, last year, Tommy Paul did lose a 5th set 6-love against Kecmanovic, having had a couple of match points in the round of 32. In danger of leaving Melbourne again with a 6-love set. What a shot.
Well, everyone in the stadium thought it was over there, I think.
Yes.
A nothing shot here from Tommy. He invites his opponent in, and this looked like it was over.
Thank you. Thank you.
Got to be able to put those volleys away, Mark.
Correct.
advantage, Paul.
So his body language here, Tommy, is of one that he feels it's already gone, and he's almost experimenting a little bit at the end here. He'd fire up again if he was able to break next game, but at the moment he's just quite casual. Stranger things have happened.
Zverev leads by 5 games to 1.
This would be one of the strangest, though. Yes, he had match points last year, and karma does turn up. But surely not from this situation. Great stab save from Paul on the match point down.
Love.
Yeah, it just hasn't been as reliable as he's needed it to be, that forehand. As you said, Fitzy, he's fired up. Not going down without a fight.
15-all. -15.
Definitely came out here with a good plan, and for large portions of it executed it to perfection. See how quickly he gets Zverev away from the sort of dangerous territory where he can actually produce something 2-3 meters behind the baseline off that return. There's just been too many of those unforced errors littered in with all the great tennis that he's played, and it's been so costly for him.
Thank you. Thank you.
The crescendo of noise tells you we're at match point again.
There's the volley. So Josh is gone now, but that's where I think he can improve his game.
Yes.
I mean, he's got long limbs, so his racket head is so far away from his eyes a lot of the time, and I think he's got to compact that, get the racket face. I mean, you're a good volley. You know the technique, Mark. You have to get the racket face in a little closer.
Thank you.
I think then he'd be a more consistent volley. He could come in more often, and he's got more weapons. I mean, he's a heck of a player, isn't he? Number 2 in the world. But if he's going to win a major, maybe that's. And he may not hold this serve yet.
Fitzy highlighted earlier, hasn't used many drop shots. Tommy Paul doesn't necessarily have the easiest looking forehand drop shot, but he does have some subtlety off that backhand side. And he unlocks something here at the back end of this 4th set.
Yes.
Good pressure.
Well, the longer someone hangs around.
Advantage Paul.
The more chance he has.
Thank you.
Goodness, only just.
Yes.
That would have been a heck of a return off that first serve.
Advantage Zverev.
Somewhat in keeping with the story of this match, this missed forehand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Game 7 match. Header. 2 sets to 1. 7-6, 7-6, 2-6, 6-1.
Seventh ace puts Zverev back in the semi-finals of the Australian Open for a third time. Is this the year that Zverev goes one, possibly two better to win his maiden major? Hard fought, but he doesn't mind a long extended battle, Sasha Zverev. He would have expected it, a man that he'd never been before in 2 previous meetings. He's relieved, he's exhausted, but he's in the semis.
Yeah, and he deserves it. You win those 2 clutch first sets, you play better at the right time. There wasn't much in it. In fact, 3 points in the first 2 sets, the difference. Sorry, in the first 3 sets, the difference. So, could have been a set all for Tommy, and then things might have been different, but not today.
Successful trip down under for Tommy Paul. Semi-finals in Adelaide, came in here with a new career high ranking. On Monday, he will be the newest member of the top 10. Moves into an elite group, and he moves off to go back to the US. More tournaments on the way, but for this man, he has extended his stay in Melbourne once again. Losses to Dominic Thiem and to Daniil Medvedev in the semi-finals before. But it does seem as though it is a much more improved Zverev as he takes his place in the last 4. th match win in Australia. And his 9th semi-final at a major. Terrific battle last year in the Roland Garros final with Alcaraz going to 5. Of course, the other one at the US Open with Dominic Thiem. First man through to the semis this year. He's with Jim Courier.
Sasha, it's not been easy for you to play Tommy. You'd played twice before. He'd gotten you both times, but this one, just kind of like at the end of the match, it was difficult to win, but you got it done. What was the difference today? How'd you get the win today?
I actually don't know myself, to be honest. To be honest, I should have been down 2 sets to love. You know, he served in both of those sets. He played better than me. I was not playing great, and I thought he was. So I somehow won the first set, somehow won the second set, and I'm up 2 sets to love all of a sudden, and I need only 1 more set. So, and the 4th set was definitely the best that I've played. And yeah, I'm obviously extremely happy to be back in the semifinals now.
It's been warm. It's been warm, and you're playing the day match today. How different were these conditions to the other matches that you've been playing here in Melbourne?
I absolutely love playing night matches here. I really, I really do, because I don't know why. I just feel the ball so well on my racket, and during the day I kind of struggle a little bit more. You know, but I'm in the semi-finals somehow, and I'm happy about that. Of course, I totally understand that, you know, Novak against Carlos is the highlight match. It's probably the highlight match of the whole tournament. So, you know, I tried to request a night match, but I was denied very, very quickly.
Well, that's the bad news, but you did get the win today. So you now have won in the day. So that's got to feel pretty good. And you've been playing well. You've only dropped 2 sets en route to the semifinals in the beginning of the year. How do you rate your level so far?
Yeah, very good. You know, I was very uncertain coming into this tournament. Had a little bit of an arm injury and had to pull out of the United Cup, so didn't have the preparation that I really wanted. you know, but I played well in the first 2 matches, and that gave me a lot of confidence for the tough battles like today and 2 days ago. And you know, I'm looking forward to hopefully 2 more matches to play for me.
You got at least 1 more. You know this place in the player area, there's cameras everywhere. You know that, right? You're aware of that? Yeah?
I am now. I am now, yeah.
You know where I'm going with this. Look, we've been watching you. That's what I'm telling you. We've been watching you and your partner, Sophia. You guys, you got something cool going on, and I'm going to put it on the screen and embarrass you. You got to walk me through what you guys are doing here. What's this secret handshake all about?
Oh my God, I mean, what are you doing to me? I've just played for 4 hours now. Yeah, I mean, we've been together for 3.5 years now. Look, man, you gotta understand, we're German. This is like the coolest version of German you can be. So, like, this is like the top of German coolness. Like, it doesn't go any further than that. So, we did it. We did well.
All right, I've been married for 14 years. My wife and I don't have a handshake. We got to get going, I guess. Speaking of getting going, we're going to have to get going because the night session will get started before too long, and you're going to be probably watching the match that you're going to play the winner of, and that's Carlos and Novak. That's tonight. So I just want to get your take on that match and what you think might transpire.
Yeah, absolutely boring matchup. No reason of staying here after you just witnessed Zverev Paul. I mean, come on, what are you? No, I mean, 2 of the best players that probably ever touched a tennis racket. Novak is the greatest of all time right now. Carlos is going to be one of them when he hangs it up. So it's a clash of generations. They have played Grand Slam finals before. They had played the Olympic finals last year. So it's a privilege to witness it here in Australia. So please, guys, do enjoy it. And I think it's going to be a great match.
And one of them's going to face you in your 3rd time in the semifinals of the Australian Open. Congratulations to Sasha Zverev.
I mean, we had a lot there. That was a lot to unpack from one of Jim's great interviews, isn't it? I mean, we had the ultimate coolness of being a German, and we had a bit of German comedy. That was good from Sasha.
A bit of stand-up.
Exactly, you don't often get that. But
he's got a lot to stand up. He's 6'6".
But he absolutely nailed it with obviously what's coming up tonight. There is going to be some awesome tennis. Sabalenka, Pavlyuchenkova first, and of course it is Novak up against Carlos as we run you through the final credits of that particular tennis movie that we just watched. Tommy Paul, to be honest, Fitzy for most of it was the leading man.
Well, I thought, in retrospect, deserved to win one of those first 2 sets. I mean, he served for both of them, Mark. So, you know, you'd expect normally that he'd at least put one of those in the bank. And if he had, it might have been a different story because he was fit and agile still at the end. And if it had gone to 5, he might have finished the strongest. But it didn't happen. It's the way it is.
Yeah. Statistics are for accountants at the time, aren't they? He had more break points, but against Zverev you actually may get a lot of break points, but he's going to save a lot of them with those big serves, as you saw him. First man through to the semi-finals. We've got a lot to savour coming up. The German gets it done in a hard-fought 4-set win.
Here's your boys. Germany!
Esna Boyd is a champion from the very beginnings of women's tennis in Australia. She played
is one of the greatest honours that can be bestowed on an athlete. Membership is limited exclusively to the top echelon of Australian tennis players and those who have championed the game both on and off the court. This year's inductee began her tennis journey when women's competitive tennis was just beginning in Australia. She reached 7 consecutive women's singles finals at the Australian Championships from 1922 through 1928 and was the winner of the final in 1927. Esna Boyd reached a world ranking of number 10 in 1928. And here is some more of Esna's story.
Esna Boyd is a champion from the very beginnings of women's tennis in Australia. She played in the very first final of the Australasian Championships in 1922. She went on to win 8 Australian titles, and she also had victories in New South Wales, South Australia, and in her native Victoria. When it was decided that Esna Boyd would be inducted into the Australian Tennis Hall of Fame, we went on a search to try and find her descendants. And through the wonders of the internet and family trees, we managed to track down some of her descendants in Scotland.
I may have done this before. And shall we?
Everyone was delighted and surprised. Quite surprised, because never thought of anything like that happening. And then when you found us all in Scotland, that was amazing. And here we all are.
It's a great champion. It really is. After you contacted us, we've been through everything and going back over all the old photos and everything else, it's been quite extraordinary.
Look at this. This is Wimbledon 1948.
We knew that grandmother was, you know, a international star, but we had no idea she was held in the regard that clearly she is now.
This is what you get when you're runner-up Australian champion in 1924.
I think she definitely had a strength. I mean, you must have had to be quite somebody to achieve all that in tennis and then to decide to marry a Scotsman, leave your family, leave all that.
Esna Boyd deserves to join the immortals of Australian tennis because she was part of a group of charismatic and prominent women in the 1920s who really laid the foundation for the modern game that we know today.
They were very pioneering, trailblazing women, and I feel incredibly proud of that.
We've always known and cherished her memory, and so now her fame and her achievements have really exploded, and it's really exciting and just a great privilege for 3 of the family to be able to be there and to be part of it.
Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena Esna Boyd's 3 granddaughters, Vicky Weenand, Jane Esna Richardson and Katie Nicol, who will unveil the bronze bust. The bronze bust will, of course, take its place alongside the other Australian Hall of Fame inductees in Garden Square here at Melbourne Park. And everyone at Tennis Australia congratulates Esna's family on the induction to the Australian Tennis Hall of Fame.
done well.
Palabinosa goes through to the Australian Open quarter-final for the first time.
Coco Gauff gets the win.
Gauff moves into quarterfinals.
A lovely way to clinch an Australian Open quarter-final place for Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. Absolutely dominant performance from Sabalenka.
The defending champion simply a class apart.
It's women's singles quarterfinal. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. And their opponent, reigning Australian Open champion, Aryna Sabalenka.
Good evening and welcome to the Rod Laver Arena once again on what is a night that so many are looking forward to here, because not only do we have, of course, the defending champion on the ladies' side, but to follow that will be the much hyped contest between Carlos Alcaraz and Novak Djokovic. Quite the ticket to have. Nick Lester is my name. Andrea Petkovic is alongside me. Petko, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I found my voice again, finally.
Where was it?
It was in a closet on the very bottom.
Okay.
And I'm very excited for this match. I think it will be huge. First strike tennis of two of the cleanest hitters out on the WTA Tour. So this is an exciting moment for me. I have played both, unfortunately.
Yes.
But we will get into it.
Yes, we have Nicole Pratt courtside as well. We'll bring Nicole in a moment.
Anastasia, this is Zuri. She's helping us. Ladies, just a couple of reminders before we start. For the towel bins, the blue color is for you, please, and the red color is for you. Please remember, we have VR on court. If you want to challenge a double bounce, a touch, or a hindrance, let me know. And after the coin toss, can we please take a photo in the other direction? Any questions? Questions? No? Aryna, Zuri would like to ask you. AO it is? John. Chrissy? You stay? Okay, and Zuri, the photo the other way. Serve on that side.
Yeah, it's a warm evening off the back of what has been another warm day here in Melbourne. And the fans beginning to make their way in for this much hyped night session. Consistent performer Aryna Sabalenka has been at the majors over the last 2 to 3 years, but I guess in many ways you could say a similar sort of thing about Pavlyuchenkova, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's actually absolutely true. She has been a force on the WTA Tour for so many years, actually starting from when she was a junior, 15 years old, already shot on the scene, and she never really wavered until some injury slowed her path down. But she's in the quarterfinal of a Grand Slam tournament.
For the 9th time, Petko.
Exactly.
Which, again, speaks a lot to her consistency, and maybe, is she someone that raises her game at the majors, or is that just coincidence, do you think?
I don't think it's coincidence. She was always somebody who really liked the big stage, and she's also somebody who seems to thrive in the 2-week event where she has a day off and then can recover and then play again. I think that's something she really, really is good at, as is this young woman right here.
Yeah, looking to emulate Martina Hingis, of course, by winning 3 in a row here. She was the last player to do just that. And we look back, of course, to that first title in 2023, the relief that she felt being Pretty good so far. How would you evaluate the level you've seen from Sabalenka?
Yeah, I would say so. Honestly, I think because last year she was so dominant, this seemed kind of as if she was not at the top of the game, but she played some really good, dangerous players, and she got through every single match in straight sets. So I would say she's doing very well. And, you know, we just have in our minds the Sabalenka from last year where she was cruising through the first week of the Australian
2
Open.
minutes.
Yeah, so far, yet to drop a set here. There's this likable world #1, always a smile not too far away from her. Of course, so much she's talked about the emotional control that she's got a grip of, really, in the last 18 months, isn't it? Certainly the days of her getting in her own way, if we can put it that sense of, seem to be in the past. But we shall see. I think we can go courtside because we have, as I say, Nicole Pratt sitting there with a wonderful seat. Nicole, good evening to you.
Good evening. One of the best seats in the house, that's for sure. And the cool change has come in and it's hit Melbourne, so temperatures have dropped. There is a breeze out on court that's actually quite significant. It's the end that Anastasia is down at the moment, the city end, going towards the Yarra River. So we'll see if that plays out over the course of the match, being a factor.
Is that likely to favour anyone, Petko? The fact the wind's up, is that these players are obviously, as you reference, very similar in terms of the way they go about their game. Does the wind have any impact here today, or not really?
I think in a way, and the way will be to defend your serve on the side against the wind, which is where Aryna Sabalenka is right now. Although some women, especially the flat hitters, somebody like Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, she will probably prefer to hit into the wind where she can hit as hard as she wants.
Best of 3 tie-break sets.
And the ball doesn't take off.
Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova won the toss and chose to receive.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like to look at head-to-heads, don't they? And it's interesting because Pavlyuchenkova has a winning record, but it's a fairly significant but. They haven't played for 4 years, and is that, you sort of sense there's a fair bit of water under the bridge there, don't you?
I will say so. We saw it today with Zverev and Paul.
And
Tommy Paul had a 2-0 head-to-head, but it didn't really matter because Alexander Zverev is another Alexander Zverev than he was 4 or 5 years ago. They too had played in 2021 the last time. And I think similarly it could be said today. Aryna Sabalenka today is a Grand Slam champion.
Yeah, we've already seen Coco Gauff eliminated here this afternoon. Paula Badosa's gone through. Of course, she is one of the best friends of Aryna Sabalenka. At times they're inseparable as we look at the win predictor. And Sabalenka has got the significant edge when it comes to that. So the Spaniard is already through in this section. She said she'll be watching closely tonight to see who she will face in Thursday's semi-finals. Mira Andreeva in the previous round, a match that a lot of people were looking forward to, but the teenager didn't really put up too much of a fight. Here's the team. What a unit they are. Good balance they have, it seems. Seem to have the balance of light and shade, don't they? There's obviously the work ethic that goes in that we don't often see behind the scenes, but there's an element of not taking it all too seriously sometimes.
40-15.
Yeah, she is one of the most meticulous players when it comes to the off and pre-season. Aryna Sabalenka. It's not a coincidence that she has won the past 2 Australian Opens. Really comes out into the new season with new things added to her game every single time with her team.
Game Sabalenka.
And this will be big, Nick, right? The serve and the first shot. This is how these two players play. Both have really good serves. Pavlyuchenkova's can sometimes go off on the second serve. She risks too much, has a bit too little margin on it, so it can go on her. But that's what both are looking for. They want to get the first strike in. So this will be about who can strike first today and who can gain ground and defend the baseline no matter what.
Is she one of the best players never to have broken the top 10, Petko, Pavlyuchenkova? Because she hasn't done that yet, which is a little surprising.
I think
why has she not broken the top 10?
That's a very good question. I think that's a very fair statement you just made. I do think that she might be the best tennis player to have never broken the top 10.
Yeah, this is the 9th quarterfinal at a major of her career. And that spans nearly 15 years as well. It's a long time between the first and this one.
Well played, and you can see already if you pay attention to Pavlyuchenko, and she's been doing that so well in the past few rounds, how she refuses to go behind the baseline, and whenever she can, she's going to try and step inside it. Here she is right on top of it. That's something she will try to do.
40-11.
How did you try and counter that? Because you played her. I don't know your head-to-head record, so feel free to enlighten me. But how did you try and counter it, and how did you try and diffuse that?
So the return was really important. If you could somehow neutralize the serve, she would, because she likes to make an impact with the first 2 strikes. So if you could sort of read her serve, neutralize it, and then once you got in the rallies, the one thing you would try to do is go quickly left-right. That was the only tactic you would try to do. If she could not set up for her ground strokes, that was the only thing you were looking for. Here's a nice slow-mo of that serve.
$15.
Well, Andrea, you were talking about how being against the wind allows the returner to hit out, and that's exactly what Anastasia's been trying to do the last couple of returns.
And she actually mentioned in the post-match press conference Giving a shout out to Gavin McMillan, who of course was the biomechanic who reshaped her serve 3 years ago now. Feels like a long time ago because it's become such a consistent weapon, but of course it was very problematic for some time, and worked hard on that side of it for her. Paid off.
Game Sabalenka.
So 3 relatively straightforward
Sabalenka
holds a
leads
serve
by
early
2
on
games
here, as the defending champion holds a slender early lead, 2-1. #1 ranking is still on the line here, of course, because of the fact that she's defending those winners' points. Iga Swiatek now the only player that can unseat her. Has to go 1 round further, so I think I'm right in saying that we could have a final that has the #1 ranking on the line. I'll need to double check that, but that would be fun.
Yeah, great rivalry between the two. Some of the best matches of the last season were played between the two. Just a reminder of the Madrid final, which was an insane level of tennis.
The oldest lady left in the field, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, actually shut her season down after the US Open last year, so had pretty much 3 months without competition.
15 love.
And the reason why was, Petko, you were just telling me?
Yeah, she had a lower back issue, and I think you asked about why she hasn't been in the top 10 yet. Injuries were part of this endeavor. Has been struggling with the knee for a number of years that kept her on and off the tour, sometimes longer, sometimes shorter. And that's a bit worrying down this end, because the wind is blowing into Anastasia's back right now. And we talked about how she doesn't have exactly a lot of spin on that second serve. So she needs to be careful there and try to make a lot of first.
15-30.
Oh, she's made it.
15-14.
Well, this is a really clever use of the wind. Sabalenka hitting those deep ground strokes, and as soon as she gets something short, going to the drop shot, which is held up in the wind, which is a very effective shot.
Game Sabalenka.
Yeah, brilliant, and Nicole is so right. That was such a clever shot, and a shot we
Sabalenka
wouldn't have
leads
seen from
by 3
Sabalenka
games to 1.
a year ago or so, and that's what I love about her and how she goes about her off-season. She always adds something to her game. Last year, She was trying to get to the net a bit more often. She was using the angle on the forehand more with the cross courts opening the court. Now we see a few slices, a few drop shots. She's constantly adding to her game, Aryna Sabalenka, and that makes her so hard to beat.
15 love.
Conversion rate as well. You can see there, almost 90% of the time she's able to go on and win the set. Has actually been broken a few more times this year than in previous, but I think she's lost serve 10 times, in fact, through 4 rounds. Surprising, but...
This is Pavlyuchenkova's team. On the left, we saw her boyfriend, and in her last match, I was seated behind the coach's box, and they are getting their money's worth. They are on their feet every single point. They will be sore after every match.
We're already seeing the difficulties that Pavlyuchenkova has when she gets behind in the point, aren't we?
Yeah. That's the problem. She was never a great defender, so you know, she doesn't seem to have the stability in the corner to get out of these defensive positions. So if Sabalenka gets on the front foot, very tough for her to get out.
30 on.
I mean, of 10 points won when she's made the first, and she's serving at 70%. So put those two together, this is a good formula already.
Deuce. Advantage, Sabalenka.
And you can't fault the ambition. She was on to the second serve, just slightly mistimed it.
It's a really interesting time. Although the scoreboard reads 3-1 to Sabalenka, I feel like neither player has settled. There's been so few rallies. I would say you have the stats upstairs, but the average rally count must only have been 2 or 3.
Yep, spot on. 2.2 right now.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Yeah, and it has a lot to do with how similar they are in their game. Sabalenka, a better defender, has become a better defender over the course of the past 2-3 years. And because Pavlyuchenkova doesn't want to defend, she has to take a lot of risk on the return, on the serve, and hence why we see this kind of scoreboard.
Game Sabalenka.
Looking for a route through Pavlyuchenkova, but
Sabalenka
just not
by
quite
4
been able to
games
find
to
the consistency so far. And the defending champion has got a healthy lead early on. He was looking through some of the serve numbers for last season. She was top 5 in most categories with Sabalenka. You look at the service games won, the first serve points won. Obviously, we know the success she had on a hard court.
Time.
Yeah, certainly didn't have many matches coming in, Pavlyuchenkova. Petko was telling us she was injured last year, so pretty much missed 3 months. Only actually played 1 match prior to the Australian Open. Lost to Vondrousova in Adelaide. This section of the draw slightly opened up, of course, by Laura Siegmund's victory in the first round over Qin Wen. So that took the Chinese top 10er out of the equation. But you can only beat who's in front of you.
Love.
Good numbers posted by both so far in terms of those points won behind the first. And there's a little indication of the wind that Nicole was telling us has definitely picked up.
And she's she's showing it. The wind is carrying the ball further out, and you just have to make sure to accelerate your wrist in the moment of impact as quickly as you can. That will help make the ball drop in the end.
Game Pavlyuchenkova. Sabalenka leads by 4 games to 2.
I'm still waiting for either player, when they're with the wind, to put a little bit more shape on the ball and bring it back down into court, just like you were alluding to, Andrea. Get more spin.
And that might be a good example of what you were talking about, Petko, because that forehand had a bit more shape. It was just moving off the side of the court, wasn't it? There was a little bit more width to it.
Yeah, I really felt last year that that shot was the one that won her the title here. she used it so smartly, exactly the way she just did here, with a bit of side spin. It's not like the Iga Swiatek spin we know. It's more coming from the side. It still has a lot of power on it.
Both defending champions on the front of the program. Sinner, of course, takes on the Aussie #1 here tomorrow, Alex de Minaur.
Well, there's an example of the wind causing havoc, pushing the ball toss too far forward, and then Sabalenka not able to get up and over the top to control it.
Yeah, and again, the same thing that Nicole just said. The wind just carrying it forward a bit, and then it's harder to get underneath it and over the top of it.
Maybe as a result there, just hit the three-quarter serve, didn't she?
Yeah, she actually almost threw it as if she was going to go for a kick serve. If you see it here, it goes way to the left. That's an adjustment she's making. Gets the slice in though, despite the kick toss. And that's all she needs to do. She just needs a setup for the next big strike, really. And you can see still some problems with the toss and the wind.
Game
That's one heck of a strike though. What was not a bad return at all.
Sabalenka leads by 5 games.
Sabalenka producing the firepower. 5-2, her lead first set. Is it fair to say that the wind is probably the toughest conditions for players to play in, Petco? I mean, obviously I know the heat's fairly significant in terms of sapping, but there seems to me a large majority of players are not that comfortable playing in the wind.
I think if you, unless you are prone to cramping, which some players are, unless you have that, every single player I know would always choose a hot day over a windy day.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm very interested in seeing what happens later, because I know one player who hates the wind, and that's Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, good point.
Something to keep in mind for later, maybe.
Djokovic was out here warming up with Jacob Fernley, the Brit, earlier on. Got quite the following here, as you would expect, as the world's best right now. Popular figure.
know, the same issue on the other end.
It's not conducive to creating a great spectacle at the moment, is it? With respect. It's a little ugly out there.
Left.
Ooh, foot fault. We will ask Nicole if she saw the foot fault from courtside.
I think I'll leave that to the electronic line calling. I'm not going to argue with that one.
Smart, smart.
But again, just the players having trouble with their toss. It is moving about. Not ideal. And we'll see if Anastasia makes an adjustment as well. Looks to use the second serve as the first serve.
15-30.
What's the difference from the back, Petko, in terms of flight of the ball when you've got the wind behind you and the wind against you? What's the difference in terms of how you're swinging at it? Is there a variation? Obviously, because it is quite an adjustment, I would imagine. In conditions such as this.
I think the biggest problem for players in general is when they have the wind in their back, they tend to slow the acceleration down because they feel the wind carrying the ball down and out. And that's exactly, it is counterintuitive, but you actually have to strike harder and you have to accelerate the wrist more.
Beautifully done. So don't push it. No pushing of the ball.
The pushing is the worst because that's when it really sails in the wind. And I think particularly for players like Pavlyuchenkova, who does have quite flat ground strokes, it is an uncomfortable feeling. That's why she's been having problems on the serve as well, because she has not a lot of spin on the serve. It's more a slice serve. We saw it with Sabalenka too. If you have a kick serve, that was exactly the perfect example of what I just talked about. She didn't hit the ball, she tried to guide it, and that's when it goes off on the wind and just is being carried out.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
And here's an example of exactly what we just talked about. These are the differences in the second serve spin rate. There is virtually none on Pavlyuchenkova's second serve. So she is really, must be feeling very uncomfortable out there when it comes to second serve, particularly on this side when the wind is blowing down the back.
Fascinating, really, because that's exactly what Coco Gauff's trying to do with her second serve, right? She's trying to get more spin on the ball. More control.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
The other aspect for Anastasia that isn't quite where it needs to be is her setup. The legs are not getting into position early enough and she's just pulling up slightly on her shots. Therefore, the ball's also flying wide or long.
Left into the serve.
Didn't quite do enough. Sabalenka was able to gobble the ground up comfortably. A set that was 31 minutes. It won't live that long in the memory, if we're honest, but it's 6-2 for the top seed. You're laughing at me, Petko. It's not being harsh, is it?
I'm not laughing at you at all. It's tough out there. It's really, and the thing is, we had one somewhat windy day, but it wasn't as bad as it is now, and it came upon these players out of nowhere. And let's have a look at the numbers, and you can see in virtually every single category, Aryna Sabalenka is doing better. She's hit less unforced errors, has hit more winners, and the first serve and second serve is still somewhat in check considering the conditions and how breezy it is out there. So definitely the serve, an area that Pavlyuchenkova needs to get back in check if she wants to turn this match around.
Second set, Sabalenka to serve.
Yeah, that picture says a fair bit, doesn't it, of just how she's feeling at the moment and insinuating that it's not comfortable out there. Got to try and find a way to improve.
15-love.
And does she hit her way out of trouble? Does she try and build her way into a rally? Because it's not really her style, is it, as you say? Conundrum that she's going to have to try and find a way to solve.
30-love.
Yeah, and another challenge will be that Sabalenka will just feel more and more empowered and freer in how she swings at the ball, which is never a position you want Aryna Sabalenka to be if you're on the opposing side of hers.
Yet only one player last season managed to beat Sabalenka on this surface from a set down. That was Donna Vekic in Dubai back in February.
30-15.
Very irresistible record the world number one has. That's a high-quality return, though.
30-all.
Making an impact.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
1 millimeter, we're being told.
That looks less than a millimeter.
Game Sabalenka. First game, second
Again,
set.
Sabalenka's power able to leave Pavlyuchenkova just a little exposed.
And Nicole, is there anything you see that Pavlyuchenkova could change up now here in the second set to possibly turn this match around?
Well, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because her style is to be aggressive as well and hold the baseline, as we spoke about at the start. But that's the way Sabalenka likes to play also. She's a first strike player, so I'm inclined to say she needs to extend out the rallies, maybe go away a little from what she likes to do, just to ask the question, because Sabalenka's loving these short points. She's the one dictating, she's the one taking control. And it's Anastasia that's making the errors, so maybe just come off the baseline slightly, just to give herself a little more time.
Yeah, this match has had 54 points so far, and only 7 of those 54 have gone more than 4 shots, which is kind of what you'd expect between these two in many ways.
It's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. She is understanding that the conditions are difficult, and she's not a slice player, but she throws in the chipped return and another backhand slice just to get into the rally, and pulls the trigger when she does have the chance here with this beautiful backhand. Look how she uses her body weight. Stunning.
And the one final, of course, at Roland Garros, in Pavlyuchenkova in a major. A few years ago now, back in 21. Wasn't too far away from tracking that down.
40-50.
Didn't look like she was going to anywhere near it. Great shot to see how the left arm just stays out long enough to create the space. Wonderful finish.
Use.
Second serve points won right now for Pavlyuchenkova are falling rapidly, just 4 of 12. Does include 3 doubles, so number is a little bit skewed.
advantage, Pavlyuchenkova. Game, Pavlyuchenkova.
Well,
1 game on.
Pavlyuchenkova will certainly be lifted by being able to hang on there. Some encouragement from her support staff, who of course are in these new courtside positions that Tennis Australia have introduced this year. Something a little different.
Well, that was some heavy hitting from both players, but it was Sabalenka in the end that was able to find the width on that forehand cross court, the three-quarter cross. It's working really well for her tonight. That was a nice racket, the nicest, the most polite racket throw I have ever seen. But I understand the frustration, because it feels like she's just a bit better in the rallies, is managing to extend it a bit further, at least giving her opponent the chance to miss.
Wasn't too many options from there. It was a little awkward positionally. Interesting when you look at the serve pattern so far. Just looking at Sabalenka's on the juice side, she's virtually gone wide the entire time. Just using the spin, maybe as you say, with the wind in mind, just trying to slide that one in, three-quarter pace. That time didn't quite get the width, did she?
40-30.
And maybe Pavlyuchenkova's jumped onto it. Jason Stacey in the middle there. Works with Aryna in a number of different areas. Actually had a background in martial arts, did Jason, many years ago.
And things just got a bit more complicated from 40 love up. for Aryna Sabalenka. A couple of loose points, then a great point by Pavlyuchenkova. And a tiny little opening, possibly, for Anastasia.
Advantage, Pavlyuchenkova.
Just looked for once as though it was a little rush, that shot. Marginally. Cramp to the ball. And this would be quite the game to steal for Pavlyuchenkova. Magnificent. And having been down 40-love in the game, it looked as though there was no hope. That is quite the turnaround.
2-1.
Pavlyuchenkova breaks first in the second. Well, this is an example of what she can do. We've seen it sort of only really in fits and starts, but...
Yeah, great energy from the team again, and it just feels like she read the game of Sabalenka a bit better here in the last two games.
Ranked 32 in the world coming into this event here this week. Pavlyuchenkova, but seeded a few spots above that. A couple of players not here. Serving with a break in the second. Interesting to see, just looking up from this position, Sabalenka's team, they've actually got the iPad or the little screen out there. They're just having a little look at some of the patterns, of course. There we are. It's available to the teams. Of course, I'll give them all the live data as the match is progressing. There you go. Good little shot of what's going on. And then can relay that if the player isn't picking up what's obviously happening.
(30-15).
It'd be interesting now to see the average rally length, because it has increased in the second set compared to the first.
Yeah, almost 4, Nicole, right now in this set.
And with the increase in rally length, I feel like Anastasia is ascending now. She looks more settled, composed.
Wind died down or not, Nicole, down there? Is it just us?
Pavlyuchenkova leads
Ever
by
so
3
slightly,
games to 1.
and I would say probably what's happened is the players have adjusted to it. I think they've pulled their ball toss back slightly, and as we've been saying, if you're got the wind to your back, if you can get a little bit more acceleration and shape, it'll bring the ball back down into court. So both players, I feel like, have adjusted.
Yeah, it's well played. Well played by Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, and that's the art against Aryna Sabalenka. How to extend the rallies against somebody who strikes and comes at you so hard from the get-go. And sometimes it takes a while to get used to the power and heaviness of her ground strokes. You can see in the background the team, the energy. If she loses at this tournament, Pavlyuchenkova, it will not be due to lack of energy from the coach's box.
I'm not sure there's a measurement for that, is there? You can measure everything these days, but can you measure that?
What does our iPad say about that?
It's peaking right now. And so is Pavlyuchenkova. Different player. Making things happen.
Love 13.
Some of these half volleys were just incredible. Out of the middle of the racket, holding the baseline, and able to find the opening. Tremendous stuff.
Fifteen, 13.
Second serve was asking for trouble, and Pavlyuchenkova obliged.
Yeah, only 122 kilometers per hour. That was thrown in. And you can see here the big difference of return points won from first to second set for Pavlyuchenkova. I love when Sabalenka gets annoyed because she just somehow plays better when I used to get annoyed. Quite the opposite for my game, but she is so good in using that rage and turning it into positives. That was a fantastic point from her.
Simply out of time. I'm not sure what she's chucking it. Do you think the serve was out? Can only think that's the case.
Pavlyuchenkova leads by 4 games to 1.
That could cost her dearly because Pavlyuchenkova has got a double break here. Severe misjudgment of that one. There's only actually been 2 players that are active that have made more quarterfinals at majors without winning one. Elina Svitolina has now made 12 quarterfinals without winning one, of course, including here. Madison Keys being the other one, so she's made 11. So those 2 players have threatened without quite getting over the line. Been a shift in this second set. And it's all happened pretty quickly, in fairness. Pavlyuchenkova serving 4-1 to the good.
love.
You can see Sabalenka looking over at her box. During the previous point, she was talking to them. It's like she's looking for answers. Negative body language for sure.
30-15.
It was the first one in a while where she wasn't quite in position to pull the trigger fully on that one. She had a stretch of impeccable footwork for the past 10 minutes or so, did Pavlyuchenkova, reading the game well, setting up nicely, and that's what she needs for the type of tennis she plays.
Yeah, there's been a significant reduction in the unforced errors as well from Pavlyuchenkova. What have we got here, Petko?
Well, and if you ask what has changed here in the second set, well, everything has changed, because the numbers on the average topspin forehand speed have virtually flipped over. Pavlyuchenkova hitting 8 kilometers faster.
Use.
You just felt in the opening half an hour the wind impacted Pavlyuchenkova's game so much. It was like there was uncertainty, wasn't there? Not the case at the moment, despite that miss.
Advantage Sabalenka.
got all the power in the world, and showing us she's got a bit of finesse as well. That was nice.
What a shot.
Pavlyuchenkova
That
leads
was beautiful.
by
I
4
actually
games to
thought
2.
Pavlyuchenkova handled the previous slice really nicely. This one right here was so smartly placed, short. Pavlyuchenkova had to move into the court, but this one, not too bad.
Been pretty tough taking a set off her here, hasn't it? When you look back at the last 3 years, only player to do so, of course, was Rybakina.
We just saw Carlos Alcaraz reacting to that slice.
Alcaraz up next here, taking on Novak Djokovic in a last 8 contest. Rematch of the gold medal affair in the summer.
Well, for me, I'm not sure that's a great serve to hit against Anastasia. That is her favourite return, the backhand. And she does such a great job of moving up and towards it before it gets up and out of the strike zone. Be interesting to see if Sabalenka changes her direction on the second serve.
Yeah, there's not one many from there, Nicole, either. Just taking a look at our data here.
15-30.
An awkward return to cope with, and she wasn't able to manage it. There's a lot of emotion on show right now out there.
Well, and this is what Sabalenka does so well. We talked about it earlier. She uses those moments when she's down. And remember, she turned the set around already against Towson, was down 5-3, turned a set around against Buzas Manero, was down 5-3. She uses her emotions to get the adrenaline pumping and to turn these sets around.
Very special indeed, and she knows it.
30-40. Beautifully done. Very good doubles play as well is Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. Doesn't play so much anymore, but knows what to do at the net.
Look for the space, just couldn't breach the defences of Pavlyuchenkova. He was able to hold firm. The top seed and defending champion in real danger here of dropping a set. Pavlyuchenkova's favour, I guess, on a night like tonight when things aren't going well, and she has a bundle of experience. And there is not really the panic button, which you would expect for someone who's played as long as she has, Pekka.
Yeah, absolutely. And she has been in so many big occasions, big matches. You mentioned the French Open final against Barbora Krejcikova. She has lived through all this. She is not a rookie. She knows how to close these kinds of sets out.
In 2007, in fact, was the first year that Pavlyuchenkova played in Melbourne in the main draw, in the main event. She got a wild card that year into qualies in 07. Of course, she was a standout junior, one of the best. And there were some opportunities that came her way because of that. This last round qualies that first year. Well, she has a lot of tennis under her belt over the last couple of decades.
15 love. Thirty love.
Perfect point here.
40 love.
That was absolute perfection, how she got out of a difficult position with a bit of a loop. And now she has set point here to take us to a decider.
Second set, Pavlyuchenkova by 6
That snaps her one of 22 sets in a row. Aryna Sabalenka has won here in Melbourne. Pavlyuchenkova has squared us up in this quarterfinal. She will head off, I think, for a bathroom break as we digest what we've just seen in terms of the pure numbers, Pekka.
Oh, and this is very interesting how it completely switched over. If you remember in the first set, all the yellow numbers were on the left side because Aryna Sabalenka was playing better. And now it has completely changed. The winners are up by 1 and the unforced errors are completely down. She was at a 9 in the first set. Now she's down to 4. She's playing really well. She figured a way out on the second serves of Sabalenka and on her own second serves. This will be a very interesting third set when they come back.
big lights of the MCG, towering over Rod Laver Arena. Max Gawn, the Melbourne Football Club captain, reliably informed. This was a very hot ticket to have tonight, of course, for obvious reasons. Just this one, but with Djokovic and Alcaraz squaring off here later.
Well, 100%. There is a vibe happening in Rod Laver Arena. It's pretty much a packed house, and I'm sure they're in for a treat with this upcoming third set. And the biggest difference for me is, and we're talking about it, if the rallies could get extended, then maybe there was more of a chance for Anastasia, and that's exactly what's happened. Even the distance covered, the numbers there, they covered double the amount of distance in the second set as they did the first set. So third set shootout.
Yeah, he's primed. He's always primed, this guy, isn't he?
He looks the fittest I've ever seen him look, but there is a few players I thought that came out of the preseason and looked absolutely jacked. Alcaraz, I think Zverev has maybe gained 2 kilos in muscle mass, and he's just having a good old time, this one.
He's sure he's getting the right shot.
And Nicole, what do you think Aryna Sabalenka, she's coming out right now, needs to do here in this third set to get back into a winning position?
Well, we know she dominates off the first serve, so I think she needs a few more first serves in, and I would say try and vary her second serve placement. She's become a little predictable to the backhand side, although the last service game she did mix a couple to the forehand side. And we saw her there in the second set try and raise the energy, the emotion, and started really hitting out. And I feel like from the very first ball and point that's played, I think she needs to get back to being her ultra aggressive self.
Been in this position very often on this court for a couple of years. How did your match go today, Pekka? You were very kind to the Australians, I think.
I let them win.
I thought you did.
I let them win.
It's only fair.
I said before I will crush them like a bug, but they crushed me like 10 bugs.
Okay.
They were too good, I'll admit it. They were too good.
There's always tomorrow.
Exactly.
Not for these ladies, of course. Pavlyuchenkova, as we mentioned, who has been there or thereabouts in so many majors over the last 15 years. Came in under the radar, really. No one was really talking about her. We hadn't seen her since the US Open particularly, so I don't know if her expectations were a bit lower, but big Donna Vekic in the last round. Vekic did have an injury towards the end of the opening set, which didn't aid her cause, but Pavlyuchenkova was there again to capitalize on that situation, and this will be one of the biggest wins of her career if she can see it through.
Final set, Sabalenka to serve. Thank you. Thank you.
Sabalenka to begin the decider.
Love.
Is the swing in the win predictor at present.
And she's lost her weight, that's for sure. She's just lost a bit of clarity. It seems like she's not setting up her feet correctly any longer. And she needs to find it back quickly.
He's all over that second deal. Exactly where it was going. Quality move. And with such purpose right now is Pavlyuchenkova.
15-14.
Eight of 9 she is when she's come in this evening.
Yeah, and I do think with where Pavlyuchenkova has positioned herself on return, I think Sabalenka needs to find some body serves, because clearly Anastasia is reading Aryna's serve a lot better here. And especially on the second serve, she needs to jam her, otherwise it will be tough.
Would you believe it? Broken for a fourth time already tonight. There's been a bit of a common theme through the course of week one, hasn't it? Just not quite as devastating on her own serve through these championships thus far.
Well, we just had again a moment where Sabalenka was looking up at a box, talking to a box, and it's really interesting. Her team have decided to stay up in the stands. They do have the option to be down courtside in the coaching pods. I know I've been coaching during the Australian Open here, and it is so much harder giving messages to your players and support from the stands versus when you're courtside, much easier.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right, Nick? Some teams have decided to sit up in the stands. They prefer the aerial view. Difficult to see the strategies when you're sitting on the court because of the angle and how you're positioned. It's a bit easier from up there, but exactly what Nicole said, you don't have that communication with your player.
Just trying to rush her way through that first delivery. little space there.
Thank you.
That's superb ball striking. Use of the feet as well, just to make enough space for the final shot.
40-30.
Yeah, and Nicole mentioned it earlier, but it's exactly what has happened in the past set and a half, is that the longer the rallies go, the more Pavlyuchenkova here starts to dictate them. She seems to have better clarity on how to get her opponent back behind the baseline.
Use. Advantage, Pavlyuchenkova.
Exasperation on the face of Sabalenka is for all to see right now. Trying to keep it together here. Get the feeling this is a game of great significance right now, the longer it goes.
Advantage, Pavlyuchenkova.
That's incredible. Sabalenka with one of the best two-handed backhands in the women's game, and just when she needed it, whenever she's got time to set up on that shot, she's able to execute.
These are the types of points that she still plays so well, Sabalenka, but it's almost as if she's shocked to not have those points, which she usually does. I would say on average 5-1 against other players, but today it's been fairly equal and even leaning Pavlyuchenkova's side in terms of who dominates from the get-go. So a lot better last 2 points for Sabalenka.
build on the break, and that is an impressive recovery from the world's best.
And you can see here on the reaction of Pavlyuchenkova, she knew how significant this game is, and it's because
Thank you for
when
sitting down
you're
quickly, ladies and
playing
gentlemen. Players are ready.
the world's best, there's some folk filing in right now. When you're playing the world's best, you know there's stretches of play that are not great.
Behind the player to my right, ladies
Will
and gentlemen.
end
Please find your seat
eventually.
as quickly as possible. Thank you.
So you want to get as far ahead as you can when you feel them lacking in their usual quality.
Kick them when they're down, really. To an extent.
You said it a lot simpler than I.
Don't ask me to say it in German, though, Petko.
Well, one thing that I haven't mentioned is it's been breezy the whole match, and Sabalenka has a very high ball toss. So the higher the ball toss, the more that the wind can affect it. And she's definitely not the same player when she's not able to hit her service spots.
Love 14.
It was the three-quarter serve again. It was only 148 Ks. Just trying to find a way to wrestle it in, but giving Pavlyuchenkova again a good look at the return, and she has capitalized on that.
Fifteen, 14.
That's a stunner. And again, making the most of a slightly timid first serve.
Pavlyuchenkova leads by 2
It's
games
another
to
break. 3 in a row to start the third. Depth has been important, Petko, in the Pavlyuchenkova game.
Yeah, and we talked about how Sabalenka looks a little bit confused by what has been thrown at her, and this is one of the reasons why. This is the shots of Pavlyuchenkova, the rally placement. 90% have really good depth, 30 have great depth. This is Sabalenka's placement, where only 22% really find that last third right in front of the baseline that makes damage, that creates damage on the other side, that pushes the opponent back behind the baseline. And we talked about Pavlyuchenkova's positioning and how she likes to be on the baseline.
Time.
Sabalenka not able to push her back quite as frequently.
Quarterfinal action here in Melbourne. And this match still on a knife edge. Pavlyuchenkova having stolen the initiative once again. Look to try and build upon it.
Love-14.
He's happy. Asking for it back. There you go. Getting told off, I think.
Love-30.
Well, this is a let-off for Sabalenka. A couple of cheap points.
Yeah, just dropped a bit on it, didn't it? You could see it. Well, that replay, got a little low.
Yeah, I was wondering
Love-40.
how, and you could see it in the last couple of points, how the intensity has almost, the energy has seeped out of her. You have to keep in mind she hasn't played after since the US Open. She was out for 3 months with a lower back issue. So she has not played much at the end of last season. This might very well be a physical letdown rather than anything else.
The run of breaks continues. And that was another substandard game from Pavlyuchenkova. Hands on hips, she is at the moment.
Love.
Much better kick serve to start the point.
30 love.
Got the ball climbing. So tough for Pavlyuchenkova to recover off the return. See the danger again here, don't you, of when you take the return early but you don't do enough with it. You just take your own time away, effectively.
Yeah, you're standing in the middle of nowhere, really.
Remarkably, Sabalenka is able to reel off 8 straight points.
Sabalenka leads.
She looks to try and move in front again. She does just that, 3-2 in the third.
And these top players are highly emotional, intelligent. And you can see it right here. Sabalenka could sense that something was off on the other side. She could sense that maybe the intensity was sleeping out of her opponent. And she looks 10 times calmer right away and plays a perfect service game. This is what these champions do. They read you like a book.
Time.
Of course, did win the title in Brisbane. Coming in here to the Australian Open, did Aryna Sabalenka. So had that bulk of matches she was looking for after just a couple of months away from the competitive court.
And in shots like this, you can sense that it's still not Sabalenka's organic type of playing. This is with the wind. The drop shot will travel even more. It was not the right time to play it. But she is getting new things into her game, which is so important.
30 love.
Well, that serve was badly needed from Anastasia, and you spoke about the physical load being out due to injury. It's also the mental load, the cognitive load that these players are under. And the further you go into a tournament day after day, it all adds up.
Oh, they're positioned so nicely there.
30,
Back off.
15. T15.
Well, we questioned at times her defensive capabilities, but they were right on there, weren't they? That was tremendous use of the slice to keep her in the rally.
Yeah, seems to have caught a second wind, Pavlyuchenkova, who looked seeped of energy in a previous game, but has found her way back. And increasingly, it seems like Sabalenka is having trouble to play with the wind in her back. I see Nicole nodding even from her, so I think she agrees with me.
Absolutely, no question. It is a factor. Both players, more so from the ground strokes, are struggling to control the ball when they've got the wind behind them.
Already lost the number 3 seed today. Coco Gauff eliminated by Paula Badosa.
30 love. 40 love.
Hitting the spots nicely in this game on serve, just allowing her a little bit more of a comfort.
Sabalenka.
Rattling through the holds right now. In stark contrast to the early part of the set, 4-3.
And that's dangerous, right? When Sabalenka is cruising through her own service games, it just frees up enough energy for her to go for her shots even more when she's returning.
There's also the intangible of her, of course, having won 2 titles on this court, how that makes her feel, the sort of air of invincibility. Is that come into play as well?
I think you're 100%, I think you're spot on. You get a feeling in certain places that you can't lose, and that belief will become a self-fulfilling prophecy oftentimes.
Time.
Been 5 matches in the women's draw over the course of the opening 10 days that have gone to a final set tiebreak. 5. There have never been 6, I was told this morning, so who knows? Maybe we will break the record. Not much to separate these two as we head down the stretch.
Love 15.
Well, we saw that number that Petko pointed out to us early on in terms of just the lack of spin on the second serve, and that's where the line is a little finer for her.
You just get a sense that
15-30.
the longer the distance Pavlyuchenkova has to make right now, the tougher it's going to be for her to keep the depth up that has been hurting Sabalenka for the past set and a half. So that will be her challenge here, Sabalenka's. Get the ball away from Pavlyuchenkova.
It's actually been quite bizarre, this match. I've really felt the crowd has been neutral, just applauding good play.
It's not a match that has had tons of rhythm, that's for sure. As you say, Pekka, when she's a bit rushed on the forehand side, there's not quite the security, is there, that the two-hander brings.
And particularly now when the legs are not as stable, as compact as they were, just feels like she's swimming around against those powerful ground strokes of Sabalenka's.
The first serve just when she needed it.
And it's so interesting because Sabalenka technically needs to get the shots only away from Pavlyuchenkova, possibly change directions really quickly. But she has some insecurity in her game because she's missed so many, so she's keeping it safe, which keeps Pavlyuchenkova in this game. And I think that's where the bizarreness comes from that Nicole just mentioned.
Advantage, Sabalenka.
Well, she's frustrated because those ground strokes from Sabalenka were staying low and unfortunately not quite getting into position.
Herself to get up the court. Break point for the defending champion. Pavlyuchenkova has blinked, and that could prove to be very costly.
By 5 games to 3.
Just put a few more balls back into play, a little more pressure on this lady. Now finds herself needing a break here.
Thank you, the players are ready.
Was a little ambitious, but from that wider position. I mean, that sort of night, though, isn't it? Not being clean, particularly from either player at times. Couple of points away. He's the two-time defending champion, who's had to work hard this evening. Far from pretty. servers rescued up when it looked as though it was causing her all sorts of trouble early on in this set. They raised the first serve numbers significantly.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
The two-time defending champion survives. A warm embrace. Aryna Sabalenka drops her first set of the tournament, but hangs on to secure victory in 1 hour and 53 minutes. She'll take on her very good friend, Paula Badosa, in the last 4.
Please put your hands together.
Good run for Pavlyuchenkova. Maybe slightly unexpected, who knows. Had not had the matches behind her coming into this week, but managed to get 4 wins on the bounce. But once more, it is a case of coming up short in the last 8. Been a little bit of a familiar pattern for her over the years, but she is heading home, as this lady is still on course for a 3-peat here in Melbourne. This embrace. Yes, they were probably saying to each other that was a tough day. The wind that made it uncomfortable. Pavlyuchenkova making her mark. First set, of course, that Sabalenka's dropped actually in 2 years here. Let's hear from the winner, who is alongside Jelena Dokic.
Aryna, congratulations. You're back in the semi-finals of the Australian Open. The dream of a 3-peat stays alive, but you were down. You were 2 breaks of serve down in that 3rd set. How did you manage to get out of that one? What were you telling yourself?
Honestly, I was just praying today. I was just praying to like trying to put the ball back in these tough conditions. We both were like, just trying to put the ball back, and it was very difficult to play. And I mean, she played amazing tennis, very aggressive, and I mean, I'm just super happy I was able to somehow magically win this match. And of course, guys, thank you so much for the atmosphere. Now you guys can enjoy battle between Djokovic and Alcaraz. Definitely going to be a bit better tennis.
No, I think they were here for you. Give yourself some credit, You haven't lost a set this year until tonight, but you also haven't lost a set at the Australian Open up until tonight in the last 2 years. Is that almost a good thing? Puts a bit of pressure off, but you also have a tough match going into the semi-finals?
I mean, I would say that anyway, I had some tough battles in the second round. I was 5-2 down, so it was a very difficult match. And, sometimes maybe it's good to have these tough battles, to go through it, to be tougher for the last stages of the tournament. I don't know. I mean, I wish I would win this match in straight sets, but it is how it is. I'm glad I'm in the semis, and I mean, I cannot wait to play against Paula.
Talking about tough, last question, and I'll let you go. You've got this tattoo right here, Tiger. For those that don't know, can you give us an explanation of what that means, why it's so important to you, and when did you get it? How old were you?
Well, I was 1 month before 18, and I don't know, I was born year of Tiger, and I was literally dreaming for 6 months about getting Tiger tattoo, and after 6 months of these crazy dreams, I was like, you know what, okay, I have to go and get it done, and now it's a reminder of never give up, and just stay aggressive, stay hungry, and push yourself no matter what's going on in your life.
Yeah. So I have to ask you, you have that tattoo, you've got the tiger shoelaces, the tigers everywhere on your watch here. But your team has this as well. But do they have a tiger tattoo? I mean, I think it's about time. They've been with you for 6 years. How about if you win the Australian Open for the 3rd time?
You know what? After Elena Rybakina coach did a tattoo after her winning in Wimbledon, you know what I told my team? I'm like, you see, guys, this is the true love, you know? I mean, and now they just run away, you know? You cannot see them. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna talk about that.
You have to make that happen. But how about this? If you win your 3rd Australian Open, you get a tattoo of something that reminds you of Australia and the Australian Open.
I do. If I win it, I mean, you never know, fingers crossed. And we're gonna celebrate. I'm gonna put something in their drink, so I'll put them in sleep, and I'm gonna call it tattoo specialist, so they're gonna wake up with a tiger tattoo. How about that? I'm kidding, just kidding, you know.
That's a no, and we'll leave it there. Well done. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, Aryna Sabalenka.
Yes, certainly will. That was a bit of a hard hat day all in all. Nowhere near her best tennis with a couple of hours. And ultimately, she is hanging around here in Melbourne, which she has made a habit of in recent times. She looks to make it a hat-trick of wins, and as she referenced, she will play Paula Badosa, one of her best friends, someone that she has spent hours training with as well. And the good news for her is that she's actually won the last 5 meetings as well against the Spaniard. Numbers-wise, not going to make particularly pretty reading overall. A fair few unforced errors. First serve percentage probably up a little bit on what it has been due to the wind. But those second serve points won for Pavlyuchenkova, but maybe just running a little bit out of steam right at the death there, with a lack of matches that she has had over the last 6 months or so. So we have one semi-final cemented at the top half of the draw, and of course the other 2 quarterfinals will be played tomorrow. Madison Keys and Alina Svitolina, and another American, Emma Navarro. What a consistent performer she's been at the majors, taking on Iga Swiatek. We'll leave it there. Of course, Djokovic and Alcaraz are coming up very shortly, so don't go anywhere.
Well, good evening and welcome day 10 of the Australian Open. It's nighttime tennis and it is two heavyweights of the sport who will be going at it hammer and tongs. Players that possess the mental fortitude to get the job done at majors. No one more so than the man that is in picture now, Novak Djokovic, a 10 times champion here. And of course, Andy Murray, who is alongside him on the far left of screen in his camp this week. I've got a Scot alongside me this evening. Delighted to have Colin Fleming on the call. Good evening, Colin.
Good evening, Robbie. Cannot tell you how excited I am for this one, and I think joining the many thousands inside the Rod Laver Arena in that respect. This is the most anticipated match of this tournament so far, that goes without saying. This could be special.
Zverev books his ticket to a fourth quarter-final.
A dominant display. Tommy Paul through to the quarter-finals at the Australian Open.
Djokovic reminding us that he is one of the best movers this sport has ever seen.
What a talent, what a breath of fresh air.
It's Alcaraz that advances in Melbourne.
It's men's singles quarter-final action here on Rod Laver Arena. Please welcome number 3 seed from Spain, Carlos Alcaraz. Their opponent, 10-time Australian Open champion, Novak Djokovic.
Well, this is what they came to see. The greatest, certainly statistically, to ever hold a tennis racket. Of course, you've got the athletic beauty that Roger brought to the game. And of course, the warrior that was Rafael Nadal. Many didn't believe Alcaraz when he said, I play more like Federer. A lot of people thought he was being a little cocky, but his all-court game is testimony to that, Colin.
Well, many people even think that Alcaraz almost encapsulates a little bit of all the big three players. He can certainly do everything in this sport, Alcaraz, but can he beat Djokovic tonight? That is the question on everyone's lips. The great man, this is the Rod Laver Arena, but it's been Novak Djokovic's house in recent times, and goodness me, he takes some beating in here.
Hi. Carlos, this is Darius. He'll do the coin toss for you. All right, before the coin toss, usual match conditions. For your towels, you can take the red one, please, and you can take the blue, okay? After the coin toss, some photos over to that side with Darius, okay? Who is going to call? Who is going to choose? Okay, you choose. Perfect. It's doing your call. Receive. Sure, okay. Some photos over there. This is yours. Turn around, big smile, up, up, up. In the middle.
Well, that's one for the mental piece for Darius, just leaning a little bit towards Carlos. Perhaps a sign. I like this guy a little more.
Well, he's the youngster.
Yep. He certainly is. And of course, Djokovic giving away almost 16 years to Alcaraz. It's quite astonishing that he is still around. The second of the men's quarterfinals, a win earlier today for Sasha Zverev over Tommy Paul. tight 2 opening sets. Sasha pulling out a bit of a Houdini act there. Tommy had his chances. Tommy bounced back in the 3rd, but Zverev was too strong in the 4th.
Well, Carlos Alcaraz, for anyone just joining us for the first time this 2025 Australian Open, he has been hard at work in pre-season physically, but also with his game. He's added a bit of weight to his racket, and he's also been working on his serve and evolving, and he'll be hoping improved service motion to make the difference in matches like this. And this is the first really significant test of that work that he's done.
And I think if we're speaking of serves, we've often spoken about the overhaul of the Djokovic serve early on in his career, and that shot has continued to evolve. And I think it's been the standout shot for him this fortnight so far. When I have a look at the unreturned serves, Novak's got probably the biggest percentage advantage over his opponent tonight in one particular category, and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. Of course, one of the other issues that we're going to have to keep an eye on tonight, and we saw it in the Sinner Rune match, is how one opponent might be affected physically, and that is Novak Djokovic, who's played a lot more tennis than his younger counterpart. Now, the head-to-head, Djokovic leads 4-3. They've played on 7 occasions, and of late he has had the number of Alcaraz.
Yes, he has, and of course won their last meeting, the Olympic final in Paris. That was the one Djokovic wanted last year, that gold medal, completing the career Golden Slam with an epic 7-6, 7-6 win. They've only played twice on a hard court. An epic final in Cincinnati, 2023, Djokovic winning 6 in the 3rd, saving a match point. That was nearly 4 hours for a best-of-3 set match, when he beat him pretty comfortably indoors at the ATP finals that same year. Of course, Djokovic has the experience. Is that going to make the difference for him? The ability, you know, he's the master now, isn't he, of managing a match, knowing when the moment is there, how to play in certain moments in matches. Alcaraz, though, he has youth, he has the power, he has all the shots. Can he string it all together? Will the new serve hold up? There are so many questions to be answered tonight. I just cannot wait for this one to get started.
Well, the legion of fans that he has will be in full voice, so that you can be absolutely certain. Of course, it's not only Colin and myself, but we will touch base with Roger Rashid, who was courtside after the opening game. Roger is up close and personal down courtside, and will have a perfect view of everything that is going on. Of course, the conditions. We'll just got a quick update from one of our co-commentators, Nick Lester, who said during the women's match it was pretty windy.
Yeah, I'll be interested to hear what Roger Rashid thinks of that, but I understand it is quite breezy down the court from the end that Novak Djokovic will be serving first from, so we'll get an update on that. But for me, the conditions are relevant. You know, it's a night match.
Yep.
So it's that bit cooler. The ball, you wouldn't think would be jumping as much. Who will that suit in this matchup? If I was going to lean one way before we've hit a ball, I would say Djokovic. Alcaraz's ability to get the ball up and away, jumping around, will be a little limited by the conditions. But of course, he has so many different strings to his bow, so many different ways of playing. So it'll be fascinating to see the adjustments he'll make throughout this one.
Djokovic has won 3 of the last 4 meetings, so perhaps there is something to Colin's prediction. But the formalities are out of the way. Melbourne 2025, the first major of the season. 4 of the biggest annual sporting events are the tennis majors. This guy has won the Australian Open on 10 separate occasions. Djokovic, whose maximising of moments in matches is unparalleled in the game. But I tell you what, the alchemy that Alcaraz brings to the biggest stages is the reason why he's the youngest world #1 and already a 4-time major champion in the 4 finals he's contested. It's a match soaked in significance. Let's see how it plays out this evening.
Djokovic to serve.
Djokovic, the slight favourite.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play. Play.
Let's get the show on the road.
Love. 30 love. Love.
Straight up to speed here, Djokovic with some good, accurate first serves.
Think of all the shots that we've analysed of Novak's. I think the serve has been working the best this week, which is always a good sign. So often lays the foundation for players. There's the wind that you can see. Novak's back.
There's no doubt the serve for Djokovic is what's played a significant role in the longevity he's had, his ability to manage matches. He showed it in the previous two rounds, two dangerous Czech opponents in Mahac and Lehečka. Once he gets ahead, just keeps the scoreboard ticking with good accurate serving, minimises the pressure that he faces on his own serve.
Cain, Djokovic. Been a very important number, and as the end return numbers pop up on your screen,
First game.
You can see a 10% differential, and probably a good time to go down to Roger Rashid courtside. Good evening, Roger. How's the atmosphere? How are the conditions?
Yeah, good evening. Electric atmosphere, huge anticipation, a heavyweight fight. The conditions, well, it's blowing, as you said, from Alcaraz's end, and it's really picked up through the night. Very heavy gusts come into that from that side, and they go deep into the backhand corner of Novak as well. That is a tough end to manage. Alcaraz has the strength when he's up that end to power through it.
Please. Thank you.
Novak will have the luxury of being able to swing freely, knowing that it'll be hard to hit the ball deep, but this is going to be a tricky night on the tennis court, boys, because it's very blustery. We haven't seen this breeze so far at the Australian Open.
Thanks, Rog.
Carlos Alcaraz to serve. Love 15.
Well, straight away, Djokovic reminds us of his ability to make opponents play that one extra shot. That serve doesn't come back against most players.
The hardest part about this is for Alcaraz is the ball as it's coming towards you, it's dying in speed. And so you need to be meeting that and matching it. And we've seen that now on 2 occasions. He hasn't been able to deal with the ball pulling up so significantly.
Yeah, and in the wind, when it's breezy, you know, footwork is at a premium. And at the start of a match like this, if there's any kind of nerves, sometimes it's the footwork that suffers. Maybe just impacting Alcaraz, those 2 missed forehands.
Let for service.
I see a lot of communication between Juan Carlos Ferrero and his charge. What was that?
Well, it's the first
15
point in what could turn into a very long highlight reel. That is a ridiculous volley from Carlos Alcaraz. And not even Novak Djokovic could track it down.
A point like that could be so important in the outcome of an opening set, right?
Well, it might allow him to hold serve here.
Yeah.
The difference between 15-30 and love 40 is significant.
Downwind again, getting the spin control right. Of course, he's been tinkering with the serve.
30-40.
He's also been just fine-tuning as much as he can. He wants to make that shot a little better. What changes do you see from 2024, Cole?
It's another missed forehand, and there is the break. So it's a slightly slow start from Alcaraz. Maybe just the breeze, the conditions, getting the better of him. Well, with regards to the Alcaraz serve, you know, why has he made changes? First of all, looking for more consistency, looking for more accuracy. And he's aiming to achieve that with a more sort of relaxed, fluid motion. A little bit more load into the right leg, but also a longer sort of motion with the racket to take away the pause that was there in the serve. Looked okay there, but it was the forehand that cost him the game.
Please.
Speaking of his forehand, that epic match they played in the finals of Cincinnati back in 2023. It's one of the best matches I've ever seen. 2 out of 3 sets. Nothing in it. Djokovic saved the match point in the second set. Went on to win 7-6 in the third. Longest ATP final in history. 2 out of 3 sets. It was the forehand on that day that just leaked too many unforced errors. Players who have had success against Alcaraz tend to get some joy when going hard and deep to that forehand, and I think the depth control of Djokovic is going to be very important this evening.
15-13.
Of course, new coach on board as well. Your good friend Colin, Andy Murray, brought into the fray.
And brought into the fray for exactly this type of match. To try and help Djokovic, to try and give him an edge. To beat Alcaraz, to beat Sinner. To win his 25th Grand Slam title.
Loose forehands are the order of the day so far.
30-14.
And is that an indirect title if he does get there for Murray? Given that he came unstuck here on 5 occasions, 4 of them to Novak. Chance for Alcaraz to break back. It's mesmerizing. Big time play on a big time point from Alcaraz to get back on track.
Djokovic leads by 2 games to 1.
Look at this smile. That's why we love this guy so much. He plays tennis with real passion and joy.
And of course, that's the first time that he's had joy against the Djokovic serve, and we'll explain why when we come out the break.
It's the first long point of the night, wasn't it, Robbie? And it'll be interesting to see who can win the majority of these this evening. Alcaraz was just biding his time
Behind the players, please. Thank you.
before eventually pulling the trigger on a magnificent backhand.
Frozen rope of a backhand. And of course, when they played in the Olympics in Paris last year, Carlos Alcaraz had 8 break points and he didn't convert on any of them. Tonight, he gets 1 and he makes it count. We spoke about the maximizing of the moment for both these players. They are so clutch. Who's going to take the advantages? Who's going to make it count when it matters most? He said a ridiculous pickup volley as well as a backhand that is... It's otherworldly. Of course, those winners count the same as the unforced errors.
Yeah, 5 of them on his forehand now. Needs to find the rhythm and just the feeling on that shot. Calibrate the gun.
15-all.
Here's a look at the serve. Look at the way the racket goes down. It used to come up a lot quicker, and the fact that it goes down makes it a longer motion, and the pause is pretty much gone now. Against Nishioka in round 2, there were 14 aces in 3 quick sets. It was an impressive serving performance, but there's been some double faults throughout the tournament as well, and I think it's fair to say this is by far the biggest test of that new service motion.
This was just the 4th time that he'd been broken in the tournament.
40-15.
For Alcaraz coming into this match, it saved 7 of the 10 break points that he had saved. Excuse me, that he had faced.
Cain, Alcaraz.
Boys, the one big thing for me in this match is, you talked about the serve, but also Alcaraz's patience through the rally. We know he burns a few balls, gives a few freebies because he loves the creativity of the tennis court. He wants to paint such a creative picture. I know that they've been doing some work, the Alcaraz camp, in actually keeping more balls in play with flight and bounce and picking your right moment, and that will go a long way in this match as well, to not give those free points.
That's a good point,
but
Rog.
Keep the creativity of your mind as well. That's a hard balance.
Just shy of 16 years, the gap between these two, as you saw
15
that
love.
Australian Open fact pop up. Quite extraordinary what they're both doing at their respective ages. Of course, Carlos, the youngest ever world #1 on the men's side. Unvarnished that time off the forehand.
Well, I think it's fair to say he has found the timing. Combination of the 2 forehands here, and look at the speed of that winner, 164 kilometers an hour. Everything into the ball. Doesn't get much better than that.
Boys, that was against a heavy wind, by the way.
And let's remind ourselves, we mentioned the changes to the serve, but about 5 grams of weight added to the throat of his racket with a view to beefing up his game as well, Carlos Alcaraz. Certainly saw it on that forehand.
Unfortunately, there's no bonus points in our sport, so that spectacular forehand down the line, it's not a 3-pointer. Counts for just the same as those missed backhands and forehands. It's the beauty and brutality of our scoring system. That's a beauty.
40-13.
Of course, Roger, he became the world youngest #1, taken over from your good friend, didn't he? He broke his record. Leighton Hewitt, South Australian, of course, someone who Roger coached and mentored for many years.
Use.
Well, that's what Djokovic is about. You know, there'll be some eye-catching moments from him, for sure, but just the tennis IQ. Smart decision to go back in behind Alcaraz, who we know is so quick to cover the open court. Just catching him off balance there.
Cain, Djokovic.
Deadly accurate. Yelena's happy. So are the fans. 3-2. Good contest so far. A couple of whoa moments, and this was one of them. Jaw-dropping pickup.
Time.
It's a great freeze frame. You can see how far he makes contact in front of the body on that return. It's day 10 of the Australian Open 2025 men's quarterfinal action. A win earlier today for Sasha Zverev over Tommy Paul. And Sasha will be sitting back in his hotel room watching this one unfold. He needed 4 sets to get the better of Tommy earlier today.
Love.
Eva Ezdaraki-Moore is our chair umpire. One of the most experienced in the business. What happens there?
15-0.
Well, that was just a little out of sync, that forehand. Didn't quite get his feet into position. We mentioned footwork being a premium with the breeze, but look at the way he's reaching for contact there. That tells you he was out of position. Didn't get the body angles right for the shot he was trying to execute.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please.
Tennis player
30,
hits that 1-2 punch so very well.
And Alcaraz's turn here to go back in behind. It's a great combination. Djokovic, of course, sprinting to cover the open court.
Keep an eye on the serve +1 for both players.
I'm interested to see
30 all.
not just how the Alcaraz first serve performs tonight, but the second.
Yes.
It's cooler at night. And for me, maybe Roger can give us a bit more of an insight, but it's not going to jump as much. He's got more of a sort of kick second, and it's not going to jump. It's not going to get up on Djokovic. So maybe a chance for the great man to step in and attack. Roger, fair to say the ball probably not jumping as much in these conditions?
Obviously not as much as today, and also with the breeze coming from behind him, it's also, I guess, pushing it forward, so it's not allowing it to jump up. But yeah, Novak's, you know, they're dealing with the breeze at the moment, boys. It's actually trickier than you think. They make it look pretty easy, yeah, to be honest. We'd be all over the shop right now.
Hey, leave me out of this one.
Looked as if Djokovic had missed long. Alcaraz certainly thinks so. I think it was his third shot of the rally.
Yes.
Novak wasn't sure about the serve either a little earlier on in this game.
But it was the case there, wasn't it? Second serve, Djokovic stepping in and on top of the point from the get-go. It's now 2 from 6 second serve points won so far for Alcaraz. Excuse me, 2 from 7.
He has no one-trick pony, this guy. He has got so many skills. One of the best drop shots of the forehand side. A lot of players have a good feel of the backhand, but his feel on the forehand, it's exquisite.
Cain, Alcaraz.
Well, he didn't invent the drop shot, did he? But he's the current owner of it. We'll see plenty of those tonight, I'm sure.
Yeah, just to back up what you were saying about the second serve points won tonight. And Djokovic won that deciding set in Cincinnati in that epic final. And I use that because that was the conditions probably the most similar to what we're experiencing this evening. In the deciding set, Alcaraz only won 39% of the points behind his second serve, and it cost him.
Behind the players, please. Thank you.
Big drop off from the previous 2 sets where he was in the 50s.
$15 love. $30 love.
Andy Murray played Alcaraz a couple of times, both in 2021. Won one, lost one. In fact, Juan Carlos Ferrero, he's played Murray and Djokovic. There's a myriad of head-to-heads out here on the court. Murray beat Ferrero 3 times, 3 consecutive tournaments, 2009.
40 love.
And Carlos did actually get a win over Novak Djokovic. It was all the way back in 2005. Wow. Just 4 years after Carlos Alcaraz was born.
Astonishing. Bit of tennis royalty in the house. Well, he's one of these guys that possesses what I call nuclear athleticism. And especially on a hard court, you've got to be so wary of playing drop shots.
Yeah, he's an explosive athlete, that's for sure. And it's big, dynamic strides, isn't it? Up to a short ball like that. Look at that, probably 4 steps there, he's covered the ground.
Cain, Djokovic. New balls, please.
Novak with a steady hold to lead 4-3 first set.
Djokovic leads by 4 games to 3.
This match already starting to settle into a trend. Very difficult conditions, and as Roger said, these guys handling them so impressively. You see more winners, more shot making from the racket of Alcaraz. Djokovic, the master tactician, just working away, efficient with his tennis as always.
Reasons why playing outdoor tennis is so encouraged. There's all 4 majors, outdoor events. Yes, we have the roof if we need it, but you've got to get used to playing in the wind, dealing with the elements. If you can grow up in those conditions, it always helps.
I think we just saw the big difference so far for me at the moment. Novak's get balls back off the return, and Carlos hasn't yet found his returning rhythm. Enough balls back in play. One of the great strengths of Novak, right? Engaging you full time.
Just to your point, just getting caught out here, anticipating the wrong way. To your point, Rog, 40% of Djokovic's first serves have been unreturned. For Alcaraz, it's just 26.
And that's a smart return, because a reminder, Djokovic has the wind at his back here. So even that sort of block chip return is just going to maintain its speed that little bit longer downwind. It almost caught Alcaraz slightly off guard. He was late on the forehand. He's under a bit of scoreboard pressure here, the Spaniard.
Open for the first time he became world #1, how much he was serving and volleying. He was using that heavy kicker a lot in New York. He would serve and volley behind it. I remember in his match against Jannik Sinner over 5 sets, I want to say he came in 58 times. so good at bringing that forehand or the drop shot into play after the first serve.
40-30.
The grip change right at the last second. Incredible disguise. And the first bit of frustration from Novak Djokovic.
Game Alcaraz.
I can tell you what is going to be tested. You talked about the Alcaraz serve. We're going to see what the Novak coaching group get. With Andy as well, this is going to be his legitimate first test when there's a heightened level of anxiety throughout the course of the match at certain stages, and how their interaction plays out. I think that's quite an interesting watch.
When heaviness of Alcaraz, you can see he's got a bit more on his than what Novak has. I think he's going to enjoy playing into the wind, given how hard he likes to hit the ball. Genius! What vision!
What vision, but what movement as well. 37 years of age. Has anyone ever anticipated better? Yeah, that's the key to it. He's moving for that shot just before Alcaraz has hit it.
Please.
Allows him to make up the ground, and he's got the skills to push it past him.
Robbie, you were spot on when you said Alcaraz will love these conditions up the other end because of his strength and natural power. He's able to muscle the ball through the breeze, and you could see then just pushing Novak out of the court. That's not easy to do from where he was in the court. Big plus in this match, I think, as it goes through the hours.
Alchemy of Alcaraz on full display. And of course, the drop shot into the wind is so effective.
15-30.
Novak just pulls up after that forehand flies past him.
And he also may have called the trainer out as well, Novak. I think he did speak to the chair.
Oh, he's missed it.
Just missed it.
30.
The realization only just setting in for the vast majority of the crowd now. Some nice support in here for Djokovic.
Thank you.
A chance of no lay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Enough, thank you.
Well, I think he's annoyed because he'll have expected that. You know, the homework is done. They know Djokovic likes that faster second serve to the forehand in the bigger moments. And he was trying to move in. We've seen him really attacking second serves, taking them early this tournament, Alcaraz. Just slightly mishit the forehand there. He looks like a bit of a wounded warrior at the moment, Djokovic. Moving gingerly between points.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
He has really got Novak at the end of his range right now. And it's not comfortable at all for the 10-time champion. Patient, persistent, and a bit of perfection with the backhand.
Another incredible point, the way Alcaraz is moving. But the quality from Djokovic, again, back in behind doing the trick. Not even Alcaraz could touch that one.
You could see how much he brushed up the back. The short, abbreviated swing to impart the spin on the backhand.
And that one got Andy Murray on his feet.
Mr. Djokovic is requesting the review of the call on the right center service.
Perhaps a means of buying himself just a little bit of time after that lowest point.
What a great adjustment that was on the return. Went back deeper on the second serve return. Novak throws it in a loopy flighted ball, and Carlos uses strength from back there to start the rally.
It's better than most, that backhand. That's another body blow for Djokovic. Having to face another break point. whether you like that tactics of Alcaraz standing deep to return the second serve or not.
I like the variety. I like both. I like showing Djokovic different looks and almost trying to attract different types of second serves out of him rather than letting him dictate to you as the returner. And of course, we know Alcaraz has the skill set to do both. Not all players do, not many do. He's going deep in the court again here for this second serve. Let's see what Djokovic throws at him. And when you return from that deep, what is the skill set required? You've got to be able to generate a lot of pace and height and therefore depth on the return to push the server back, then move up the court and look to take control. And there's no doubt Alcaraz possesses that.
I almost don't like it when he comes in. I don't like that aggressive stance because I think that quick second serve of Novak's is so effective. He's already caught Alcaraz out a couple of times. You just take that option off the table. Rock solid. Alcaraz gets the crucial break in the 9th game and will serve for the opening set. Like it's going to be an off-court medical timeout for Novak. I think he was just pointing to his adductor area, groin.
Absolutely, and as if we needed any more connections here, we've got Roger Federer's old physio treating Djokovic.
That's right.
The connections are endless. Stéphane Vivier. Brilliant tennis from Alcaraz. Djokovic hurting, but it's the tennis from Alcaraz that's got him in front.
Stéphane Vivier, the tour physio, is just taking Novak behind the scenes because I guess it's the groin that's an issue, so it's a sensitive area. He's probably going to need his shorts taken down, and that'll get done behind closed doors. That constant jarring, the false slides and the splits.
And he's had some intense matches. He lost the set to Basavaredi, he lost the set to Faria, but you know, Alcaraz is consistently taking him outside the comfort zone. He's pushing him to the very limits, you know, physically into the corners, and maybe he's just feeling something here, Djokovic. Let's hope that he can find some comfort physically, and it's not going to hamper him in this matchup. He's going to need to be at his very best in terms of his movement.
Because this guy will stretch you to every fibre of your being. What an athlete. I mean, how strong is he in his arms? It's like a pit bull, isn't he?
And he's somewhat of an anomaly when you think of his height. You know, not as tall as some of the other players bursting onto the scene, not as tall as a Sinner, not as tall as a Zverev, that's for sure. You know, these players with the sort of longer stride length, but he is as quick, if not quicker, than just about everyone in the game.
Yep. It's a bull that's not too dissimilar to Nadal's, right? Rafa wasn't the tallest guy, but he was just, you know, rippling with muscle.
I think Rafa probably had maybe an inch or two on him height-wise, but not an awful lot.
So fair few of the players these days have that long, slender build, not too dissimilar to Novak.
Djokovic is now receiving an off-court medical timeout.
Jannik Sinner fits into that mold.
Yeah, Alcaraz listed at 6 foot tall, 183 centimeters. Just a reminder that Djokovic giving away 15 years and 349 days tonight in this matchup.
Novak's wife, Yelena, and that's his agent on the left, Mark Madden. Mark, of course, charged now with thinking about Novak's future and preparing him for life after tennis, working on multi-year deals and sponsorships. Of course, rumored that Alcaraz's new sponsorship with Nike was in the region of $200 million. Colin's eyes have just closed. It's a pretty good bet, though. He's played in 4 major finals and he's won 4.
Well, he's a global superstar, isn't he, that transcends the sport of tennis. Not just because of the way he can play the sport, but the way he carries himself, his personality, his charisma. We've already seen him, the smile that he plays with, even in a match of this magnitude.
And of course, the big brands love that.
A penny for Andy Murray's thoughts at this stage must be, well, just hoping as much as anything that Djokovic can find some physical comfort and be able to compete the way he wants to here.
On the right there in the white tracksuit is Alcaraz's oldest brother, Alvaro, ever present. Of course, his younger brother's playing some good ball at the moment at the big tournament in France.
Le Petit A.
Yeah.
Essentially the under-14 World Championships. Jaime.
That's right.
And if you've seen any video on social media, the forehand is identical.
he's a clone, isn't he?
It's a carbon copy.
Mini-me of his big brother. You can see that left thigh is tight now, strapped up. Just saw a slither of white underneath it.
Time. Thank you.
Serving for the opening set.
Love.
Alcaraz has made a very healthy 69% of his first serves.
Love. Love.
Yeah, the work on the serve in the off-season, working in this opening set, certainly in terms of the consistency, the percentage, as you say, Robbie.
Three set points. What a way to close out the first set, and he puts himself in pole position with his first love service game of the match. Good stuff. 6-4.
Well, what a brilliant opening set Djokovic with a quicker start, raced into a 2-love lead, a breezy, a windy night. Alcaraz with some forehand errors early on, just took him a bit of time to adjust, but he was able to break back with some brilliant tennis straight away for 2-1, and from there just grew, improved, and eventually played the better tennis. You would have expected him to hit more winners, but that's quite stark, isn't it? 13-3. And we mentioned that the serve has stood up to the test. 72% of first serves in, that's a healthy number. 76% of first serve points won. Djokovic just 59, that is concerning for him. We'll be hoping the first serve and, well, indeed the first shot after will do more damage going forward in this match.
Some of the shots that both players hit, just, it's almost like they don't exist. How good was this push down the line, the accuracy of it. That's where he hurts his thigh, excuse me, his adductor. Well, Djokovic is going to have to defy the odds now, because Alcaraz is a stellar 55-1. It's his career record in Grand Slams when he wins the opening set. And of course, the trivia question for this game is, who was the one? That's what we want to know. When Alcaraz wins the first set at a major, he is 55-1 in his career. Oh, that was a little bit of panic. It's unusual for Alcaraz.
30-love.
Well, anyone at home that's getting the answer to that question, Robbie, it's seriously impressive.
No kidding.
Lent for service.
2021 here in Melbourne. Second round.
We'll wait 2 more points. Shows you what an incredible barometer warning the opening setters in the outcome of matches.
Cain Djokovic.
That's a good hold from Novak in the end. And before you tell the answer, just to highlight the importance of winning the opening set for somebody like Alcaraz. And if he loses the opening set, he's 9-10. Huge difference, right? Versus 55-1. And the one is
a sweet.
Yep.
Brothers.
Yes.
It's the younger of the two, Mikael Ymer, who was 95 in the world at the time. Alcaraz was 141. He'd come through qualifying. And qualifying, of course, that year taking place in Doha because of the COVID pandemic.
15-love.
But I think the first set so often just shows, you know, well, who's playing the better tennis, whose game sort of matches up better a bit against the opponent. But then also, of course, at a best of 5, you know, look at the probabilities here. Alcaraz now has 2 sets to win, Djokovic 3. And you would think, certainly all the talk prior to this match was the longer it goes, the more it favours Alcaraz. So there's no doubt he's in a very strong position here. And we may well see Djokovic start to look for more of that, stepping in, attacking, looking to shorten points.
So So you could theoretically argue that after an hour of tennis, Djokovic has got nothing to show for all his effort. Still got to win 3 sets. And keep in mind that he spent 3 hours and 15 minutes more on the court than what Alcaraz has. It's not easy to find this guy's backhand on a return. He's so good at dancing around it and using his forehand with the first shot. That's why second serves are so valuable for Novak.
Well, that combination has been deadly so far. Look at that. 100% of the time tonight, after his first serve, when the returns come back into play, Alcaraz has been hitting his forehand. So Djokovic just cannot get the ball away from that shot. We know he's been blocking, chipping a few returns, but he might have to be a little bit more adventurous, try and get it into the backhand. Certainly coming after the second serve in this game.
And I think we've got to remind ourselves, we've seen Novak with some body issues right throughout the course of his 10 wins here, and he's still been able to find ways of winning, hasn't he? So he's very durable in these situations.
Good point.
Well, how about that for getting into the backhand with the first serve return?
Djokovic.
Just clubs a winner.
Alcaraz hasn't faced a break point since second game of the match. And it's the same result as the Spaniard's opening service game. He gets broken.
Djokovic leads by 2
Novak's got the early lead.
An adjustment already from Djokovic. The pain he's feeling in his leg, forcing him to play bigger, more attacking tennis, and it did the trick there.
Thank you.
This for me is a shot that Novak Djokovic brought to our sport. Where there may have been a defensive slice backhand in the past, it's now an open stance sliding two-hander. And Alcaraz has mastered it, so has Sinner. What a pass there.
Well, you talk about tennis intelligence. He's got a lot of it, and already he's making some adjustments, some important ones. I want to say that's the first serve and volley we've seen on a second serve.
First we've seen on any serve from Djokovic. Alcaraz has had a couple.
30-15.
Definitely finding ways to be more offensive with his play and to shorten points here.
Another serve that seared the line.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and
Feels
gentlemen.
like a serve, but you're
Stop when the players are ready to serve. Thank you.
so deep in the court, the ball's actually got a lot further to carry. Often see players hit that one in the net.
Djokovic had a chance to approach the net there, but I think he was so wary of the pass that Alcaraz hit earlier in the game, he chose not to.
Hughes.
And how good was the hustle from Carlos, and that's what I'm talking about. Just staying in the point. Yes, he might have been able to pull the trigger on one of those, but that's the picture you want to see from if you won't hold Ferrero.
Thank you. Please. Advantage, Djokovic.
It's a lovely foray forward. Stefan's happy. He likes the four-court activity. 3-zip for Djokovic.
Djokovic leads by 3 games to love.
There's been a lot to feast our eyes on in the opening 70 minutes of this one.
Time.
Wonderful creativity, especially from Alcaraz, but Djokovic has Shown a fair bit of his own as well. Of 3.
Love.
As we saw Jannik Sinner in a world of hurt against Holger Rune. What a match that was yesterday. How he came through. Holger had an opportunity to put him away. He was struggling, wasn't he?
Early in the third set, Sinner's hand quite literally shaking. He was dizzy. Wasn't feeling well at all. And just found a way to hold on to his service games and eventually start to feel better in the match. It's a survival act from the defending champion.
Alcaraz.
I remember 2021, Roger, you were talking about
Djokovic leads by
Novak
3-1.
working through injuries. That match against, I think it was Taylor Fritz. Extraordinary match where he had, was it the abdominal issue?
Yeah, he tore a little abdominal mid-match. He was 2 sets to love up, if memory serves, and then lost sets 3 and 4. You thought, goodness me,
he's done.
In trouble here. Yeah, he's going out.
Beat Fritz 6-2 in the 5th.
Also the match, Robbie, with the pleasure of being courtside that evening where the Rod Laver Arena was evacuated at midnight.
That's right.
I don't think I'll ever see that happen again. I mean, I guess never say never, but that was unusual to say the least. The curfew with regards to the pandemic coming into operation. He just has so many different ways of playing and of winning points in matches. You know, that's the great players do, don't they? That's why he's been able to succeed on all different surfaces, all different conditions, you know, windy, hot, cold, indoors, hard, grass, clay. Really seen him up the attacking intent in this set so far.
He's contesting his 433rd Grand Slam match today. It's more than any other player ever. He surpassed Roger Federer this week.
Please.
Federer had 429. This is Novak's 433rd.
Let for service.
Okay, I'm not complaining about, you know, it was not enough. But I mean, but it was 5 seconds late. It's crazy. Yeah, it was the lane, but you stopped because he stopped. I know you stopped because he stopped. You stopped because he stopped.
There's no machine this year, Robbie. Let's been called by the umpire, and Alcaraz feeling that Eva Azdaraki-Moore was a little late there and maybe reacted to Djokovic.
Yeah, she saw Novak not playing and then decided to call the net. That's his argument.
He's not disputing that it was a let.
Yep.
30 all.
He's come well prepared, that guy.
Thank you.
Just the subtle brilliance of the chip return from Alcaraz. I love
30-40.
it. All the firepower that he possesses. It's the nuance that I find so attractive in his game.
Game Alcaraz.
That was a strong game from Alcaraz. Back on serve, 3-2. He's just beaten Djokovic there for pace. Such an intelligent pass. Straight up the middle of the court, hard. It's a decent amount of spin.
He's just got that extra bit of quality, the ability to break the Djokovic serve, doesn't he? 3 times now tonight.
Time.
As Colin alluded to in the break, Novak broken for the 3rd time tonight. It's the most in the tournament so far. He was broken twice in his 2nd round match against Faria.
Love.
Watch, how's the wind down there courtside now? Has it settled at all?
Yeah, it's still similar, probably a little bit more consistent without that heavy gust. I do love that first serve out wide when you're going against the breeze, because with the wind coming down towards him, it actually even drags it further wide.
Well, that was very uncomfortable, the movement into the forehand corner. The ball from Alcaraz wasn't even that wide, relatively speaking. That was really concerning.
I
can tell you, folks, that this is an Australian Open 2nd Tuesday night attendance record. 31,000 people come through the turnstiles this evening. It's well above the previous number of just over 20,000. Just testimony to how popular this event's become, Colin.
40-15.
Absolutely right, and probably speaks to how eagerly anticipated this particular match has been as well. You would think with the way Djokovic is moving and feeling at the moment, this has to be a must-win set for him.
Yep.
You know, it's a very risky thing to do, to rule out greatness. And I guess if anyone was going to come back from 2 sets to love tonight, Djokovic would be in the discussion. But just the man he's up against, the quality of opposition, the intensity of the match. Another massive forehand there as he looks to find ways to be effective.
I love it when Novak is almost falling off his feet when he's going forward to hit his shots, especially at backhand. He is totally committed to that strike. Haven't seen a lot of that in his opening 4 rounds. That was nice, leant into that one. It's brought him a break point. Sagacious from Alcaraz yet again.
Well, most players facing a break point and going for a drop shot like this, you'd say that is a bad decision, a risky play, but not this guy. He's just got that X factor, doesn't he? Complete mastery of that shot. And able to disguise the forehand and pick Djokovic off to finish the job. White to the forehand, it looks to be giving him the most problems, Djokovic,
Advantage.
physically.
Alcaraz.
That's one of the toughest shots in the book. He got a little help from the net, but still.
I can't tell you how good that was. Over the backhand wing, the backhand overhead. Just the dexterity, the control of the racket head, the strength. And yeah, I completely agree. The little net cord just helped Djokovic out enough.
That's tennis excellence right there.
Advantage, Alcaraz.
Is there anything this guy can't do? Attack, defense, there's power, there's feel, there's finesse, he can volley.
And he does it all with a smile on his face.
Here's
perhaps feeling the heat, Colin.
Yeah, quite possibly. We mentioned the attacking intent from Djokovic. Look at the average ground stroke speeds in this second set. Up 9 kilometers an hour on the forehand and up 8 on the backhand. He is going for it. He's getting after Alcaraz whenever he can.
Left for service.
I tell you, if they make it out, that looked like the quickest serve of the night.
Well, not quite on the speed gun, 203. But it was out wide to the ad court, wasn't it? Which sometimes doesn't quite register as quickly on the gun. 211 is the quickest he's hit. I'll tell you what, it's probably the best serve he's hit all night, considering it was to save a break point.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I just get the feeling that if he can level up here, it's big momentum switch in this match.
How does he get that ball back? How is it possible? Off the return, look, he knows it. He knows it was special. And the fact that he touched the ball is remarkable. But it's just the most incredible defensive forehand from Alcaraz to hang in the point.
Show-stopping in so many ways. The variety is mesmerizing. And we're the beneficiaries of this beautiful tennis. I'm sure Novak's not enjoying it nearly as much. He's testing out that leg, isn't he?
The way he gets down with this drop shot, he's into the shot, isn't he? Breathing on that thing almost, he's so close to it.
And the feel doesn't only come from the hands, it comes from the legs, doesn't it?
He's playing it with his full body, the drop shot.
Love. Love. 40 love.
He's doing an Andre Agassi here, is Novak. He's just playing a little quicker, isn't he? Just increasing his rhythm. Hopefully taking Alcaraz out of the one that he finds himself in that's so comfortable. Try and change the tempo of the match.
40-15.
Did you ever discuss that with any of your players? If they were playing well or not, Rog?
Absolutely, Robbie. Just, you've got to create a little bit of a different tennis identity on the court in those moments.
Of course, Rogers worked with the likes of Gael Monfils, Grigor Dimitrov, Leighton Hewitt.
What a run by Monfils here. 38-year-old.
Cain Djokovic.
It's an important hold. Just keep his nose out in front to lead 4-3 in the second.
Djokovic
First set to
leads by
Alcaraz.
4 games to 3.
Well, Novak Djokovic is not 100% here, but he's hanging around, using all of his powers and skill set to stay competitive. He's got an opportunity here just to squeeze Alcaraz slightly in this service game. Spaniard coming out to serve 3-4. To fend off break points in his previous service game. Don't give up on Djokovic just yet, that's for sure.
Time.
Of course, Palabadosa first up today with a major upset, taking out Coco Gauff of the USA. And Zverev and Tommy Paul entertained everybody here. For Aryna Sabalenka and Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova had an absolute humdinger.
Please.
Sabalenka tested to the nth degree before coming through.
Love.
Yeah, there it is again, moving into his forehand corner and
30 love.
playing a shot that really was going to be the end of the point one way or another. He had no interest in really recovering here.
Love. Alcaraz.
Okay.
4 games all.
This is when things start to get interesting now. It's the 3rd time that Alcaraz has held to love.
That was a clear message there from Juan Carlos Ferrero, wasn't it? Right here, right now.
I love the way he looks down when he gives the message, almost as if to say, I'm concentrating when I give you that message. You keep concentrating.
Well, concentration, focus. Sometimes not Alcaraz's strong point. Just the delay here as water bottle is taken off court. Not really sure. And maybe not feeling well, excuse me. So we
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
that member of the ball crew is feeling better ASAP.
Wasn't clean, but it was clean enough.
Just coming back to the focus for Alcaraz, you know, I'm a big believer that the magnitude of this match, the quality of the opponent, focuses his mind more so than maybe if he's got things a little more comfortable on the court. I think we see less dips just because of the moment and who he's playing.
But I just guess that's a given, isn't it, with these guys? When they play each other, everything spikes. The way their cleanliness of ball striking, their movement, their precision of their hitting as well, and the type of point they play, I think, because of exactly that, Colin.
There's a lot of seagulls around.
Love of them.
I think we might have had a seagull deposit. That was quickly cleaned up.
Through something different there, Alcaraz.
15 all.
We've seen him have some success deep in the court for the second serve return. This was like a crush and rush. Cain very nearly pulled off the volley. Djokovic did well to fend that off.
That was rafter-esque.
Yeah, he did even better to fend that point off from Alcaraz, who just continually makes things difficult. Very tough shot there from Djokovic, made to look relatively easy. But I can assure you it wasn't.
And returns. First serve has come down quite a bit for Novak in the second set. Was at 40% at one stage during the opening stands. It's down to 25 now.
Djokovic leads by 5 games to 4.
Oh, it's a strong hold from Novak. Didn't miss by much, but it was enough. That allows Djokovic to lead 5-4. Right on the the 90-minute mark on a change of ends. Carlos said special drink. I don't know if you noticed that in the previous change of ends. Just wondering if it's something that he takes every hour and a half. So just mix it with some of his water. All the players get a couple of those, don't they?
He's got the different drinks there.
I get lots of requests from back home, especially my daughter Grace. She loves the water bottles. I tell you, we've got a stellar collection, Colin. And it's been highly entertaining so far, and we're not done yet. Djokovic will be hoping that there's plenty of tennis to be played still, but he does have a nagging injury of sorts. Serving to stay in the set though was Alcaraz. Wow, what's happened there, Rog?
Love 15.
Yeah, he just got a little anxious, didn't he? Didn't get his feet up to that ball at all. This is going to be a tricky game because I haven't seen any restriction with Novak's movement, and you can.
Thank you.
This is going to be a tough game for Alcaraz to get through.
Tried to give that forehand more height and shape, Alcaraz. He did give it more height and shape, but in these conditions, and especially into the breeze, it just kind of sat there for Djokovic. And didn't he take advantage? He's flushed this forehand.
Those are 3 best returns I've seen Novak hit in this match. Consecutive returns.
40.
That was Djokovic of old here, gluing those returns to the baseline.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Djokovic's timing, his maximizing of the moment is unparalleled. His 3 set points.
Please.
A show-stopping return game, and just like that, it's a centerpiece.
Talk about taking a moment when it comes, just steps in and crushes the second serve return. Djokovic, the master at just managing the scoreboard. He knows better than anyone that he doesn't have to win every point. Not every shot has to be perfect. I know he was broken back, but take care of your serve, keep yourself in front on the scoreboard, and eventually the pressure will build on your opponent and your moment will come. And when it did, he was able to take it. Look at the winners for Djokovic. I know Alcaraz 2 more there, 13-11, but Djokovic hit 3 winners in the first set, 11 in the second. He really upped the aggression. The bit of pain in the leg forced them to. And we've got a match on our hands here.
how good was that? I must say, when we came into our green room a little earlier this evening, Colin and I were discussing the match, I felt Novak hadn't been returning as well as what we've seen from him historically, but there was a moment where
Djokovic
it was
to
Djokovic returning of old. The depth was exquisite.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And now the contest is balanced evenly. It's going to get a prickly bottom if it's not careful.
Love.